Oh my.
Honorable members, at the suspension, we were debating the speech from the throne. I presume we are now ready. Shad, some water, please. Asmini. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Thank you, indeed, Madam Speaker. May I, on behalf of the grateful people of Exuma and Ragged Island, thank Her Excellency, the Governor General, for the gracious and eloquent speech delivery of the speech from the throne. Madam Speaker, before I proceed with my brief presentation, I wish to offer condolences to the family of Mrs. Irene Marshall Strawn, the late wife of Mr. Milton Strawn of Georgetown, Exuma, the matriarch of a family. I regret I didn't have an opportunity to attend the funeral this weekend, but I offer my love, my prayers, and support to the family, including to my friends Dwayne and Natasha. Mrs. Strawn was a pillar of the Georgetown community, and Exuma is better because she came, and I want to offer my sincerest condolences. Of course, Madam Speaker, I also join the member for Cat Island, Prime Minister, who extensively offered condolences to the families of all of the young people who lost their lives from New Providence and Cat Island and Grand Bahama. As Minister of Education, I want to say that many of them were accomplished students holding their own, making positive contributions to the Bahamas and on behalf of the Bahamas, and I offer my sincerest condolences. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne lays out what I term an ambitious program for this new term, and one that reflects the confidence, optimism, and determination with which this administration begins its new mandate. I congratulate Prime Minister Davis on his leadership. He has led us to a second term from a blueprint for change to a blueprint for progress. And I also congratulate every member of this House who has earned the confidence of the Bahamian people, whether you're returning or whether you are new. And to those newly elected, I offer this encouragement, that we never lose sight of why we sought public office in the first place. Winning an election is never the reward in itself. It is the renewal of our vows to the Bahamian people. Politics may have brought us here, yes, but I reiterate that it is the service that will keep us here. That's right. National service, I believe, is the highest calling any of us can answer. And Madam Speaker, I lead with this to say that I believe that national service and nation building is serious business. And I think we have a moment today to reflect from whence we came, but to chart a course beginning in 2026 that has been so appropriately articulated in the speech from the throne. I have heard many interpretations of the election result, but mine is simple. The Bahamian people chose progress. They chose stability. They chose continuity. They chose to keep building. They chose sober, predictable, visionary leadership, Madam Speaker. And no government should ever make a mistake that election victory means perfection. We certainly do not. We know that there are still families struggling with the cost of living. We know there are young people looking for great opportunities. We know that there are small business owners working long hours to stay ahead of rising costs and dreadful bureaucracy. We know there are communities waiting for projects to be completed. We hear those concerns. And this is why we are eager, Madam Speaker, to get to work on behalf of the Bahamian people. Nearly 5 years ago, we presented the Bahamian people with our blueprint for change. I was honored to be tasked by Prime Minister Davis to lead the team that developed the blueprint on behalf of our party. It was therefore most fulfilling to see the manifestation of 325 of the 387 commitments. This is serious work, Madam Speaker. Some of the tasks that we were presented and that we committed to demanded perseverance when the easier part would have been to do nothing. The next chapter has therefore begun. And the latest speech from the throne articulates the move from a blueprint for change to a blueprint for progress. Change begins the journey, but progress continues it. Madam Speaker, I listened to the member for Marco City, who appears to still be coming to terms with the fact that May 12th happened. It happened, Madam Speaker. Elections are finished. They say they want us to achieve some things on behalf of the Bahamian people. So I say to them, let's get to work. 5 years move quickly. Let's achieve some things in our various constituencies, PLP constituencies and F&M constituencies. Let's do this, Madam Speaker, because this is serious business. We understand this, and this is why government must never stop working. We must never be distracted. We must not be deterred by the noise and the deflections. It is also why no single ministry can build a nation on its own. And I often talk about tourism investments in aviation because I had an opportunity to work in those areas. And I spoke proudly of the achievements there and the teamwork and the heavy lifting I'm exceedingly proud of. The speech from the throne began, though, to lay out the vision for education, science, and technology. And I continued to make the vision and the case for the Ministry of Education, Science, and Technology during the recent budget presentation. And this is why today I don't need to belabor the point. But I embrace the responsibility with profound appreciation for what it represents. I truly believe that education is our greatest investment, Madam Speaker. I truly believe that the future competitiveness of our country will depend on the innovators we produce, the entrepreneurs we inspire, and the young people we equip with the skills to lead in an increasingly digital world. Madam Speaker, our nation succeeds because we put in the work. Yes, that's right. Our nation succeeds because our infrastructure improves. Our schools produce talented young people. Our healthcare system rises to the challenge. Our economy inspires investments. Because our streets and our borders are safe and the rule of law is certain. Because our workplaces are harmonious and productive, government succeeds when government works together. The country's credit outlook has improved. International confidence has returned. Investors are choosing the Bahamas. And this is why I agree with Fox Hill. We must protect the reputation of our country. When people, when investors are making a decision, the Bahamas isn't the only country in the world. This is a competitive space.
Exactly.
They Google.
Many others have done.
And sometimes I wish that we would imagine that the first result that show up is something that we said. I believe we would all be committed to be more patriotic and more responsible in our utterances. And I listened today, Madam Speaker,
Disappointing.
and in as much as we have to be proud of the work that we have done, 2 upgrades in 1 year, a 72% overall growth in our major industry since 2019, a 6% increase in stopover visitors, more than 1.1 million arrivals in Grand Bahama. In Grand Bahama, they sometimes seem to consistently attempt to diminish the work of this government. And in doing so, we are diminishing the outlook of our own country. We are diminishing our shine on the international stage. But we must be patriotic. We have all been elected by the Bahamian people to govern. And government is
Serious business.
this administration and the opposition. We all have a responsibility,
That's right.
and we all have an obligation to contribute to the advancement of our country. On the education front, Madam Speaker, the continued implementation of the Education Act, universal early childhood education, teacher development, and lifelong learning initiatives represent an investment whose dividends will be paid for generations. Our children deserve classrooms that inspire them. And already in the classrooms across our islands, including in special education, there are already committed teachers who are providing every day for our children and proving every day that every child matters. I say no more on this subject today. There will be a lot more opportunities to speak to the great work of educators in the public and the private sectors all across this country. But I only ask you today that if I commit to end there, that you would please give all of them a round of applause for the great work that they're doing. Madam Speaker, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, San Salvador, a family island man, spoke in great detail of how we are changing the mindset of governance in this country. The commitment to individual family island development plans recognizes that every island possesses unique strengths deserving of focused attention. And over the course of the next weeks and months, Madam Speaker, we will begin in each family island consultation with our constituents. And I speak proudly today of the work I will do in Exuma. And I hope that we can create a blueprint, if I may borrow that word, Madam Speaker, for the development of our family islands, one island at a time. We have already been focused on expanding opportunities, but I believe that each island ought to have a complete master plan for its development, because all of them are not created the same. And this is what we foreshadowed in our blueprint for progress. The children of Andros must have the same opportunities as the children of Grand Bahama, Abacoa, Eleuthera, and Exuma, Madam Speaker. I promise to be brief. But before I close, Madam Speaker, let me say something directly to the Bahamian people. While much of our attention today will rightly be on the responsibilities of government and those of us who have been elected to serve, the truth is that building a better Bahamas has never been the responsibility of Parliament alone. Only a relatively small number of Bahamians will ever have the privilege, and I say privilege intentionally, Madam Speaker, of experiencing sitting in this honorable place. And this is why we must protect the honor of this place, Madam Speaker. But citizenship belongs to all Bahamians. Our country needs more than good governance. Yes, we do need good governance. But our country needs good neighbors, good parents, good employees, good corporate partners, good mentors, good volunteers, good citizens who refuse to stand on the sidelines waiting for someone else to solve everyone's problems. So today I call not just on us to play our role, but Bahamians everywhere to contribute. Every one of us has something to contribute. As for us, Madam Speaker, we accept our mandate to lead this country to further progress for the second consecutive term. And we accept this responsibility with humility, with determination and faith. And with God's guidance, we intend to honor our promise to the Bahamian people every single day. And as we measured our work, as we measured our achievement and our blueprint for change, we commit to be accountable. We commit to measuring the attainment of our results. And as we achieved in our blueprint for change, we commit with the same vigor and energy to achieve the commitments that we laid out in our blueprint for progress. Madam Speaker, I lend my support and my thanks to Excellency, the Governor General. May God continue to bless her. May God bless the people of Exuma and Ragged Island. And may God bless our fine Commonwealth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Seabreeze.
Madam Speaker and members of this Honourable House of Assembly.
Yes, ma'am.
Before I begin, I wish to pause and extend my heartfelt condolences to the parents, family, and loved ones of the young women whose lives were tragically lost this past weekend. May they find comfort and strength in this most difficult time, and may the souls of the departed rest in eternal peace. I rise today with a full heart and a grateful spirit. On behalf of the Ministry of Culture, Arts, and Heritage, I wish to extend my deepest and most sincere thanks to Her Excellency, the Governor General, for her delivery of the speech from the throne. It was a speech that spoke not merely to policy, but to purpose, not merely to governance, but to the soul of this nation. And it is the soul of this nation that I have been entrusted to serve. Madam Speaker, culture is not a footnote to development. Culture is the foundation upon which development is built. It is who we are before we ever become what we do. It is the thunder of Junkanoo drums on Bay Street in the early hours of the morning. It is the rake and scrape that fills a Family Island hall with joy. It is the painting that tells a story no textbook ever could. It is the voice of a Bahamian artist that commands every room it enters because truth, when expressed through art, needs no translation. It is our straw work, our storytelling, our sacred traditions passed from one generation to the next. These are not relics of the past. They are the living, breathing heartbeat of who we are as a people. Our government has made clear that culture, arts, and heritage are not secondary to our national story. They are central to it. The commitment to introduce legislation to incentivize film production in the Bahamas and support greater local and international production activity is a landmark moment. Film, television, digital content, these are not luxuries, they are industries. These are jobs. They are the next frontier. And the Bahamas, with its beauty, its stories, and its people, is positioned to lead. Every production that chooses the Bahamas is a Bahamian hired, a Bahamian business contracted, a Bahamian story told on a global stage. We will not simply be the backdrop, we will be the authors of our own narrative. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak about the preservation and celebration of our heritage, the mandate at the very core of this ministry. We will work to protect, document, and promote Bahamian cultural heritage across every island and every settlement. Our museums, our archives, and our cultural institutions will be strengthened. Our artists, our craftspeople, and our cultural practitioners will be supported, not as an afterthought, but as a national priority. We will also develop a national cultural policy that gives this ministry a clear long-term framework for how we grow, protect, and monetize Bahamian culture. It is time we move from celebrating our culture informally to building it strategically. Madam Speaker, I would be remiss not to acknowledge the broader creative economy commitments outlined in the speech from the throne. Commitments that, while they fall under the portfolio of a sister ministry, are deeply connected to the work of this ministry and to the Bahamian creative community we both serve. The establishment of the Creative and Performing Arts School of the Bahamas is a declaration that Bahamian talent is worth investing in, that a child who can sing, dance, paint, or write deserves the same institutional investment as any other child with any other gift. The introduction of an online rights registry and small claims mechanism to protect Bahamian digital creators is long overdue. Our artists should not watch their work travel the world while they receive nothing in return. These initiatives complement and strengthen the work of this ministry, and I look forward to the close collaboration that will bring the full force of the government behind our creative sector. Madam Speaker, I think about what it means to carry this portfolio at this moment in our history. We are 53 years into our independence, standing on the shoulders of a rich and powerful cultural legacy. It is our time to build on it. We are ready to invest, ready to protect, ready to export, and ready to ensure that the next 53 years are defined not only by what we build, but by who we are. To the artists, the musicians, the craftspeople, the storytellers, the Junkanoo groups, the cultural practitioners in every corner of this archipelago. From Nassau to Inagua, from Abaco to Auckland, I want you to hear me clearly. Your government sees you, your government values you, and your government is coming for you. Your government is coming for you with investment, with protection, and with a seat at the table you have always deserved. Madam Speaker, Her Excellency's speech from the throne has set a bold and visionary course for this Commonwealth. For my part, I enter this term with purpose, with passion, and with an unshakable belief that the most powerful thing this nation possesses is not in its waters, not in its land, not in its location. Though all of these are extraordinary gifts, the most powerful thing this nation possesses is its culture, the thread that ties every Bahamian together, that connects us to our ancestors, that will carry our children into the future, worthy of the sacrifices made for this nation's freedom. I am honored to serve, I'm committed to deliver, and I am grateful genuinely grateful for the trust placed in me by the Prime Minister. May God bless this Parliament, may God bless our culture, our arts, and our heritage, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am being prodded that I have 2 minutes.
There you go.
And I'll try to respect that, but thank you very much for recognizing me, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I wish to join my colleagues who have spoken before in expressing condolences to the families of those young persons who lost their lives over the weekend. And we express the assurance of our prayers and support, and as well the wishes for a speedy recovery for those who have been injured. I rise just to briefly to extend thanks to our Governor General for her most gracious delivery of the speech from the throne. And I do so, Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for St. Barnabas. I have the honor and privilege of representing those people. And indeed, that is an area where I spent many of my formative years. Following in the footsteps of individuals like Randall Fox, Edmund Moxey, who represented Coconut Grove, Sinclair Oughton, Matthew Rose, and our Governor General, dear Governor General Cynthia Pratt, and at that time the constituency was known as St. Cecilia. Madam Speaker, having been around, so to speak, I am reminded of the biblical admonition in Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse 9, where it says there's nothing new under the sun. And listening to some of the exchange here this morning, Madam Speaker, it cast my mind back to 2015 to 2017, around there, and where the VAT money gone.
I remember that.
And that debate evolved into the government, namely myself as Minister of State for Finance, stealing $1 billion worth of VAT money. I had to listen to my daughter come home from school and say to me that the children were telling her, your daddy is going to jail because he stole the VAT money. The day after the election, the chairman of the then F&M said, well, we know no money was stolen. We knew it always went into the consolidated fund.
Minister of Finance.
But you know something, Madam President? Madam Speaker, no apology.
Nothing. Nothing.
No, we're sorry for dragging your name through the mud.
None of that.
None of that. But, Madam Speaker, politics, I always tell people the qualification for running for the House of Assembly is you have to be 21 years old. So this is big man and big woman things.
And of sound.
And of sound mind.
But I'm sure they stick to that one. I'm sure they stick to that one.
And so
Boy, that's a concern.
I watch, Madam Speaker, some of the commentary and some of the
How do you define sound?
things that are being put out there, and it cast me back to that time. And I am hopeful, but I'm not hopeful. I don't expect anything better.
No.
But it would be good in the fullness of time when everything is revealed
Yes.
that those who so gleefully seek to scandalize your name
My Lord.
would with the same alacrity and enthusiasm
Alacrity.
apologize.
I use it that. Alacrity.
Madam Speaker, I say no more. I say no more. I say no more.
Put that in my vocabulary.
I say no more. Madam Speaker, I wanted to just speak for about a few minutes in thanking our gracious Governor General, having followed in her footsteps as Member of Parliament. She was St. Cecilia, I am now St. Barnabas. And to pay tribute to a wonderful lady of service, of humility, of principle, who began her service to this country in 1963 as an operating room nurse, who then went on to be a teacher at the C.C. Sweeting Senior High School, went on to further education at St. Augustine's in Florida. And what is so remarkable about her, Madam Speaker, is that she looked back. Too many times people achieve and they reach lofty heights
Don't look back.
and they kick down the ladder that they climbed up. But what she did was she made sure that others had opportunity through scholarship to be able to study and to be able to improve themselves. And so now today, thousands of individuals, I dare say, throughout this country are making meaningful contributions because they had the opportunity to further their education and improve themselves through the advocacy of our dear Governor General. And so she has had a tremendous impact on this country, and we thank her for her service, her faithfulness, and we thank her for her example. And we hope that we are able, many of us who have been able to, through the good offices of others, the benefactors who have been able to uplift ourselves, indeed look back and do not kick down the ladder, but make sure others are able to climb the ladder.
Yes, sir.
Madam Speaker, again, having been around for a little while, there's a tradition in the Parliament of every year, annually, either the Cabinet, if you're in the Cabinet, or if you're in the Senate, there's a luncheon meeting with the Governor General. And I've had the opportunity to have lunch with the Honorable Lady Hannah Late, the Honorable Dame Margaret Pinling, His Excellency C.A. Smith, and our current Governor General. And they have been, to the one, all very good experiences. We've had good exchanges.
Yes.
And it's an opportunity for us to take a step back from the heat of the politics and have camaraderie amongst ourselves. And I remember a couple of exchanges. I remember when the Honorable Lady Hannah was Governor General, and I was in the Senate along with the father of the Honorable Member for Michael. And we were sitting around the lunch table, and the subject went to fishing.
John Lee would be proud of you.
And the late John Lee was waxing eloquent about fishing. And the Governor General lady says, that's interesting. She says, do you have a boat? He says, well, no, I don't have a boat, but I have a friend who lets me have access to it anytime I want. He says, that's the best kind of boat to have.
That's right.
And we all had a laugh. And I remember lunching with His Excellency Sir Arthur Folkes.
Oh, yeah.
And listening to him, and he spoke often about the importance of our traditions and why it's important for us to have traditions and ceremonies and why these things are important. And my mind went back to it when we were talking about the speech from the throne, because as the speech from the throne, all arms of government are present, and it's from the judiciary to the, of course, the executive, the parliament, the diplomatic corps, the civil society, the public, everybody is present because it demonstrates that we are transitioning power from one administration to the next, whether it be one political party to the next or not. This is the transition of power, and this is the validation of the choice of the Bahamian people.
Yes.
And listening to the speech from the throne, my understanding, each political party in seeking to woo the Bahamian people will present either their blueprint or their manifesto or their plans to the public. Public makes their decision. Party then translate that blueprint into a speech which indicates their legislative agenda. That is then taken to the cabinet. Legislation is then brought to the House of Assembly, debated, and in that way the House of Assembly is accountable to the Bahamian people. And so we come full circle. We make commitments to the Bahamian people. It's outlined in the speech from the throne. The executive crystallizes it, is brought to the House of Assembly, and this is where we are accountable to the Bahamian people. And so we have come full circle. And then the member for Kid Island said something here this morning in his remarks in celebration of the American independence when he says, government draws its legitimacy from the consent of the people. And so we are only legitimized because we have the consent of the Bahamian people. And so behind all of the pomp and pageantry and the band and the music and the dresses and all of that is the Bahamian people. The speech from the throne itself, Madam Speaker, recognizes that the will of the Bahamian people was expressed on May 12th in the election. And it recognizes that because of that will and the decision of the Bahamian people to continue with the Progressive Liberal Party, we can look forward to stability and a continuity whereby we can build on progress without having to start over, having to stop, review, and cancel, reset, cancel, rename, or whatever we want to call it. I remember, Madam Speaker, talking about stopping and starting over, looking at the baseball stadium and realizing that it would cost, because of all of the stops and the delays and all of this sort of stuff, it costs us now to take $1 million.
Yep.
And just being sad. The Bahamian people. And so continuity that comes with re-election means that the initiatives can continue, they can bear fruit, particularly the initiatives in terms of infrastructure, financial reform, all of the initiatives, the energy reform, et cetera, they can continue. Speech also recognizes, as has been said in here today, Madam Speaker, that because the government was re-elected, that doesn't mean that every problem is solved. There's no victory lap. There's no patting oneself on the back. There's a recognition that we still face many, many challenges. Yes. Paramount amongst them, the cost of living, climate change, the climate impact, the geopolitical global uncertainty that continues to roil the world's economy and impact us, the migration problem, the rise of artificial intelligence and rising competition from amongst our peers. And so there are many challenges that continue to face this administration. There's a recognition of that, and there's a commitment to deal with these issues. And so it's arranged, it addresses all of these issues, Madam Speaker, building on economic progress, Grand Bahama and the Family Islands, the importance of workers' rights, food security, energy, housing, education, healthcare, safety and security, the impact of technology, and that impact on how we can use technology for national development. And so a recognition, progress has been made, but there's a lot of work left to be done. Very importantly, I believe, Madam Speaker, is the fact that even in the budget debate that we just completed, some of those very issues that were highlighted in the speech from the throne have already been addressed. And so when the speech from the throne spoke about real property tax relief, we have the real property tax amendments which we just recently passed to assist homeowners. When it spoke about requests for business plans to bring more transparency to state-owned enterprises, we saw a number of them being laid during the budget debate. Many more to come, but progress being made. Spoke about Family Island development, and we extended the Family Island Development Encouragement Act during the budget debate. Spoke about pension reform, we laid the pension white paper. And we amended the Tariff Act to reduce customs duties, again, to continue to impact the cost of living. And so through legislation during the budget, as well as through budget allocations, we see action already being taken to implement some of the initiatives outlined in the speech from the throne. So the work has already been done, have already started. And so we look forward to continuing the work on behalf of the Bahamian people who, no matter what anybody says, the Bahamian people resoundingly provided this administration with a vote of confidence on May 12, 2026. Progress. And so I want to thank Her Excellency not only for delivering a most gracious speech from the throne, but for continuing to be a shining example of what true servant leadership and public service is all about, beginning in 1963 as a nurse and continuing even today as Governor General, but importantly as a community leader, a pastor, a counselor, a listening ear, a valued member of the community, a neighbor. And so, Madam Speaker, I support the resolution.
Yeah. Well done, well done. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Who's next?
Can we go?
Who's ready? Who's going?
Should we go to wrap up?
Thank you, Madam
The
Speaker.
chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today once again on behalf of the people, the great people of Freetown, whom I've had the profound privilege to represent in this honorable House. Before I begin my contribution, I wish to extend my deepest condolences to the families, loved ones, friends, and all affected by this tragic traffic accident this past weekend that claimed the lives of 5 young Bahamian women. This tragic incident occurred on Shirley Street, which is in the Freetown constituency, and it has deeply affected our entire nation. My prayers remain with the families who are mourning and with those who are injured and continue to recover. May God continue to grant them strength, comfort, and peace during this difficult time, and may the souls of those who lost their lives rest in eternal peace. The people of Freetown have placed a tremendous responsibility upon me by electing me to this House. I remain deeply humbled and grateful for the confidence, and I intend to honor that trust by working diligently, listening carefully, and always advocating for their interests while serving the national interests of our Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, before I proceed, I also wish to bring to the attention that there was a fire over the weekend at the public pavilion at the Malcolm Park / Betty Cole Park on East Bay Street that appears to be significant damage to the structure, and I trust that the relevant authorities will assess the damage promptly and advise the public on the way forward. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank Her Excellency the Governor General for the delivery of the speech to the throne, from the throne, which outlines the government's legislative agenda for this new Parliament. It now falls on this honorable House to examine that agenda carefully and determine whether it meets the hopes, the expectations of the Bahamian people. In just a few days, Bahamians throughout our country will celebrate the 53rd anniversary of our independence. For me, independence carries an added personal significance. My firstborn son was born on July 10th. He will be 6 years old, the very day our nation celebrates its independence. But each year, as I celebrate his birthday, I am reminded that the decisions we make in this honorable House are not only about today, but about the country we leave to the next generation. Independence is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for reflection. It is a time to reflect on the sacrifices that secured our freedom to celebrate how far we have come and to recommit ourselves to building an even stronger Bahamas. That is why this discussion on the speech from the throne is very important. The speech from the throne should do more than outline the government's legislative agenda. It should set out a clear vision for the future of our country and provide the Bahamian people with the confidence that tomorrow will be better than today. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people have made their decision, and in our democracy, that decision must always be respected. The government has the responsibility to govern. the opposition has the responsibility to ensure that the government remains accountable to the people, and that means supporting measures that are in the national interests, but also asking the difficult questions where necessary and offering constructive alternatives. Both responsibilities are essential to a strong parliamentary democracy. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne contains an ambitious legislative agenda. It addresses the economy, crime, education, housing, technology, immigration, governance, and national development. And many of the proposals deserve serious consideration. Some we may support in principle. Others require further clarification before we can properly assess. As I considered the speech from the throne, one question remained in my mind. What differences at the end of this exercise will these proposals make in the everyday lives of Bahamians, and how will we track that? Will families find it easier truly to afford groceries? Will young people truly have greater opportunities? Will businesses truly find it easier to invest? Will the government services truly become more efficient? And will our communities truly become safer? Ultimately, Madam Speaker, the success of this speech will not be measured by the number of bills brought before this Parliament over the past few days. It will be measured by whether the lives of ordinary Bahamians, their lives improve. That is the standard by which this should be judged. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne highlights what the government considers to be the economic progress made over the past 5 years. Every Bahamian wants to see our economy succeed, because a strong economy benefits us all. However, the true measure of a strong economy is not found only in these statistics. And so these pressures that I'm speaking about are not theoretical. As I walk throughout Freetown, parents speak to me about the rising cost of groceries. Seniors tell me about the increasing cost of electricity and medication. Small business owners tell me, and they describe the challenges to keep their doors open while their operating expenses continue to rise. One resident recently said to me, "I work hard every day, but it feels like my paycheck doesn't stretch as far as it used to." That conversation is a constant, because I know it reflects the experience of many Bahamian families. An economy may be growing on paper, but if families cannot feel that growth around their kitchen table, then much more work remains to be done. Madam Speaker, the government has announced an intention to introduce modern competition legislation to protect consumers from price fixing, abuse of market dominance, and unfair pricing practices. Every Bahamian deserves a marketplace that is fair, competitive, and transparent. As Parliament considers this legislation, we will carefully examine how it will be enforced and whether it will provide meaningful protection for consumers. Ultimately, Bahamian families will judge its success by a simple measure: does it make life more affordable? Madam Speaker, the government has also committed to reviewing the real property tax regime. And as Parliament considers these reforms, homeowners will rightly expect clarity on who will benefit, what position this relief will take, and when those changes can reasonably be expected. Madam Speaker, another proposal that caught my attention is the commitment to introduce mandatory timelines for development approvals. This is something that homeowners, contractors, entrepreneurs, and investors have requested for many years. If implemented properly, it has the potential to reduce unnecessary delays, improve confidence in government, and encourage economic activity. However, timelines alone are not enough. The agencies responsible must have the staffing, technology, and accountability necessary to consistently meet those timelines. Madam Speaker, the government also proposes requiring state-owned enterprises to submit binding business plans with measurable performance targets. And that's a sensible objective. But the reality is, accountability should not end with the preparation of a business plan. Parliament should receive regular reports so that Bahamian people can see whether these corporations are actually meeting the standards being set. Madam Speaker, the success of these proposals will ultimately be measured by whether families can better afford the cost of living, whether businesses find it easier to grow, whether young people have greater opportunities, and whether more Bahamians have confidence in their personal economic future. That is the standard the Bahamian people will apply, and that is the standard Parliament should apply as well. Madam Speaker, let me now turn to another issue that concerns many Bahamians, which is crime, national security, and immigration. The safety and security of the Bahamian people must always remain amongst the highest responsibilities of any government. The speech from the throne outlines a number of proposals, including strengthening our gun laws, expanding specialist firearm courts, establishing a backlog reduction court, creating a dedicated sexual offenses court, and continuing the government's 5-pillar crime strategy. Every member of this House wants to see a safer community. However, if these measures help to achieve these objectives, we need to ask some very important questions. How will these commitments be translated into results? Will our law enforcement agencies receive the resources that they truly need? Will our courts have the capacity to reduce delays and hear the cases more efficiently? Will victims see justice delivered more quickly? Those are the outcomes that Bahamian people do and will expect. And those are certainly the expectations of the people of Freetown, who deserve to feel safe in their homes, their businesses, and their communities. The speech also highlights several immigration reforms, including stronger penalties for abuse of the work permit system. As these reforms come before Parliament, we will carefully examine whether they strengthen border security, improve enforcement, and protect the integrity of our immigration system while respecting the rule of law. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne outlined several important initiatives, including the continued implementation of the Education Act, making pre-primary education universal and compulsory for the age of 4, expanding Upskill Bahamas, and introducing legislation to govern AI, artificial intelligence. I agree. Every Bahamian child deserves access to quality education, regardless of where they live and the circumstances into which they are born. However, as Parliament considers these initiatives, we must also ask an important question. Will these reforms improve educational outcomes in the medium to long-term benefit of all Bahamian students? Is it not enough for children to attend school, but how will we ensure that we are getting our kids back in school? They must leave school equipped with literacy, critical thinking, and digital skills needed to succeed in a rapidly changing world. Our teachers must also be given the adequate training, resources, and support they need to prepare students for that future. In Freetown, I have met with young people with remarkable talent and ambition. Students with big dreams, young entrepreneurs with innovative ideas, and young people who simply are looking for someone to believe in them. Our responsibility is not merely to tell them that they are the future, it is to ensure that they have every opportunity to succeed in the present. Madam Speaker, I was particularly interested in seeing the artificial intelligence aspect of this, which is transforming education, healthcare, and tourism. The Bahamas cannot afford to be left behind. But as we embrace these technologies, we must also ensure that Bahamians are prepared to benefit from them. That means we must invest even more heavily into digital skills, encouraging innovation, supporting entrepreneurship, and creating more opportunities for young people to compete globally. Madam Speaker, our young people are among our country's greatest talents. They are creative, they are ambitious, and they do not simply want opportunities overseas. They want opportunities here in the Bahamas. They want to start businesses. They want meaningful careers, and they want to own homes, raise families, and contribute to the continued development of our nation. Our responsibility must be to continually create an environment in which they can do that. Before I conclude, Madam Speaker, I want to touch briefly on one final area. The speech from the throne speaks to continuing the work of the National Development Plan, strengthening the Freedom of Information Act, modernizing government services, and expanding digital transformation across the public sector. These are important initiatives. However, the proposed expansion of digital government has the potential to improve the Bahamas and interact with government by reducing these delays. An informed public strengthens our democracy and builds confidence in institutions. Our country deserves a long-term vision that encourages investment, strengthens our institutions, develops our people, and prepares us for the challenges and the opportunities of the future. I will conclude with where I began. In just a few days, our nation will celebrate the 53rd anniversary of our independence. It is a time to celebrate our achievements, honor those who came before us, and recommit to building a better Bahamas. As members of this House, our responsibility is to examine that agenda carefully, ensure that the government is held accountable for the commitments made to the Bahamian people. Our role as the opposition is to keep them in check. The Bahamian people expect us to lead with integrity, debate with respect, and always place the national interests above partisan interests. As the Member of Parliament for Freetown, I will continue to be a strong voice for the people who entrusted me with this responsibility, serving them with humility, dedication, and hard work, while always remembering that every decision made in this chamber affects families throughout the Bahamas. My hope is that the work of this Parliament will not simply be remembered for the legislation it passes, but for the difference it makes in the lives of our people. If our economy is stronger, our communities are safer, if our government is more accountable, if our young people can have greater opportunities, then we will have honored the trust that the Bahamian people have placed in all of us. Madam Speaker, every generation is given an opportunity to shape the future of our nation. As we celebrate 53 years, we have a very long way to go. But this opposition will ensure that we advocate for Bahamians, that we hold the government accountable, and that we do just by the Bahamian people. Let us leave our children a Bahamas that is safer, stronger, more prosperous, and more unified than the one we inherited, because that is the true measure of what service in this House is about. May God continue to bless this honorable House. May God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and may God continue to bless our beloved nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Madam Speaker, as I get up with great alacrity, may the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart always be acceptable in thy sight, O God, my strength and my Redeemer. Madam Speaker, as I commence my contribution this afternoon, permit me to acknowledge two matters of national significance. First, I wish to join others in extending congratulations to the people of the United States of America as they commemorate their 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. I had the privilege, Madam Speaker, of attending the celebration hosted by the United States here in Nassau at the invitation of His Excellency Herschel Walker, Ambassador of the United States to the Bahamas. The occasion reminded me, Madam Speaker, that the friendship between the Bahamas and the United States did not begin with diplomatic recognition, nor even with the birth of the American Republic. It has been forged over centuries through shared history, commerce, migration, and above all, the enduring ties of family and kinship. Indeed, Madam Speaker, one of the earliest chapters of that relationship can be found in Eleuthera, when the Eleutheran adventurers struggled to establish what would become the first permanent English settlement in the Bahamas. It was the Puritan communities of New England that came to their assistance. In gratitude, the adventurers sent a cargo of Bruselito wood to Boston with instructions that the proceeds be used for the benefit of what was then to become Harvard College. Centuries later, Madam Speaker, that small colonial college stands as one of the world's greatest institutions of higher learning. It is a remarkable reminder that Bahamian history forms part of the earliest story of one of America's greatest institutions. The connections did not stop there, Madam Speaker. William Sale, the leader of the Eleutheran adventurers and the founder of the first English settlement in the Bahamas, would later become the first governor of the province of Carolina, helping to establish yet another enduring link between our islands and what would eventually become the United States. The centuries that followed, Madam Speaker, only strengthened those bonds. Our peoples traded together, worshipped together, studied together, married into one another's families, and built communities whose histories remain intertwined to this day. During the Second World War, Bahamians stood alongside the Allied nations in defense of freedom, while our islands played an important strategic role in the Allied war effort. Those shared experiences and sacrifices further deepened a friendship that had already been centuries in the making. Today, Bahamians and American families share common roots, common histories, and common aspirations. In many respects, the relationship between our two countries is not simply one between neighboring nations. It is one between neighboring families. I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, that this enduring friendship will continue to deepen for generations to come. Madam Speaker, I also wish to acknowledge with profound sadness the incident that has touched our nation over the weekend. That is the loss of life over the weekend. Madam Speaker, my thoughts and prayers are with every family that mourns the loved ones, and I pray that Almighty God will grant them strength, comfort, and peace in the difficult days ahead. Eternal rest grant unto each of them, O Lord, and let your light perpetual shine upon them. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the purpose of my contribution to the debate of the motion of thanks for the speech from the throne. Madam Speaker, in keeping with the best traditions of this honorable House, I begin by expressing my sincere thanks to Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Cynthia Pratt, Governor General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for the grace, her dignity, and distinction with which she discharged her constitutional duty in delivering the government's program to this Parliament. Madam Speaker, I am minded that the principal purpose of this debate is to consider the program of the government as outlined in the speech from the throne. I will come to that program shortly. But if I may be permitted, Madam Speaker, to do so, I wish to say a few words about the remarkable lady who delivered it. Too often in our national life, we wait until our nation builders have departed before we honor them. We become eloquent at funerals. We praise them in memorials. We celebrate their lives when they are no longer here with us. Today, Madam Speaker, I do not wish to make that mistake. Approximately 1 year ago, while reflecting on the soul and the life and the legacy of Dr. Marjorie Sweet Potato Francis, I recalled the words of the prophet Isaiah, chapter 62, in verse 6, where he said, I have set watchmen upon thy walls, O Jerusalem, which shall never hold their peace day or night. The prophet speaks, Madam Speaker, of those whose lives are devoted to the welfare of others, men and women, who keep watch, who pray without ceasing, and who never tire of serving their communities. As I listened to Her Excellency deliver the speech from the throne, my mind returned immediately to that passage. Like Dr. Francis, Her Excellency has spent a lifetime among the people. She has walked with us. She has prayed with us, fought with us, comforted us, and encouraged us. She has stood as one of those watchmen described by the prophet, not over buildings or institutions, but over people. Madam Speaker, there is a reason why the lady who now occupies the office of Governor General is affectionately known throughout this country and indeed the world as Mother. That title was not bestowed by protocol. It was earned through decades of selfless service and unwavering love for the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, I speak not from a distance, I speak from personal knowledge. My association with Mother Pratt, if I may beg leave to call her that, began decades ago. I remember as a student at the College of the Bahamas, I remember being introduced to her once again by the late Arlene Albury during the days when Dr. Keva Bethel and Portia Smith were helping to shape the institution. Mother Pratt served as sports director, and even then, she was shaping lives, opening doors, and inspiring young people to pursue opportunities they never imagined possible. She became one of the most remarkable advocates for helping young Bahamians secure scholarships and opportunities for higher education. Many young people realized their dreams because of Mother Pratt, and because, most importantly, she believed in them. Sometimes even when their parents gave up on them, and sometimes even before they believed in themselves. What has always impressed me, Madam Speaker, most is that despite every honor bestowed upon her, she has remained rooted in her community. She never allowed elevation to create separation. She remained accessible. She remained authentic. She remained Mother. Years later, I had the privilege of serving alongside her during the early years of urban renewal when I was a senior police officer, and she was the minister responsible for national security. I saw firsthand her compassion, her courage, and her commitment to the ordinary Bahamian. Later still, as Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security, I again worked alongside her as co-chair of urban renewal. The qualities I had admired as a student and later as a police officer has not changed. Her compassion had not diminished. Her faith had not weakened. Her commitment to people had not wavered. Even beyond public life, Madam Speaker, Mother Pratt has been there during some of the most difficult moments of my life with counsel, with encouragement and prayer. We have prayed together. We have cried together. We have flown together. We have driven together. We have laughed together, and we have celebrated together. That is who she is. Not only in ceremony, not only in office, not only when the cameras are present. She is a servant leader, a lady of deep faith, quiet strength, enduring compassion, virtuous, steadfast, abounding in self-confidence, and above all, she is a woman of God. It is therefore altogether fitting that a lady whose life has been devoted to serving the people should now occupy the highest office in our country as Governor General. And she faithfully discharged the solemn constitutional responsibilities entrusted to that great office, including the delivery of the speech from the throne. Madam Speaker, I thank Her Excellency not only for the dignity with which she delivered the speech, but for the life of service that gave credibility and meaning to every word she spoke. Madam Speaker, having paid tribute to Her Excellency, I now turn to the program she so ably delivered on behalf of this government, Choose Progress. That speech, Madam Speaker, from the throne must be viewed in its proper context. It follows a general election in which the Bahamian people were asked to judge the stewardship of the PLP administration, to weigh our record against the alternatives, and to determine the course they wished the country to take over the next 5 years. Their decision, Madam Speaker, was abundantly, evidently, uncontradictably clear. They renewed the mandate of this government and, in so doing, reaffirmed their confidence in the direction in which the country is moving. Never mind the noise in the market. It is the price of the fish. That renewed mandate, Madam Speaker, is both an honor and a profound responsibility. It is an acknowledgement of the progress that has been made, but equally, it is a clear instruction from the Bahamian people that they are safe with Brave. Madam Speaker, no one seriously suggests that every challenge facing our country has been resolved. The Bahamians know better than that, and so do we. But they also know the difference between a government that delivers and an opposition that simply criticizes. Due to the hard work of this Davis-led Progressive Liberal Party administration, the Bahamian people have seen an economy regain its footing, investor confidence returned and restored, Bahamians going back to work, communities receiving long overdue attention, housing construction resume after years of stagnation, and the Bahamian people have seen land reform move beyond discussion and become the subject of real legislative and administrative action. That is the foundation, Madam Speaker, upon which this speech from the throne is built. It is not a catalogue of aspirations drafted in the hope that one day they might be achieved. It is the continuation of a program already in motion. It builds upon work that has begun, reforms that are underway, and commitments that this PLP government has already demonstrated it is prepared to honor. For me, as Minister of Housing and Land Reform, there is one aspect of this speech that speaks with particular force. It is this government's unwavering commitment to expanding opportunities through home ownership and land reform. Madam Speaker, housing is far too important to be reduced to political slogans. It affects the dignity of families, the stability of communities, and economic future of our nation. That is why, from the day we assumed office, we made a conscientious decision that housing would once again become a national priority. Members opposite spoke often about housing. They announced ambitious targets. They made impressive promises, but housing is not built by promises. It is built by identifying land, providing infrastructure, securing financing, engaging contractors, and delivering keys to Bahamian families. That is the difference between making announcements and governing. That is the difference, Madam Speaker, between the PLP and the FNM. This administration chose the harder path. We chose the work of delivery. We restarted projects that had stalled. We resumed construction. We invested in the infrastructure required to support new communities. We advanced land reform. We strengthened the institutions responsible for delivering houses, and we placed Bahamian families into homes. The commitments contained in the speech from the throne, Madam Speaker, they tell the Bahamian people that the Bahamian people, the PLP government, is not changing course. Construction will continue. communities will continue to grow. Land reform will continue. The modernization of land administration will continue. The work of regularizing title will continue. And the effort to make home ownership more accessible and more affordable for working Bahamians will continue. Madam Speaker, governments are ultimately judged not by the promises they make, but by the lives they improve. Long after speeches have been forgotten and political arguments have faded, Bahamian families will still be living in the homes this government built. That is the measure of success to which we aspire, and that is the commitment affirmed in the speech from the throne. Madam Speaker, I have often said that a home is far more than four walls and a roof. It is security. It is dignity. It is stability. It is the place where children are raised, where families are strengthened, and dreams take root. But a home also requires something more. It requires land. It requires title. It requires certainty. A family cannot fully build its future on uncertainty. And too many Bahamians for too long have lived, built, and sacrificed on land without the full security that proper title provides. That is why housing and land reform must move together. We cannot speak seriously about home ownership if we are all not serious about land regularization. We cannot speak, Madam Speaker, about generational wealth if families cannot prove, protect, borrow against, or pass on what they have worked so hard to acquire. We cannot speak about ownership while leaving Bahamians trapped in old systems, unclear records, and unresolved title issues. The speech from the throne, Madam Speaker, makes clear that this PLP government has no intention of slowing down. More homes will be built, more communities must be developed, and more land must be made available. More titles must be regularized. More families must be brought from uncertainty into ownership. And more Bahamians must be given the opportunity to hold, to improve, and pass on something of lasting value. Madam Speaker, long after the debates in this chamber have ended, and long after the headlines have faded, the work will be measured in real lives. Families will live in the homes we build. Children will grow up in the communities we develop. Parents will sleep more peacefully because the land beneath them is secure. And future generations will inherit not confusion, but certainty. That is the measure, Madam Speaker, of public service. The speech from the throne is therefore more than a statement of legislative intent. It is a declaration that the government intends to finish what it had started. It recognizes that the confidence placed in us by the Bahamian people carries with it an obligation not merely to govern, but to deliver, not merely to announce, but to accomplish. Madam Speaker, there is still much to do, but we know why the work matters. Every home built strengthens a family. Every title regularized strengthens ownership. Every piece of land brought into productive use strengthens opportunity. Every new community developed strengthens our nation. That is our responsibility. That is our mandate. That is our commitment. And by God's grace and mercy, and under the able, steady, and competent leadership of one Philip Edward Brave Davis, that is exactly what this progressive Liberal Party government will do. Madam Speaker, on behalf of Carmichael, I have the tenacity to support this motion. May God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and may God continue to bless this Parliament in its deliberations, and to grant us wisdom, courage, and above all, humility to serve our people faithfully. Carmichael supports.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gate.
Madam Speaker, before I begin my contribution today, I want to join colleagues in extending my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones of those young women. And you know, I'm a mother of 3 young women. And of course, I want to express condolences to their loved ones. They would have tragically lost their lives on the weekend, as we know, in a devastating accident. But like everyone else, my heart was also very full when I heard or got the news. And I pray for those that have survived, their full and speedy recovery, and condolences on behalf of the people of Golden Gates and my family. And prayers are with those families that have been affected by this unimaginable event and this very difficult time. May those who have passed rest in eternal peace, and may God grant comfort and strength to those who mourn them. Madam Speaker, it is with profound gratitude to God and deep humility and an unwavering sense of purpose that I rise to contribute to this debate on the speech from the throne graciously delivered by Her Excellency the Governor General, Cynthia, Mother, as we affectionately know her, Dame Cynthia Pratt. Madam Speaker, I too would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the impact Her Excellency the Governor General, Dame Cynthia Pratt, has had on my life. To me, she's been far more than our nation's Governor General. She's been a mentor, a trusted friend, a source of great wisdom and encouragement throughout my journey, especially in political life. It is with her grace and her humility and her, definitely, if you know her, unwavering faith and her steadfast commitment to service that has inspired me and inspired many generations of Bahamians. So I am deeply grateful for her counsel, for her example, for the kindness she has generously extended to me over the years, because her life reminds us that true leadership is not measured by title, and she will always say this, but by character, by compassion, and by an enduring commitment to serve people and to serve others. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne is more than a constitutional address. It is the declaration of our nation's intent. It is the outline of the work that is ahead of us as administration, and the responsibilities entrusted to us, and the vision for a stronger Bahamas. Only weeks ago, the Bahamian people made history by returning our administration to office for a consecutive term for the first time in nearly 3 decades. And that decision was a vote of confidence. It was a vote for stability. It was a vote for continuity. And of course, we know it was a vote for progress. The Bahamian people examined our record and considered our vision and chose to continue this journey of national development. That confidence humbles every one of us, and it places us in an even greater responsibility role, not merely to govern, but to govern well. Madam Speaker, I am deeply grateful to our Honorable Prime Minister for once again entrusting me with the portfolio of public service and labor and the expanded responsibility for national insurance. To serve our country, Madam Speaker, as many of us have echoed in these chambers, is an extraordinary privilege. To serve in a ministry that touches the life of every Bahamian is an even greater honor. I've always believed that leadership is not about position. Leadership is stewardship. Public office is not about prestige, it's about people. Titles are temporary. Service is eternal. So, Madam Speaker, as I prepared my remarks, I reflected on the extraordinary reach of my portfolio. It extends from the birth of a child, when a mother benefits from maternity protections, to the young Bahamian seeking employment and opportunity, to the worker who deserves fairness and dignity and safe working conditions. It extends to the retiree depending on national insurance after a lifetime of contribution. So simply, as for the Ministry of Public Service, Labor, and National Insurance, our work matters because behind every policy is a person, behind every file is a family, behind every statistic is a story. And if we ever lose sight of that truth, then we've forgotten the true purpose of public service. Madam Speaker, my former pastor, theologian, and philosopher, Dr. Miles Monroe, often reminded us that the greatest act of leadership is helping others discover and fulfill their God-given purpose. Likewise, my spiritual father, Bishop Neil C. Ellis, has consistently taught that purpose demands discipline, that character must always exceed charisma, and that true leadership requires both conviction and compassion. Those principles shaped my first term, and by God's grace, they will continue to shape my second. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne presents an ambitious agenda that reflects our commitment to building a stronger Bahamas. Within my portfolio, I am especially encouraged by the commitments to modernize our Employment Act, strengthen workplace protections, introduce mental health and wellness leave, strengthen national insurance, establish a public sector contributory pension plan, create a national productivity council, and continue the digital transformation of government. These initiatives build upon the foundation already laid through consultation, partnership, and meaningful social dialogue. Madam Speaker, during the past 5 years, we pursued one of the most ambitious labor reform agenda in our nation's history. We strengthened collective bargaining. We expanded opportunities for dialogue between government, employers, and workers. We concluded historic industrial agreements that improve salaries and benefits for thousands of Bahamian workers. Within the public service, we addressed long-standing concerns by restoring promotions, confirmations, and increments, strengthening recruitment, expanding leadership development, and accelerating modernization. These achievements were never about politics. They were about restoring hope, hope that hard work would be rewarded, hope that opportunity would once again exist, and hope that public service remains a place where commitment and excellence matter. Madam Speaker, public servants remain the engine of the government. Long after debates conclude, it's public servants who continue serving the Bahamian people every single day. So to every member of the Ministry of Public Service, Labor, National Insurance, and every public servant across our nation, I express sincere gratitude. Your dedication makes government work. Madam Speaker, as we embark upon the new parliamentary term, I make 5 commitments to the Bahamian people. First, we will continue building a public service that inspires confidence, one that is modern, professional, responsive, compassionate, efficient, and worthy of the trust placed in it by every Bahamian citizen. We will continue digitizing services, reducing unnecessary delays, strengthening accountability, and embracing technology, not for its own sake, but because it allows government to serve people better. Second, we will continue building workplaces where dignity and productivity walk hand in hand. These are not competing ideals. Workers deserve fair treatment, safe workplaces, respect, and opportunities for growth. And employers deserve certainty, collaboration, and a stable industrial environment. Third, we will strengthen national insurance while protecting its long-term sustainability. That promise must endure not only for today's contributors, but for future generations as well. Fourth, we will continue investing in the greatest resource our country possesses, our people, because every dollar invested in education, skills development, leadership training, professional development, and opportunity strengthens the future of our nation. And fifth, we will continue building a culture of productivity. Productivity is not simply about working harder, it's about working smarter. It's about innovation, continuous learning, efficiency, accountability, service excellence, and national pride. Madam Speaker, while I have the honor of serving as a cabinet minister, I remain equally honored to serve as the Member of Parliament for Golden Gates. I thank the people of Golden Gates for once again placing their confidence in me. And while Parliament may recess for the summer, our service never does to our constituents. And that's why in Golden Gates, we will continue throughout the summer months. From July 13th to 17th, we will host our Golden Gates Cultural Enrichment and Empowerment Summer Camp for children ages 4 to 17. On July 18th, we will celebrate academic achievement through our Report Card Rewards program, because when our children work hard, improve, and persevere, their community should celebrate them. From July 1st through August 30th, our beloved Summer Scoops initiative returns, offering free ice cream, a warm smile, conversation, and continual connection during the summer break. And on August 22nd, before our students return to school, we will conclude the summer with our annual back-to-school slip and slide celebration. Madam Speaker, my commitment to Golden Gates extends well beyond special events. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, our constituency office remains open for office hours, community outreach, and social assistance. Our Golden Gates feeding program also continues every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, providing hot breakfast and hot lunch and deliveries to seniors, the sick, and shut-ins. Madam Speaker, as Minister of Public Service, Labor, and National Insurance, I remain fully committed to delivering the legislative agenda outlined in the speech from the throne. We will modernize our labor laws. We will strengthen workplace protections, improve customer service across government, safeguard the sustainability of national insurance, embrace innovation, and continue investing in our greatest national asset, our people. Madam Speaker, today I recommit myself before this honorable House to serve with integrity and to honor the confidence that the Bahamian people have once again placed in this government. The Apostle Paul encourages us in Galatians 6:9, let us not grow weary in doing well, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Madam Speaker, governments will build roads. Governments will build airports. Governments will build schools, hospitals, and ports. Those things are important, but they are not our greatest legacy. Our greatest legacy will always be the people we build. If we build capable public servants, empowered workers, stronger families, confident young people, protected seniors, and resilient communities, then we would have built something far greater than infrastructure. We would have built a stronger Bahamas. Because the greatest work any government will ever do is the business of building people. May Almighty God continue to bless Her Excellency, the Governor General, our Honorable Prime Minister, this Honorable Parliament, and the wonderful people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pine Ridge. Let me use number 23, okay? That's then. This now.
Madam Speaker, before I begin, I wish to pause and extend sincere condolences to the families, loved ones, friends, and communities grieving the loss of 6 young women over the weekend. Any loss of life is painful, but the loss of young lives in such tragic circumstances weighs heavily on all of us. I make special mention of Nika Julian, a daughter of Pine Ridge, whose passing is deeply felt by our constituency. May God comfort every family affected, strengthen them in this difficult hour, and may their souls rest in peace.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I rise with gratitude and optimism on behalf of the residents of Pine Ridge to thank the Governor General, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Cynthia Pratt, for her powerful delivery of the speech from the throne at the opening of Parliament last May. Her Excellency Mother Pratt, life's journey is, in her own words, from the pit to the palace, and it aptly captures her trailblazing legacy of resilience, servant leadership, community building, and philanthropy. I thank the Governor General for delivering a meaningful and impactful speech that charts an ambitious, practical, and forward-looking course for the Bahamas over the next 5 years, led by the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, our Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne is more than a statement of legislative priorities. It is a declaration of confidence in the Bahamian people, a commitment to continue building a stronger economy, modernizing government, protecting our citizens, and creating opportunities that reach every island and every community, including the wonderful people of Pine Ridge and Grand Bahama Island. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people have spoken decisively and have entrusted this Davis-led administration with a renewed mandate because they have witnessed steady leadership during challenging times. They have seen our economy recover from unprecedented crisis. They have seen confidence return to our country, investment return to our shores, and hope return to countless Bahamian families. Today, we are not beginning a journey, we are continuing one. The foundation has been laid, and now we are building upon it. As the Member of Parliament for Pine Ridge, I am especially encouraged by the government's unwavering commitment to Grand Bahama Island. For too many years, Grand Bahama carried the weight of economic uncertainty and declining confidence. We endured devastating hurricanes, and the most powerful one, Dorian, was followed immediately with the effects of a global pandemic and decades of stalled development that left many families wondering when our island's turnaround would finally come. But today, Madam Speaker, Grand Bahama stands at the threshold of a remarkable transformation. The Davis-led administration refused to accept decline as Grand Bahama's destiny. Instead, we chose innovation. We chose to resolve some legacy issues that have stagnated the island's growth for decades. The speech from the throne clearly states that Grand Bahama will continue to experience fundamental transformation through enhanced investments, economic development, strengthened partnerships, and reforms to ensure our island becomes the gateway to the Caribbean for trade, tourism, and investment. Those aren't empty words. They're a reflection of the work that is already underway. Across our island, we are witnessing unprecedented investment activity. The development of the MSC cruise port, the continued expansion of Celebration Key, the Royal Caribbean Xanadu Beach project, the Grand Bahama Shipyard redevelopment, the Innovate 242 incubator, the Afro-Caribbean Marketplace and Logistics Center, the reopening of West Sunrise Highway, the redevelopment of the Grand Lucayan Hotel, the construction of modernized healthcare facilities, including the Freeport Health Campus and Doctors Hospital, just to name a few. These projects represent billions of dollars in investment and thousands of opportunities for Bahamians. They represent construction jobs today and permanent careers tomorrow. They represent business opportunities for entrepreneurs. They represent contracts for local companies and greater opportunities for taxi drivers, tour operators, retailers, artisans, and small businesses. This government understands that when Grand Bahama succeeds, the entire country benefits. Madam Speaker, just last week I met with Grand Bahama business owners, and they said to me, "Minister, we have jobs, but we cannot find enough people to fill them."
Right.
That is what I call a good problem. It was a very different conversation from the one Grand Bahama was having a few years ago. Madam Speaker, That is one of the reasons we created Welcoming Home. Welcoming Home was not just an event. It was a call to Grand Bahamians at home and abroad to reconnect with the island, a call to the diaspora to look again at Grand Bahama, a call to entrepreneurs, professionals, investors, creatives, tradesmen, and families to see that something...
Member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, I'd rather ask a question than to make the assertion if the minister would permit. If not, I could proceed with the assertion. If not, the point of order is she's misleading the public, Madam Speaker. We would like to know, both of us represent constituencies and phrase that in Central Grand Bahama as well. All of us, Madam Speaker, have a list of persons who are unemployed. So it's either that the minister is aware of pretty much persons who need folks and don't have the courtesy or interest in their welfare to refer those employers to the other members of Parliament, or what she is saying is intentionally misleading the public about the state of the economy in Grand Bahama. We have vacancies. We have persons who are looking to fill vacancies. Certainly she's never contacted me or any of us. So it's either she's misleading or she's selfish.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Golden Gate.
Madam Speaker, I just want to, for the sake of public knowledge, respond to the member for Marco City, respond to all members of Parliament here. The Bahamas Department of Labor, I think the member for Pine Ridge also alluded in her speech. We have more jobs, opportunities that are available throughout the country. The Bahamas Department of Labor, we continue to update our job seekers portal. Jobs are available throughout the country, so we don't even need to rely on a particular member of Parliament. All citizens need to do is register in the portal, no matter where they are located in the world, and job opportunities are available where they will be placed based on their qualifications. Additionally, we have programs such as the National Apprenticeship Program, the National Youth Guard, Upskill Bahamas, DigiLearn. We have an ecosystem at Opportunity Hub where there's national training agency, where there's opportunities not only to gain employment, but to earn while you learn through these type of opportunities. I think the government has done an excellent job of providing opportunities where where there is a skill set gap that we are able to engage. Even where there is a skill set gap, where we're able to provide opportunities for training for persons to be engaged. So where there's an employment issue or your constituents are seeking employment, Marco City, all colleagues, please encourage them to not only go onto Opportunity Hub, but to check in with the Department of Labor Job Seekers website. And we would love to have a job fair in your constituency if you so desire. We'd be open to that.
Thank you, honourable member.
Okay.
The point is, the member, I listened to others talk from other islands. I'm saying the member said she met with business persons in Grand Bahama. What I'm saying is essentially there are at least 3 constituencies represented by the Free National Movement that have a list of persons who are unemployed. So I'm wondering, is her experience with those business persons indicating that they're looking for workers and can't find them accurate? Or, Madam Speaker, because if that is the case, she could easily refer them to any of us. She could say, listen, we have exhausted the persons we have in Pine Ridge. Are there persons in your constituency? Because we're not having that same experience, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member.
It's not a point of order.
We'll send you the website. We'll send you the website.
Department of Labor. What's the website again?
Job seekers.
Job seekers. Madam Speaker, economic growth must never be measured solely by impressive statistics. For Grand Bahama, not just because we have the lowest unemployment rate in 18 years, not just because we are the fastest growing destination in the Bahamas for visitor arrivals with a 91% increase. Economic growth must be reflected in the lives of ordinary Bahamians. Madam Speaker, housing remains one of the most pressing concerns throughout Grand Bahama. Many young professionals dream of home ownership, Many families struggle to find quality rental accommodation. Many seniors deserve safe and dignified housing. The government's commitment to expanding affordable homes and rent-to-own initiatives, strengthening tenant protections, and establishing a residential tenancy authority represents a significant step toward addressing these concerns. Every Bahamian deserves a safe place to call home. Housing is not simply about buildings, it is about dignity, security, opportunity, and stronger communities. Madam Speaker, I am equally encouraged by the government's continued investment in health care. The development of the health campus in Freeport represents one of the most transformative healthcare initiatives in Grand Bahamas history. And Madam Speaker, progress on the Freeport Health Campus is real. For generations, Grand Bahamians have had to travel to New Providence for specialized medical treatment. Families have faced emotional hardship and financial strain simply to access health care. This investment means greater access, better facilities, expanded services, improved outcomes for our people. And Madam Speaker, education remains the foundation upon which every successful nation is built. This government understands that investing in education is investing in the future. Universal pre-primary education, curriculum reform, teacher development, Upskill Bahamas, and DigiLearn are not isolated initiatives. They form part of a comprehensive strategy to prepare Bahamians for increasingly competitive global economy. For Grand Bahama, where we continue attracting investments in tourism, logistics, and maritime industries, developing our human capital has never been more important. As quoted by the Minister of Education, our greatest resource isn't our beaches, it's our people. I particularly welcome the government's focus on strengthening the rights of workers. The proposed employment bill represents the most significant modernization of labor protections in generations. Expanded maternity protections, mental health and wellness leave, safeguards for working parents. These reforms recognize that economic success should never come at the expense of the well-being of workers. Strong economies require protected workers, healthy workers, productive workers, and respected workers. And Madam Speaker, energy is central to Grand Bahama's next chapter. The speech from the throne speaks to reliable and affordable energy, consumer protection, energy equity, and support for renewable energy and energy-efficient systems. These are not abstract commitments. Grand Bahamians have carried high energy costs for far too long. And now, with the government's energy reform agenda moving forward, residents and businesses are beginning to feel relief. We must continue that work with urgency, discipline, and accountability. Because lower energy costs supports families, strengthen small businesses, improve competitiveness, and help position Grand Bahama as one of the strongest engines of growth in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne also recognizes the tremendous importance of food security. By encouraging local agriculture, supporting farmers, and creating stronger connections between tourism and domestic food production, this government is helping build a more resilient Bahamas. On Grand Bahama, through the Innovate 242 Agritech Initiative, a partnership with the Ministry for Grand Bahamas Collab Unit, Demetra, BTVI, and BAMSI, we are preparing young people to turn agriculture, technology, and innovation into food security, careers, and entrepreneurship for the future. With proper investment and innovation, our island can play an even greater role in strengthening national food security while creating employment opportunities for our people. Madam Speaker, long before becoming Minister for Grand Bahama, I've had the privilege of working closely with many young Bahamians. They are talented, creative, innovative, ambitious. They are not asking government to build their dreams. They are asking government to create the conditions where those dreams can flourish. That is exactly what this legislative agenda seeks to accomplish. Investment in technology, artificial intelligence governance, digital government services, cybersecurity, skills development, entrepreneurship. These initiatives prepare our young people today for the economy of tomorrow, not the economy of yesterday. And through the Innovate 242 Incubator and the Young Innovators Club on Grand Bahama, we are preparing our young people today. Madam Speaker, as advocate and promoter of the creative industry, orange economy, I'm especially pleased by the government's continued commitment to the creative economy with the dedicated Ministry of Culture, Arts, and Heritage. For years, artists, musicians, filmmakers, writers, performers, and designers have contributed enormously to Bahamian culture while often receiving limited institutional support. The establishment of CAPAS, greater protection of intellectual property, support for film production, an online rights registry. These initiatives acknowledge that creativity is not merely culture. Creativity is commerce. It creates jobs, it attracts investment. Creativity tells the Bahamian story to the world. At its heart, the speech from the throne is about people. Every initiative outlined seeks to improve the lives of Bahamian people. That is the measure by which history will judge this administration. Madam Speaker, the people of Pine Ridge have placed tremendous confidence in me to continue representing their interests. I remain committed to advocating for safer communities, improved infrastructure, expanded economic opportunities, youth development, stronger neighborhoods, and a better quality of life for residents. As Grand Bahama continues its resurgence, I intend to ensure that Pine Ridge remains an integral part of that success story. We are no longer speaking about what Grand Bahama could be. We are witnessing what Grand Bahama is becoming: an island of opportunity, an island of innovation, an island of investment, an island prepared to lead the next chapter of national economic development. The journey ahead will require continued partnership. Government cannot achieve these goals alone. Business leaders, community organizations, faith leaders, educators, young people, seniors, public servants, every Bahamian has a role to play in building the nation we desire. Together, we can create stronger communities. Together, we can strengthen our economy. Together, we can create opportunities for future generations. Together, we can build the Bahamas where prosperity reaches every island, every settlement, every family, and every child. The speech from the throne presents a clear vision rooted in confidence rather than complacency, in progress rather than promises, in action rather than rhetoric. For Pine Ridge, it represents continued opportunity. For Grand Bahama, it represents continued momentum. For the Bahamas, it represents continued progress. Madam Speaker, with confidence in this government's agenda, confidence in the resilience of the Bahamian people, and confidence in the bright future that lies ahead for Grand Bahama and our beloved Commonwealth, Pine Ridge wholeheartedly thanks the Governor General, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Cynthia Pratt, for her delivery of the speech from the throne. May God continue to bless the people of Pine Ridge. May God continue to bless Grand Bahama. And may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I turn to the substance of my contribution, I wish to pause and reflect on the events of the past weekend, which reminded us of both the extraordinary promise of our young people and the precious fragility of life itself. Over the weekend, hundreds of young Bahamian swimmers and a few international guests gathered in Nassau to compete at the 54th Bahamas National Swim Championships. I extend heartfelt congratulations to every athlete who stepped on the starting block, every coach who devoted countless hours to preparation, every parent who sacrificed time and resources to support their children, and every official and volunteer who made those 4 days of championship competition possible. Those young people represent far more than sporting excellence. They represent discipline, perseverance, sacrifice, and the possibility that emerges when talent is nurtured by family, community, and opportunity. Through you, Madam Speaker, I also extend congratulations to the Mako Aquatics Club on what I believe is their 8th straight championship. I want to give special recognition to the members for Yamacraw and Golden Isles, whose sons contributed to that Mako victory. But, Madam Speaker, even as we celebrate the achievements of so many of our young people, our nation was confronted by profound tragedy. 5 young women lost their lives in separate traffic accidents over the course of the weekend, including 4 young women whose lives were cut short in a devastating collision here in New Providence, and another young woman in Grand Bahama. As a mother of a teenage daughter, I found myself not only thinking of the lives that were lost, but of the hopes they carried and the dreams they had yet to fulfill, the unimaginable grief now borne by the families who loved them. Today, through you, Madam Speaker, I extend deepest condolences to their parents, siblings, relatives, classmates, teammates, and friends. And I pray that God grants them comfort, strength, and peace in the difficult days ahead. These tragedies remind us that every person traveling on our roads is somebody's child, somebody's parent, somebody's sibling, and somebody's friend. Every life is precious. Madam Speaker, I also join in my colleagues in congratulating our closest neighbor, the United States, on the celebration of their 250th anniversary of independence. As Bahamians, we too now look forward to celebrating our 53rd anniversary of independence with flags, music, junkanoo, and ceremonies honoring all that we have achieved as a people, and rightly so. But moments of national celebration must also invite moments of national reflection. Independence is not measured only by anniversaries, but it is measured by the country we continue to build, and whether our young people have opportunities to succeed, whether families feel safe, whether public institutions command confidence, and whether public services work efficiently, and whether the lives of ordinary Bahamians improve from year to year. Patriotism is expressed not only through celebration, but through service, responsible leadership, and the daily work of building a nation worthy of the next generation. That, Madam Speaker, is why public policy cannot remain theoretical. It must strengthen the institutions which our citizens depend. It must protect the vulnerable. It must create opportunity for the ambitious. And ultimately, it must improve the everyday lives of the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of the resolution thanking the Governor General for her most gracious speech at the opening of Parliament. At the outset, I thank Her Excellency for faithfully discharging her constitutional duty in outlining the government's legislative program for this new Parliament. Her Excellency has continued to embody the title Mother, and while making the office of the Governor General distinctly her own, and our nation is better because of it. She's another strong example of female leadership for us to follow. The speech from the throne occupies an important place within our constitutional democracy. It sets out the government's priorities, its legislative intentions, and its vision for the administration of our country over the coming parliamentary term. But it also provides this honorable House with one of its most important responsibilities: not merely to listen, not merely to applaud, but to examine, to question, to evaluate, and to, where necessary, to challenge. Because that is the role that Parliament was created to perform. Madam Speaker, the speech delivered was undoubtedly ambitious. It spoke to economic expansion, housing reform, healthcare improvements, digital transformation, energy reform, environmental protection, immigration reform, educational opportunity, and constitutional modernization. And many of those objectives are worthy. Every Bahamian wants safer communities, better health care, affordable and reliable electricity, stronger public services, and greater opportunities for our young people. Those aspirations unite us far more than they divide us. But the responsibility of Parliament extends beyond applauding worthy aspirations. Our duty is to ask a more important question: can they be delivered? Because, Madam Speaker, the measure of good government is not the promise it makes, it is the promises it keeps. Passing legislation is the starting line. It is not the finish line. Announcements are not achievements. Delivery is. And that is the standard against which this speech from the throne, and indeed every government, must ultimately be judged. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people are watching this Parliament closely. Many are hopeful. Many are frustrated. Many are simply waiting to see whether the promises they hear in this chamber will translate into meaningful improvements outside of it. For too many Bahamians, government has become something they hear about rather than something they feel in their daily lives. They hear the announcements, the launches, the commitments to reform, and yet they continue to encounter familiar challenges: rising costs of living, unreliable electricity, flooding after heavy rain, traffic congestion, bureaucratic delays, and declining confidence in public institutions. This administration now enters its second consecutive term. It can no longer describe itself as newly elected or finding its footing. It governs with the benefit of experience, with the benefit of time, and with that experience comes greater responsibility. Trust is not inherited. Trust is earned, and it must be earned continuously through competence, transparency, and results. The Bahamian people do not experience the government through speeches from the throne. They experience government when they turn on the light switch, sit in traffic, drop in a pothole, visit a government office, or take a loved one to the hospital, wait for a license, permit, or approval. That is where confidence in government is won or lost. As a member of Killarney, I hear those concerns every week. Residents don't ask me to explain another announcement. They ask when the power outages will be less frequent, when the madness is going to stop happening at Goodman's Bay, when traffic congestion in the West will be meaningfully addressed, when flooding will be mitigated, and when public services they fund through their taxes will deliver consistently. And that is the true measure of governance. Madam Speaker, with that standard of delivery in mind, I now turn to several specific measures outlined in the speech from the throne. The speech from the throne advised that the proposed Employment Bill 2026 will expand maternity protections. That is welcome. Supporting mothers is not only good social policy, it's good economic policy. Women should never be required to choose between motherhood or meaningful participation in the workforce. But if we are truly committed to strengthening families, we must recognize that parenting is not a mother's responsibility alone. It is a shared responsibility, and our laws should reflect that reality. Today, fathers in the Bahamas continue to receive only limited statutory protection. Too many fathers face the impossible choice between being present for their partner and newborn child or protecting their employment. Surely, Madam Speaker, we could do better than that. A modern employment bill should recognize modern families. It should provide meaningful paternity leave, broader parental leave where appropriate, and protection for parents who need to care for their children during those most critical first days and weeks of life. Supporting fathers does not diminish our support for mothers. It strengthens families, and when families are stronger, our communities are stronger. Madam Speaker, one of the most significant commitments contained in the speech from the throne is the government's pledge to continue the full implementation of the Protection Against Violence Act and to expand domestic violence services throughout our country. That objective deserves support. Every member of this House should want women and children to live free from violence and fear. But the Protection Against Violence Act was passed by this Parliament in August 2023. Now nearly 3 years have passed, and yet the government continues to speak about fully implementing legislation that has already been enacted. Passing legislation is important, but legislation by itself protects no one. Implementation protects people. Women seeking refuge from abuse cannot shelter beneath parliamentary debates. Children experiencing violence cannot rely on press releases. Victims requiring functional systems, accessible services, trained personnel, adequate shelters, timely intervention, and effective enforcement. That is why recent concerns regarding the apparent absence of a specific budgetary allocation for the Protection Against Violence Commission deserve serious attention. The commission was only established earlier this year, after a considerable delay. And if the body charged with coordinating implementation is not adequately resourced, then implementation itself is inevitably compromised. A commission without funding is a commission without capacity. Without capacity, it cannot properly coordinate services, develop the national strategic plan contemplated by the legislation, support victims, or fulfill the responsibilities that Parliament assigned to it. The government has repeatedly committed itself to fully operationalizing this legislation. That commitment must now move beyond announcements. It must be reflected in resources, staffing, public education, and measurable outcomes. Because women and children deserve more than promises. They deserve protection. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the Protection Against Violence Act is not the only example of legislation whose promise has outpaced its implementation. We have seen this pattern before. The Independent Commission of Investigations Act, the Ombudsman Act, and the Freedom of Information Act. Important pieces of legislation that have been welcomed by the public, debated by this Honorable House, and passed with considerable attention. Yet years later, the machinery necessary to give full effect to those acts remains incomplete, and in some instances, absent altogether. That is precisely why many Bahamians have grown skeptical, not because they oppose reform, but because they have learned that passing legislation and delivering reform are not always the same thing. The speech from the throne recommits the government to continuing the implementation of the Freedom of Information Act. That commitment is welcome because transparency cannot depend upon who occupies the government benches. It must remain a permanent principle of democratic governance. The true measure of any government's commitment to openness is not found in speeches. It is found in practice, whether information is released promptly, whether requests are answered fairly, whether public officers are trained, and whether government accepts scrutiny not as an inconvenience, but as an essential feature of democracy. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people have heard many promises. They are now waiting for performance, for delivery, for proof. The measure of government is not the number of bills passed or announcements made. It's whether the lives of ordinary Bahamians actually improve, whether families feel safer, whether businesses encounter fewer obstacles, whether public services become more efficient, whether young people believe that opportunity exists here alone, at home, whether citizens regain confidence in the institutions that they serve. That is the standard against which every administration should be judged. And that is the standard against which this administration will be judged. That, Madam Speaker, is why the role of the opposition remains indispensable. We support what is in the national interest, we question what requires scrutiny, and we remind the government of the promises it has made to the Bahamian people. That's not obstruction, that's the Parliament doing its job. Madam Speaker, in just a few days, Bahamians across the archipelago will proudly celebrate the 53rd anniversary of our independence. We will celebrate our history, honor those who came before us, give thanks for the freedoms we enjoy, and express our confidence in the future of our nation. But the greatest tribute we can pay to our independence is not only found in the parades or ceremonies, it is found in the quality of the nation that we continue to build together. It is found in the confidence our citizens have in their institutions. It is found in whether our children inherit greater opportunity than we ourselves inherited. It is found in whether this Parliament fulfills its solemn responsibility to improve the lives of the people we have the privilege to serve. History will not remember this Parliament for the speeches we delivered. It will remember us for the promises we kept. I therefore support the resolution, and I assure the people of Killarney, and indeed the people of the Bahamas, that I will continue to play my part in ensuring that the commitments made in this House are matched by action beyond its walls. Let us resolve that the next chapter of our national story will be written not simply with ambition, but with achievement, and not simply with promises, but with performance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for South and Central Eleuthera.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to stand here once again on behalf of the resilient, beautiful people of Central and South Eleuthera. Madam Speaker, I was listening earlier when the member for St. Barnabas and the member for Golden Gate spoke about Her Excellency the Governor General and their interactions with her. You know, in the Family Islands, we wasn't as fortunate as persons in New Providence to mix and mingle with prime ministers and deputy prime ministers or... but I remember when I was in grade 11, Madam Speaker, that right here, what used to be the Churchill building before it got knocked down, she was then the deputy prime minister, and myself along with 11 classmates, you know, we only had a couple of children in Spanish, so I was all age, met with then the deputy prime minister, Mother Pratt, and she was so gracious and accommodating. Unfortunately, I reminded her the other day and she didn't remember, but she made a lasting impression on us as students, and you know, it's just funny how life is full circle, and a few years later, you get to sit as a member of Parliament and listen at her deliver the speech from the throne, Madam Speaker. But that's one. But I stand with my colleagues in support of the resolution today, where Her Excellency the Governor General delivered the speech from the throne, where she laid out where this administration intends to take the country. The Bahamas are stronger, safer, and better connected, where no island and no community gets left behind. And she set out the vision, Madam Speaker, and the job, and our job as members of the government, to turn that vision into something people can actually see, feel, and use. Before I go any further, Madam Speaker, allow me to also join my colleagues here on a solemn note. Over the past weekend and the past week, and actually this morning, where we've had numerous lives lost across the country. And Andros last week, in Grand Bahama, in New Providence, and then this morning in Abaco. So I extend my deepest condolences to all the families who are grieving this morning. Madam Speaker, there are mothers and fathers, and sons and daughters involved, and all are negatively affected by these tragedies. Madam Speaker, may their souls rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I turn to the resolution, and there's an old line usually credited to Thomas Edison, Madam Speaker, where it says, vision without execution is just an hallucination. So let me be plain about execution, about turning the words of that speech into work on the ground. This ministry, the Ministry of Works and Family Island Affairs, job is to convert policy into projects. Development must reach every island, and after consultation with Family Island communities, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about it this morning, this government will devise an individual Family Island development plans that are structured and strategic, island by island, and where my ministry will assist to carry out that consultation into the settlements and turn those plans into real works on the ground. Our infrastructure clinics will continue bringing this ministry's people and resources directly into Family Island communities to fix what needs fixing on site. And the critical needs of the Family Islands will be promoted through the Family Island Development Act. And that promise put into law is not just a speech. And for far too long, our southern and central islands have felt forgotten. The government will also advance a national master fiscal development plan, an infrastructural blueprint for the entire country, a national development framework to coordinate planning across ministries, across agencies, and islands. That is planning done properly, deciding where we build, why, and when before we build it. We will complete and enforce an updated Bahamas building code. We speak a lot, Madam Speaker, about climate change and about areas that now flood that didn't flood before, Madam Speaker. So it's important that we put up what we put up can stand up to the storms we know will come. And at the same time, we keep New Providence moving forward with road and junction improvements, and we protect what we have already built, construction crossings like the glass window bridge on Eleuthera, new bridges in Andros and Exuma, and our key New Providence bridges, inspected, maintained, and sound. And we are investing in drainage and flood mitigation because on low islands, a flooded road is not an inconvenience. It affects our daily lives. Every one of these commitments is backed by real work, not just words. And we are not asking Bahamians to take us on faith. We are showing them results. Madam Speaker, just briefly, I would like to speak about the Ministry of Works and Family Island Affairs, reimagined. All of these points speak to something bigger, a ministry reimagined. For far too long, this ministry was known for paperwork, for delay, and for a counter you dreaded to visit. And I want it known, Madam Speaker, for something else entirely, a modern, digital, responsive institution that treats every Bahamian like a citizen who deserves a straight answer, not just a straight one, but a quick one that's proactive, not reactive, one that's open, not closed, and proud of the service it gives. Nowhere will that be clearer than in how Bahamians apply for building plans approvals. For far too long, that has meant rolled-up drawings carried from office to office, island to island. You know, when you apply for a building plan over 3,000 square feet, they have to send that building plan from, if it may have gone in the south, they got to send it all the way to New Providence, Madam Speaker. Weeks of silence and no way to know who is holding up your file. That ends. Applications will now be moving online, where a homeowner or a contractor can submit plans, track them at every stage, and get a decision inside a clear, published timeline. We are taking one of the most frustrating things government does and turning it into one of the simplest. And we are strengthening local government, giving Family Island administrators and local councils the tools, the training, increasing the funding, and the authority to keep their own communities moving instead of waiting on Nassau for every decision. Madam Speaker, a plan is only as good as the way it is carried out. So it's important, Madam Speaker, for this administration to sequence this work rather than scattering it. The most urgent and overdue projects first, island by island, so that we commit to this year actually gets done this year. We are building with Bahamians, Bahamian contractors, engineers, and labor wherever we can, so the investment also builds local skills and jobs. This is the difference between this administration and the ones before it. We are not announcing roads, we are paving them. We are not promising Family Island development, we are delivering it. We are not debating resilience, we are building it. Madam Speaker, I promise the member, but fine, but I won't be long.
Just 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. You don't go on by.
I didn't promise 5, I promised 8 to 10. So I got one last page, Madam Speaker. But in the end, none of this is about asphalt or budget lines. And the member for Golden Gate spoke briefly of it's important of how this touched lives. It's about whether life got a little easier for a real person. The only test that matters to me, really. There's a fisherman getting his catch to market before it spoils. So a child walking to school on a safer shoulder. And when we build with Bahamian hands, the same project that lays the road gives an apprentice a trade and a family an income. Infrastructure is not an expense. It is an investment in people. But let me be honest, we are not yet where we need to be. There are potholes that have waited too long. There are permits that have took longer than they should. So here is how we make it better. We will measure ourselves not by what we announce, but by whether the potholes get fixed, drains are cleared, and permits come through on time. The standard I hold to us is simple. Every year, on every island, life with this ministry's work should be a little easier than the year before. Not fixed overnight, but easier than the year before. So, Madam Speaker, when people ask how we plan to keep the promises in the speech from the throne, I want them to look at the work. The roads going down, the bridges being strengthened, the Family Island plans being drawn up and built out. And years from now, no one will measure. You know, it's amazing. I think Kalani might have been reading my speech too. Years from now, no one, Kalani, will measure this period by the speeches we give, but what we build. Take that out your speech. Take that out your speech. So for that reason, Madam Speaker, for 10 minutes, I support the motion and the resolution, and I thank Her Excellency, the Governor General, Mother Pratt, for the gracious speech from the throne. And I commit on behalf of Central and South Eleuthera our support for delivering the vision set out for the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for North Andros.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I can stay in line with the 3-minute range, very quick. Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the great, resilient, and hardworking people of North Andros. First and foremost, I give thanks to Almighty God for granting me the opportunity to stand in this honorable house once again. I thank him. No, I wouldn't need no water. That's quick. I thank him for his grace, his mercy, and for keeping the death angel from around my bed and allowing me to see another day. And with that said, I also want to conclude my colleagues in bringing condolence and sympathy to the lives lost with those 5 females. Madam Speaker, I also wish to express my sincere appreciation to Her Excellency, the Governor General, for delivering such an eloquent and inspiring speech from the throne. She presented the government's vision of progress with dignity, excellence, and distinction. I also extend heartfelt thanks to the member of Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador, whose confidence and support afforded me the opportunity to be a part of this historic 2-term progressive Liberal Party government. It is truly an honor to serve alongside this remarkable team. Finally, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Bahamian people across our beautiful Commonwealth. Thank you for believing in the vision of this government. Thank you for recognizing the work that has been done. Thank you for choosing progress over politics and not refusing to be distracted by empty slogans. Your confidence humbles us, and we remain committed by serving every Bahamian. Madam Speaker, as I prepare to take my seat, you hear that? You hear that? You like that? Top notch. You see that how fast it is? Madam Speaker, as I prepare to take my seat, I wish to speak directly to the people of North Andros. See? Here, let me finish. This term, the city lights of North Andros will become a reality. The long-awaited airport that our people have dreamed of will move from promise to reality. Our parks will be upgraded and improved for our children, families, and communities. Our roads, docks, and seawalls in Stafford Creek, Blanket Sound, and Standard Creek will receive the attention they deserve. The long-standing docks, 2 of them. Bridge coming. The long-standing land title issues, including those affecting Bark and communities throughout North Andros, will be addressed, and many long-awaited land approvals will finally be resolved. The restoration of the Huntley Christie High School track is on the way. Our gymnasium will be restored and transformed into a modern, multi-purpose facility, serving both as a sporting venue and a hurricane shelter for our people. Madam Speaker, BAMSI will see one of the state-of-the-art laboratories and research centers in this country come to fruition during this term. BAMSI will open more and many more classroom doors, housing students and faculty, and will become a reality and no longer outdated. Madam Speaker, major investments are coming to North Andros. The people have placed their trust in this government, and we are determined to deliver meaningful results that will improve lives and strengthen communities. To the people of North Andros, I say once again, progress begins with you, and together we will continue building a brighter future for generations to come. Madam Speaker, on the behalf of the great and resilient people of North Andros, I thank Her Excellency, the Governor General, for a gracious speech from the throne. May God continue to bless the people of North Andros, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. North Andros rest. Man of my word. Man of my word.
Very good.
Man of my word. I delight point.
As many? $10 minutes. You got immigration. Get a little bit of water, too. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Isle.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the resilient people of Golden Isles, from Golden Isles Road to Coral Harbour. I rise today to make my contribution to the resolution thanking the Governor General for the speech from the throne. Madam Speaker, before I turn to the business before this honorable House, I ask your leave to offer condolences and congratulations on matters that have deeply touched our nation and our friends. First, I extend my condolences to the families and loved ones of the 4 young ladies whose lives were tragically cut short. The 5, I beg your pardon, young ladies whose lives have tragically been cut short in the horrific motor vehicle accident over the weekend. Their passing has left our nation in mourning. We pray that God will grant strength, comfort, and peace to every grieving family and to all who knew and loved these young women. May their memories forever be a blessing. Madam Speaker, I also pay tribute to the late Pastor Kelvin Kemp, who was laid to rest on Saturday. Pastor Kemp was a man of unwavering faith, devoted service, and genuine compassion, whose life positively impacted countless people. On behalf of the people I represent, I extend heartfelt condolences to his beloved wife, Minister Sandra Kemp, their children, and the leadership and members of the Glad Pilgrim Apostolic Church and the wider Christian community. We grieve with you, we pray for you, and we thank God for the remarkable legacy of Pastor Kemp that Pastor Kemp leaves behind. I also, Madam Speaker, would like to express sincere condolences to the passing of Reverend Bernice Francis. Reverend Francis served faithfully and touched many lives through her ministry and steadfast commitment to God's work. Our prayers are with her husband, Reverend Revi Francis, their children, in particular my good friend Devard Francis, and the Southland Cathedral Global Ministries family, and all who mourn her passing. May they find comfort in the hope and promise of our Lord. Madam Speaker, I also would like to extend condolences to the family of Stephen Monroe, to his lovely wife, Dominique Monroe, their children, relatives, friends. Please know that our thoughts and prayers are with you during this difficult time. May you be strengthened by the love that surrounds you and comforted by the cherished memories you hold dear. Finally, Madam Speaker, I wish to extend warm congratulations to the people of the United States of America as they commemorate the 250th anniversary of their independence. Madam Speaker, I would like to join my colleague, Member of Parliament for Kalani, in extending warm wishes, Madam Speaker, to the Bahamas National Swimming Championship, which showcased over this weekend, last week, I beg your pardon. The championship brought together, Madam Speaker, outstanding performances from swimmers across the country, reflecting the dedication of our clubs, our coaches, parents, and the Bahamas Aquatic Federation in developing the next generation of athletes, Madam Speaker. More than medals, Madam Speaker. The event celebrated resilience, discipline, excellence, as swimmers pushed their limits and proudly represented their teams and country. I also want to extend special congratulations to my son, Jahan Chatlani Pickstock. Whose commitment to balancing his training, academics, and supporting my political journey has been truly commendable. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the business of this honorable House. But before I do so, Madam Speaker, I wish to congratulate all students from Golden Isles who graduated recently and I wish to encourage them to continue to do well. I also wish, Madam Speaker, with your permission, to raise a serious concern about the illegal mining of coal in certain parts of Golden Isles. This is a long-standing issue, and I want to assure the residents of Golden Isles that it is being actively addressed. I thank the Minister of the Environment and Natural Resources and the member of Yamacraw for moving to address the concerns of residents by assembling a surveillance unit and other measures to combat this illegal practice, which is harmful to the health of my constituents and the environment. Madam Speaker, I turn my attention now to the speech from the throne. The speech from the throne is one of the most significant constitutional traditions within our parliamentary democracy. It represents far more than a ceremonial address. It signifies the will of the Bahamian people through the ballot box. It reflects the agenda upon which a government was elected and outlines the mandate entrusted to it by the voters to govern, legislate, and serve. The speech from the throne is not just a list of promise, but a declaration of intent. The policies, priorities, proposals contained within that speech reflect the pledge between the government and the people they provide. They provide a roadmap for national development and set the course for the work that lies ahead during this parliamentary term. Madam Speaker, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the Governor General. Her Excellency has, with her customary dignity and grace, laid before us a roadmap for the season ahead. Her presence reminds us that we are a part of a continuity, a system of government that values stability, order, and the progressive work of building a nation. Madam Speaker, it is particularly fitting that this message was delivered by a woman whose own life embodies her service to the Bahamian people and public duty. Her Excellency, Dame Cynthia Pratt, is truly a champion and a stateswoman of our time. Madam Speaker, in the speech from the throne, Her Excellency laid out 7 key areas that reflect this government's mission to advance, reform, expand, modernize the Immigration Department and our nation's border management framework. I am pleased to report that in just over 1 month since the commencement of this administration's second consecutive term in office, the Immigration Department has already begun consultation on 3 major policy initiatives outlined in the speech from the throne. First, the department intends to introduce daily overstay fines for persons who unlawfully remain in the country beyond their authorized period of stay, while simultaneously strengthening the enforcement of reentry bans. Second, the department will establish a national biometric immigration system featuring overstay alerts, biometric e-gates, and enhanced fraud detection capabilities. This initiative will bring the Bahamas in line with international best practices while improving border security and efficiency. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, the department will establish an immigration fraud intelligence unit dedicated to investigating and prosecuting immigration fraud. This specialized unit will help safeguard the integrity of our immigration system and ensure that those who seek to circumvent our laws are held accountable. Madam Speaker, outside of the commitments announced by Her Excellency, the department has also completed the first phase of the rebranding and modernization of the Trusted Travelers Program. This initiative has been welcomed by the business community as a step in the right direction. Dr. Leah Roll, Chief Executive Officer of the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce and Employers Confederation, describes the legislation as a positive step forward, improving the ease of doing business, noting that the private sector has been calling for reforms of this nature for years. Madam Speaker, the Bahamas is a welcoming nation, but we are also a nation governed by laws. Those who choose to violate our immigration laws must understand that there are consequences for their actions. Under the leadership of Director Stephen Laroda, the department has adopted a zero-tolerance approach towards individuals who abuse our immigration system. Since being sworn in as Minister of State for Immigration just over a month ago, we have deported more than 350 individuals and prosecuted over 285 persons for immigration-related offenses. I take this opportunity to issue this warning once again. Do not come to the Bahamas illegally. I also urge all Bahamians to not hire foreign nationals who are in the Bahamas illegally and to report possible breaches of our immigration laws to the Immigration Department. Madam Speaker, some may criticize these efforts and this approach, but I say this: when our laws are enforced, when our offenders are held accountable, and when the integrity of our borders is strengthened, that is progress. Madam Speaker, the work ahead is significant, but so too is our resolve. We are devoted to building a modern immigration system that protects our borders, supports economic growth, enhances national security, and serves the people of the Bahamas with professionalism and excellence. Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, in fulfillment of my commitment to the people of Golden Isles, I pledge to continue to be relentless in my pursuits of action to ensure that every policy we make results in a tangible improvement of their lives. Madam Speaker, I support the resolution. Thank you once again to the people of Golden Isles, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Have mercy, Lord. The chair really don't want to recognize the Honorable Member for Long Island, but she will do it anyway.
You got the... You gotta restart the clock.
When you finish, go home, okay?
Would you like to go for dinner?
No problem.
Would you like to go for dinner?
Let's go.
I'd just like the record to reflect that Madam Speaker has consented to go to dinner with me.
No, not a problem.
Because I think we need to make peace.
Yes.
So breaking bread would probably be good for us.
Yes, right after this good 10-minute speech. Behave yourself.
Madam Speaker, through you, I wish to join all colleagues who have spoken before me to convey my deepest condolences on behalf of the people of Long Island to the families who have been irreparably changed by the recent events here in New Providence and in Grand Bahama. As you know, fatalities relating to motor vehicular accidents are on the rise in this country. And while we speak specifically to those families, we mourn the losses that many families have had to suffer recently. But in relation to the young ladies who are most recent, they represent a tremendous promise, not just to their families, but to this country. Beautiful young women who had so much left to contribute to this country, to the upliftment of our people. And so I would like to join my colleagues in praying for the strength of the families who are dealing with this immense loss. may God be with them in this time of trial. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak to the resolution brought by the governing side in the form of the speech from the throne delivered by Her Excellency Dame Cynthia Pratt. And I do, as my colleagues previously have said, recognize the many, many years of service of Dame Cynthia. My grandmother would often tell me that she was a lioness in the Bain town community, playing on the Priory at St. Francis on the basketball court. And she was probably one of our earliest stories of a woman who demonstrated that women did not need to know their place, because on the basketball court, she was one of the most dominant figures, male or female. And one's destiny in life should never be dictated based on their gender, their sex. But what made her more special in my grandmother's eyes was that she really was the primary caregiver of her family, hence the name Mother, as she has been not just to her biological relatives, but to many people she adopted, sent off to school, nurtured. So I give credit to a phenomenal woman. And I ask the House to appreciate that the words that I will speak have absolutely nothing to do with the individual who spoke them. But as she spoke on behalf of the government, I particularly will be addressing the words in this document, the speech from the throne, and how I believe that they do not correspond to what is actually happening on the ground. Madam Speaker, this document is great public relations. I repeat, it is great public relations. But it does not reflect the reality of the public mood. Madam Speaker, the reality is, while all sounds well and good, and they have made this word progress, the word du jour, the word of the day, du jour, I should say, proper French. How much progress are we really enjoying as a country? It is easy to say that things are significantly better than they were in 2021, because this government didn't have to deal with a global pandemic or a devastating, never-before-seen hurricane like a Hurricane Dorian. The reality is, while this is good public relations, it definitely does not reflect the public mood, because the public, Madam Speaker, has fallen out of love with all of us politicians. They do not trust us. They do not believe. Fort Charlotte, I'll get to you, sir. I'll get to you, Fort Charlotte. Thank you for that. I'll get to you. I'll get to you. But Bahamians have fallen out of love with politics. You see, this government won, having obtained 71,000 plus votes in 2026. 71,000 Bahamians voted for the PLP under the member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador. But in 2021, under the former member for Kalani and one Dr. Hubert, Menace, the Free National Movement obtained 91,401 votes, 20,000 more than the PLP obtained a few weeks ago. In 2012, when I was a member of the Progressive Liberal Party, and I'm not afraid to say it,
You're afraid of nothing. Nothing coming on what you say.
the former member for Centerville, one Perry Christie, and his team secured 75,815 votes, 4,000 more than Brave Davis, the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, did at a time when he said the Bahamian people were celebrating progress. 4,000 less Bahamians voted for this government than voted for Perry Christie and the Bridge to the Future in 2012. And Hubert Ingram, the Right Honorable, former member for North Abaco, when he won in 2007, secured 68,000 votes as leader of the Free National Movement, a mere 3,000 votes less than the side opposite under the leadership of Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador. The point I make, ladies and gentlemen, through you, Madam Speaker, we have fallen substantially from the zenith or the height of political participation in terms of numbers in 2021, when the Free National Movement won using the political slogan, "It's the people's time."
We found out it wasn't.
And ladies and gentlemen, I was one of those who criticized that if in fact it is the people's time, your responsibility is to make that clear, to demonstrate that in all that you do. And am I going to stand here and say that we did a good enough job to show that it was indeed the people's time? I do not believe, Madam Speaker, that we did. And I think that what happened is people felt that the lack of demonstration that it was the people's time, notwithstanding the pandemic, many people are being turned off from politics. And it is our job to reconnect with the people. For this side opposite, the Free National Movement, it is our job to reignite the torch.
Don't forget now, Dr. Menace said it's not the people's time. Your time coming later. Remember when he said that? 2027.
Because 30 years ago, 30 years ago, Madam Speaker, when Hubert Ingram led the Free National Movement, 30 fewer, allow me to.
Go ahead.
When Hubert Ingram led the Free National Movement to victory almost 30 years ago, he practically got the same number of Bahamians to vote for him and the FNM that you all on the other side got a few weeks ago. So our job is, when we talk about speeches from the throne, let us not, as you say in your first page, that this recent victory, I'll read what the speech says. Just 8 days ago, the Bahamian people chose progress. They did so in a manner not seen in a generation. This speech is talking about what happened in 1997, saying that this is the first time a government won consecutively. But the reality is that in less than a generation, Hubert Ingram, leading the FNM in 2007, secured the same number of votes that you did. So don't say that this is the first time it was done since 1997. That's not true. Meaning, in terms of the performance of the government. okay? The performance of a party that won. They also say it reflects public support. Allow me to. You say in this document that it reflects public support that the country should continue in the direction started. It reflects public desire. The reality is, people are not on your run, as much as you would like for the people to believe. The reality is, only 9 years ago, 20,000 more Bahamians ushered in the Free National Movement to be government than the number of people who ushered you into power. So I would say to the Bahamian people, particularly those who are fed up with politics as usual, who are tired of broken promises, do not fret. Do not believe the propaganda of the side opposite that they are somehow extremely popular as a government. The vast majority of the Bahamian people are falling out of love with politics. And it is our job on this side, every single one of us here today. And we are a team. And I know who the leader of the Free National Movement is. He sits 2 people away from me. No, I didn't know. Let there be no mistake. There is no separation between us. The point that I make, Madam Speaker, is we are not as far away from being the government on this side as they would have us believe. And so the work is already underway.
We win with less and you lose with more.
The work is what I am saying is
Show them you're serious. Show them you're serious.
Madam, it is interesting, Madam Speaker, that I spoke immediately after, and this is why I say this document is all about public relations. I spoke immediately after the member for Golden Isles who's responsible for immigration. And I would love for the member responsible for immigration, the member for Golden Isles, to stand up and refute what I'm about to say. Because this is why the Bahamian people have fallen out of love with politicians. A few Mondays ago, Madam Speaker, there was supposed to be I have to be careful in my choice of words.
You ain't on the board yet.
There is a shanty town on Cowpen Road in the constituency of Carmichael. And there was supposed to be a team sent to that shanty town to remove all of the residents of the shanty town under the work of the member for Central and South Eleuthera. And I'm gonna watch how you deal with this Central and South Eleuthera, because there's a lot that I will say depending on what you say. The reality is, Madam Speaker. No, don't say it yet. Don't say it yet. You okay? Go. You don't. Yeah. Okay. So, Madam Speaker, the shanty town was supposed to have the residents removed, all of the homes, illegal structures as they are referred to, eliminated, but a call came from another minister of the government to cease and desist. And as a result, that shanty town has been untouched. I want you to say on your feet that it didn't happen.
All I ask is, if the member has evidence of such, let him lay the information, Madam Speaker. Lay it. If you have evidence of such, lay it.
Minister, before I provide you with what I need to provide you, I want you to get on your feet and to say whether that community was scheduled for the removal of persons. Get on your feet and say it. Come on. All right? Okay? All right. So, I've given you the opportunity to refute that it was scheduled for demolition. Was the shanty town in Cowpen Road scheduled for demolition? Through you, Madam Speaker. Was the shanty town on Cowpen Road scheduled for demolition? Member for Central and South Eleuthera.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamaha.
Madam Speaker, the member for Long Island has presented in his submission some words that he deemed are facts.
I asked him to refute it.
No, but the member knows very well, as a learned man, that he who asserts must prove. So the member, by his words, is only presenting an assertion that's based on no fact, and the member should be asked to withdraw those assertions unless he can present the facts, rather than challenging the member to stand up and refute something that seemed to be hearsay, because that's totally against the pale.
I want you to get on your feet tonight. I want you to get on your feet tonight. Okay? And he won't deny it, and he knows why. All right? So, Madam Speaker, the member for Golden Isles just talked about the fact that this is a country of laws, and he says, do not come to the Bahamas illegally. Well, why shouldn't people come to the Bahamas illegally when we have politicians who are protecting the erection of illegally? Why? No, Madam Speaker. Why not tell people to come to the Bahamas illegally? We have politicians who are issuing cease and desist orders from the demolition, for the demolition of illegally erected structures. Okay? Okay, now I'll say this. I have more on that, but I will stop there. I will stop there. All right?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Golden Isles.
We can't be allowed. I stand on a point of order, Madam Speaker. We cannot be allowed to come in this House and just throw baseless accusations around, Madam Speaker, and talk about politicians who issue cease and desist order. If he doesn't have the evidence to provide, then he should withdraw what he said.
Anyone can say whatever they want to say.
This is absolutely insane.
And you know better. Zoom in on this evil grin on this face. I am going in a direction that is incorrect. I asked the member for Central and South Eleuthera to state on his feet whether the Cowpen Road shantytown was scheduled for demolition. A few Mondays ago, I will give further information. Can he stand on his feet and say it's not so? He will not stand up. He will not. So please have a seat. Please have a seat.
I recognize this honourable member for Golden Isles.
Calm yourself down. Madam Speaker, I stand on a point of order. If he does not have evidence, then he should withdraw what he has said. You cannot come in the Parliament in this honourable place and accuse politicians of issuing cease and desist order. He said something specifically, and he should withdraw it if he does not have any evidence of the same. It is as simple as that. He should be made to withdraw it on his feet. It is not for the Member of Parliament of Madam Speaker, it is not for the Member of Parliament to say anything to him. I asked you for a ruling, Madam Speaker.
He's not on his feet.
I know.
Not denied it.
Honourable member, you have the facts? Honourable member for Long Island, do you have? Honourable member, do you have the information?
Madam Speaker, there's a lot that I will be sharing. Hold on. Oh, excuse me. Please. It's only one person on their feet at a time. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I am prepared to retract what I've said if the member for Central and South Eleuthera can say, if the member for Central and South Eleuthera can stand his feet and say that his agency, his unit,
that was responsible for demolishing the Cowpen Road shantytown, if he can state on his feet that a few Mondays ago it was not scheduled for demolition, then I will retract what I've said. Sorry? But he's not getting up. He's not getting up. He knows why he's not getting up.
Madam Speaker,
recognizes the honourable member for Yamaka.
Madam Speaker, again, the member, no one is saying that the member does not have the evidence somewhere of what he is saying, maybe. The fact is, he doesn't have it here. So he is asserting that he is coming at some other day and some other time. Hold on, hold on a second. I gave you a chance. You are asserting that you're coming here at some other day and some other time to bring the evidence for what you're saying. The House don't work like that. Hold on a second, give me a chance. The House does not work like that. If you stand on your feet and you present, according to the rules, if you present any information, your information must be based in fact. And you have to present and lay and stand by what you say. Other than that, you can go and bring your document if you say you have it, and then you would be allowed. That should be withdrawn, stricken from the record, because the member, you set a very dangerous precedent if that is how we do business, because I could say some things about what I hear or what I know about any one of you, okay, and bring it in this house and say next week I will bring the evidence. I will bring the evidence. Now I know this is thought catching. This is headline catching for you, and you probably want to get the headline ahead of Marco City yet again. But this is unacceptable behavior. This is unacceptable behavior. If you assert, you got to prove right away.
Honourable members, I have heard the back and forth now. Everything is fair game. And I will expunge it from the record.
Madam Speaker, expunge what? Expunge what, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, now you bring the facts.
Madam Speaker, what I am saying is, and the member for Central and South Eleuthera has not refuted it, there was a scheduled demolition for the shantytown on Cowpen Road. A scheduled demolition. That was called off. That was called off. You want me to replay that? There was a scheduled demolition for the shantytown on Cowpen Road a couple of weeks ago that was called off. And he knows exactly what I'm talking about. And I keep that on the record. And I'm waiting for you to stand up and refute it, because there are people waiting for you to stand up to refute it. Having said that, no, but stop. Leave it alone.
Which shantytown and on which day?
Madam Speaker.
Yes,
Madam Speaker.
shantytowns on there.
Madam Speaker. Allow me to finish, because they clearly. Could you stop my time? Sorry. Could you stop my time?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. What was asserted was never denied. If it is never denied, how is it that it's going to be struck from the record? They never denied it. Nobody took issue with it. Sorry? No, they never denied it. They never denied it, so you don't need the proof. What is the proof?
Now, honourable member, in all fairness, how do you approve a shantytown? Which shantytown? There are several shantytowns.
Right.
And on which day?
So, Madam Speaker, they should then deny it. If they deny it, then he's duty bound to provide the proof. They never denied it.
You're not giving me the facts.
They never denied it.
No, but you want me to hold on to it, but it's not giving me the facts.
Madam Speaker, you are injecting yourself then into the debate at that point. They have a job to deny it, not you. They have a job, and they never denied it.
He said it's through me. Madam Speaker, through you.
Madam Speaker, you are
I did not inject
Madam
myself.
Speaker, you are entering the debate on their behalf. They ought to deny it.
I am not entering debate on their behalf.
You are entering the debate on their behalf. Allow them to reject it, to deny it, and they haven't
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamacraw.
Madam Speaker, both members are seasoned members of this House. And this is unbelievable that such a dangerous precedent is being sought here today. That's fine. That's okay. But the dangerous precedent is that the members who are supposed to be seasoned dissent from the rules continuously in this House. First of all, the member asserts with no proof, and he has to provide the proof, and then the member can stand up, deny, do whatever. Else all of us would have the same privilege in this House, where we can assert and then ask them to deny everything we said. We'd never get any business done in this House. The second thing is, Madam Speaker, you have ruled on this matter. And the rule clearly says in 36(3), a member shall not dissent from a ruling by the Speaker or Chairman except by substantive motion for that purpose. So the member has no right, Marco City, to stand up in here and question any ruling you make in this House. And that's a terrible precedent he is setting, and I think it's intentional because this ain't first or second time in here. This is repeated behavior, and we're wasting the people's time. And that's why this is exactly why we are where we are.
Where you at from, Long Island? Where you get the information from, Long Island? Say that.
East Bahamas.
Sunday, Starbucks.
You think so?
This is a very simple issue to resolve. The member for Long Island asserted Madam Speaker, the member for Long Island made an assertion. We all in this place make assertions without proof. We all make assertions. Once another member denies that assertion, then it is the obligation of the member who makes the assertion to produce the evidence. If he cannot produce the evidence, then he must withdraw it, or you can expunge it. But, Madam Speaker, first they must deny that it is not true. They must deny it is not true. If they have not denied it, as far as the record is concerned, it is true. If they do not deny it, as far as the record is concerned, it is true. So, Madam Speaker, that's how it works.
That's it. Yeah. Honorable members, I hope everybody is finished now. I have given my ruling, and we will now press on.
The member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Let me say this one thing. Whenever I give a ruling, I'm protecting members on both sides. Because if the honorable member from Long Island, I'm giving him for his protection as well, he said a shanty town on Cowpen Road a couple of weeks ago, okay? I'm protecting him as well. I'm protecting him. And no. If the honorable member had gotten to his feet and he had given specifics, it would have been different. It would have been different. So I've given a ruling, and I'm asking the honorable member to let's move on.
All I ask, because I would never seek to mislead this House. I would never seek to mislead this House. This is very serious. All I ask is to substantiate my claim. Can the member for Central and South Eleuthera, is he prepared to deny that his unit responsible for the demolition of Shantytown, and this is in relation to what they claim is their seriousness in fighting illegal migration in this country? Can he say that he and his office were not scheduled to demolish a Shantytown on Cowpen Road subsequent to the last general election? Can you say that? He's not prepared to say that. Thank you. Thank you. No, see, whatever the member for Central and South Eleuthera stands his feet to say, he has to bear responsibility for that. Because if it comes out after the fact that he lied, he must resign. So be careful. So be careful. All right? Because if you get to your feet and you deny the truth, you must do the honorable thing and resign. Having said that, because see, in relation to the speech from the throne, I agree that every Bahamian deserves access to safe and dignified housing. And we should not have any shanty towns in this country. We don't have any shanty towns in Long Island, and we surely shouldn't have shanty towns anywhere else in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And if you say you're serious about eradicating them, put your money where your mouth is. Okay? But unfortunately, you're not. All right? Well, you say we could count it? We still can't count the money that Exuma and Ragged Island said is in the bank for the sale of Grand Lucayan. We still can't count it because it's not there. So we can't believe what you say. Right? Every Bahamian child deserves access to modern, high-quality education, regardless of geography or circumstance. I want to take this opportunity to thank the member for Exuma and Ragged Island for trying to assist in allocating teachers to Long Island to assist with the provision of much-needed education for the young people of Long Island. And so, to me, this isn't about being partisan, Madam Speaker. I want to give credit where credit is due. I've had an opportunity to dialogue with the member for Exuma and Ragged Island, the now Minister of Education, just by telephone, all right? And he's been very receptive and accommodating. And I want to say thank you, because I'm not yet there trying to just poke at everybody without trying to Madam Speaker, healthcare. It says, the speech from the throne, my government believes access to quality health care must be strengthened across the Commonwealth. I agree, which is why I asked the member for Tall Pines and the Minister of Health to help us provide good quality health care on Long Island. We can't do that, though, if the needs of the people are not being met. So we're hoping that they put their money where their mouths are and bring the morgue to Deadman's Key so that we don't have to deal with the disgraceful treatment of the dead. We talk about the elderly. The member for Cat Island, Rum Key, San Salvador said, and I quote earlier today, a country is judged by how it treats its elders. We have an aging population in Long Island. We need good quality health care. We need clinics that are properly resourced with doctors and nurses and medicine. And it's hurtful that they cannot go into the clinic and get what they need and have to otherwise go to a private doctor to get things that the government is supposed to be providing them. Right? And this is happening all too often. I'm told earlier today, while the Prime Minister said what he said, that a country is judged by how it treats its elders. Pension payments for our senior citizens who've retired. Today at Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union, do you know that the elderly and pensioners on the line were told that they should leave that credit union because their pensions were not transferred? That happened today. That happened today. All right? Because the pensions that they were supposed to have wired to their accounts at the Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union from last week are still not there today. That's a fact. All right? But today, the Prime Minister, he's great with public relations. He has a great communications team. Members on our side, opposition, we need to get our public relations to where their public relations is. Oh, yes. Oh, because I'm going to speak truth. You know why? And you know why I say that? Because this document reflects public relations. It does not reflect the public mood. The public is not on any of our run. The public is not on any of our run. We talked about the safety and security of the Bahamian people remaining the highest obligations of the state. Protection against violence, the Prevention Against Violence Act. Here's the reality, Madam Speaker. We have not done any serious studies to address the impact of gambling and the proliferation of web shops in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The member for, yes, we proposed the national lottery. The member for Fort Charlotte asked me a question earlier, all right? You know, there's a reason that Sir Lyndon, who's a wise man, you know, I give him tremendous credit, was very wise and astute. There's a reason that Sir Lyndon did not seek to entrench the web shops in our society. Because it is commonly known, it is accepted that the increase in gaming or gambling in a society has a direct correlation with the increase in social ills. The Minister for Social Services said in that other place that there's an increase in homelessness in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. People are sleeping in cars underneath the Potter's Key Bridge. Do you know that? People are sleeping in cars under the bridge at Potter's Key Dock. We had the member for Pinewood, who in his former role as Social Services Minister, said that Bahamian women are prostituting 14 to 16-year-olds to help pay the bills in this country. And yet we've done no scientific study that I know of, I wish they can show me otherwise, that addresses the correlation between the proliferation of web shops in this country and any social outcomes. But we could get up in this place and the other place and talk about increase in homelessness and increase in prostitution. What are we doing to find out the causation? The reality is this. The member for Fort Charlotte came into public life saying that we should have a moratorium on the issuance of licenses for web shops. But never once did he say that there should be a moratorium on the increase in web shops. All the while they are proliferating throughout this country. And our society, as Sir Lyndon knew and understood, is becoming the poorer for it. Because this is your speech from the throne and it is all over government's policy for the next 5 years, sir. But you know what? None of us on this side got government-issued coupons to help you get elected. All right? Madam Speaker, we need better mailboat service if we're serious. See, they're worrying about issuing moratoriums on gaming houses. On gaming licenses. They don't want anybody else to have gaming licenses. They just want to focus on making the money. Right? They don't want to focus. Oh, I spoke about it. Trust me. They don't want to speak about all the increased web shops that we have throughout the country and the impact it's having. We need you all to be focused not on enriching yourselves, but on empowering the Bahamian people. You want me to say that again? Not to be focused on enriching yourselves, but empowering the Bahamian people. We need mailboat service. We need mailboat service in Long Island. Regular mailboat service. And rather than politicians, particularly on the governing side, worrying about first-class travel around the world to see places that they've never seen before, that they didn't go to using their own private funds, the expensive travel, the millions and millions of dollars that they're spending, could be used to ensure that we give greater subsidy to our mailboat operators, Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros. But yet, we have mailboats that are not coming to the island to provide the goods that our family island communities need, because the people who operate these vessels are not being paid. We talked about Bank of the Bahamas, and we are absolutely correct to raise the question of St. Barnabas and others who are going to be ensnared in this matter that is before the Privilege Committee, because I want to see a branch of Bank of the Bahamas in Long Island. I don't want to see Bank of the Bahamas closed down like it had to close down in South Florida because of circumstances that were creating great risk, money laundering risk. That's a fact.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Buffet.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the member to be careful. When you get to a point of maligning a financial institution, you're running great risk. You're running great risk. The Bank of Bahamas is an entity owned by the government of Bahamas in large. It is a BISIX listed entity. It is regulated by the Central Bank of the Bahamas. Loose lips sink ships, Madam Speaker. And I ask you, therefore, to caution the member not to malign a credible banking institution of this country. It's dangerous, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, it is for this reason why we need to ensure that we are careful, because we want to see the viability and the strengthening of Bank of the Bahamas. Okay?
Honorable member.
Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for
The member made serious
What did I say?
criminal assertions against that institution. He ought to withdraw it or have it expunged, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I will repeat what I said, Madam Speaker.
No, don't repeat.
I said the Bank of the Bahamas, its South Florida branch was forced to close because of concerns about the risk in relation to money laundering. That is why I said, and it is a fact that it closed. And if I'm incorrect, the member can stand on his feet and say so. Okay? Having said that,
honorable member.
Having said that, and I suspect, Madam Speaker,
honorable member.
Madam Speaker, may I just have 2 minutes to wrap up because the time was allowed to run.
Just allow me.
Thank you.
Just allow me to say this. We have to be careful. You know, it's an institution. It's Bahamian Rand, and it operates, and it also employs Bahamians, and we have to, and we have to be careful with what we say from this place about any entity, and especially a financial institution where business is being done by so many persons and different businesses in this country. So I'm asking you to, just be mindful and just be cautious whenever you're making accusations. I know you want to be strong in what you're saying, but let's remember now, this is the Bank of the Bahamas, and we really have to be careful the way we assert things in this honorable assembly. Because we're not here to hurt people. We're not here to hurt any organization, nor any institution. I want you to bring your point, but not in a way that it's harmful. Okay? And so, for that reason, I am going to have to expunge that particular from the records.
For Long Island, we are eager to see the improvement. No, I asked for, no, because he didn't stop the clock. So I just asked for 2 minutes to wrap up. I just asked for 2 minutes to wrap up. No, the clock wasn't stopped, and I raised it. So we want to see a branch of Bank of the Bahamas in Long Island, just the same way they opened one in Cat Island. The airports and roads, we want to see the improved infrastructural works continue, and not a road that has been left in a state of disrepair because there is no asphalt being laid to complete it. We need incentives for investors who invest economically in the depressed family island community, in the depressed family islands, islands like Long Island that need it. We'd like to see greater investment, and that can only come when incentives beyond some that the government has laid in the recent budget, greater incentive to allow the kind of investment that will help the government play less of a role in the economy of this country. Because one of the PLP philosophies that I think the member for Fort Charlotte, this is the wrap up. This is the wrap up.
Yeah, you got a couple more seconds.
That the member for Fort Charlotte, I'm sure, agrees with, is that we need a government that believes in increasing the reach of the private sector and not increasing the size of the public sector. Because governments are wasteful. Governments are inefficient. And we have a lot of people being brought into the government sector at minimum wage. We got a lot of people who deserve to be paid higher wages. But because I'm wrapping up. I'm wrapping up.
No, that's your 2 minutes.
Okay.
That's your 2 minutes.
Having said that,
Madam
Speaker.
Honorable member.
Having said that, Madam Speaker, I am hopeful.
You was at 3:30.
I am hopeful.
At 32 minutes, it's now 30.
I'm hopeful.
I gave you
the people of Long Island are hopeful that this government will be successful in demonstrating that it is a government of progress and not a government of public relations. We deserve better, and the country demands better for all of our sake, so that we are, in fact, going to be increasing voter participation as opposed to decreasing voter participation in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I thank you.
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I just want to be certain, and please indulge me. I want to confirm that the comments in relation to Bank of Bahamas have been expunged. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Parliamentary.
Interrupt the speaker, but he made reference to myself and mothers prostituting themselves, as if those statements, their daughters, that was made. I just want to clarify, they were not my words. I was referring to information that came to me from reports from agencies that suggested that.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for
Yes, a few things from the member of Long Island through you. First of all, pensions are paid on the last day of each month. So I just want to clarify, I did say in my speech, we always think about the people. I need to understand who wasn't paid their pension, how the public, I think you said Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union, that wouldn't be, I need to understand so that we can fix the issue if there is one, because pensions aren't due yet to be paid for the month. So if you could help me to understand that so we could fix that problem. I would like to make sure, because we don't know of any pensions that are unpaid. We don't know of any pensions that are unpaid. I liaise with finance. We're not quite sure of what you're speaking. So if you could give us some more information. And then I have another question.
Thank you, honourable member. Long Island.
Advised that pensioners whose accounts are at Royal Bank of Canada, they have received. No, I did. I'm just explaining that pensioners who have accounts with Royal Bank of Canada have received theirs. But this morning, while pensioners were online to collect their pensions from Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union, they were told to leave the line because the funds were not remitted as yet.
Like I think all of us have experienced in the House, according to which bank you bank with, it may hit your bank earlier than when it's posted because the government possibly banks with Royal Bank. So, but pension payments are not due until the last day of the month. And today is the 29th. Additionally, so that gives us one more day. So even if it was posted, they may have received, that particular bank may have received theirs. That doesn't mean that persons were not paid on time. I just want to clarify that. Okay.
I appreciate your intervention, member for Golden Gates and minister responsible for the public service. But there was a circular issued by the Public Treasury where it states pension paydays, January 2026 to June 2026. And according to this circular, June's pensions were due to be paid on June the 24th of 2026, Wednesday of last week. It says all pensioners are required to verify during the months of January and July of each year, as failure to comply will result in the disruption of pension payments into their respective bank accounts. Please remember to bring along with you a valid form of identification such as driver's license, national insurance card, or passport. So, I hear what you say. I hear what you say. I hear what you say. But this is the circular, and obviously pensioners or seniors look at this, and it says the pensions were due to be paid as of June the 24th of 2026.
Or from government. That's the Treasury's.
Treasury statement. And that's your ministry.
That is the ministry.
Yeah, Public Treasury pension paydays, January 2026 to June 2026. It says already. I'll send it to you. Yes, ma'am.
But according to the Ministry of Finance, pensions were posted, and the banks will receive them, but it's due at the end of the month. Okay, so I wanted to clarify that. Secondly, I have heard you say a few times that we're hiring persons into the public service. I don't want it to be a situation where people think we're just hiring on top of people. Every year, hundreds of public servants attrition out of the public service. So we don't have people that are staying in public service and then we're bringing on. They're just as we bring in, people attrition out through pensions, retirement, and the like. So I just wanted to clarify that people aren't just coming in. We have people that attrition out every year, annually.
Madam Speaker, in response to the member for Golden Gates, I hear her, and I have a great deal of admiration and respect for her. I want to say that. That needs to be said. The reality is, though, speak to the people, for example, at road traffic. They're bursting at the seams with people running into each other with nothing to do because of the overhiring that happened there. Now, that doesn't come under her. That doesn't come, okay? So the point that I make is we have a system now where the government is trying to see itself as being the driver of the economy. So government is growing huge, and the private sector, which should be looked at as the primary driver of the economy, is not being given enough incentive to grow, to take away the pressure from the government. So all I'm saying is we have a lot of growth in the public sector with apparently not nearly as much justification, and more efforts need to be made to increasing the role of the private sector in growing this economy.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marathon.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Good evening. I rise on behalf of the great constituency of Marathon, Madam Speaker. And I would say, Madam Speaker, that the way that we conduct business in here, as of late, the members ought to be cautious of that, because then we would have persons coming to this house making claims. When I say claims, acting as if this is a courthouse where we adjudicate cases. And, that's quite a shame. Yeah. This is not a political court. This is where we conduct the people's business. And so, Madam Speaker, as do my colleagues, I rise and I give sincere condolences to the families and friends of the young persons who would have lost their lives on the weekend, both in New Providence and Grand Bahama. And Madam Speaker, I would say it's with a deep broken heart from the urban renewal side, with two of our band members who would have lost their lives in that traffic accident. And so on behalf of the co-chairs, the managing directors, and the executive, and of course the band members, the band leaders, instructors from Grand Bahama, Exuma, Abaco, we want to extend condolences to those persons. Both persons would have gotten scholarships through the Urban Renewal Scholarship Symposium, and due to our international partnerships that we have with the Langston University. And so one would have received it, this is going on her third year, and the other one just received it in April, and she would have been starting in the fall. And so we want to extend condolences to her parents, their parents, families, and friends. And of course, we spoke to Professor Mark Gordon, who is the lead instructor in Langston University. And of course, the president of the school would have issued a statement, Madam Speaker. And through you, can I read that short statement? Thank you. Dear faculty, staff, students, and alumni, Langston University mourns the passing of a student, Mrs. Dania Webb, who tragically lost her life in a car accident while at home in the Bahamas. Mrs. Webb was a member of the Marching Pride Band, in which she played tenor saxophone. She passed away on June 27, 2026, involved in the same accident that Mrs. Diamond Stubbs of the Bahamas, a future Lion, who had committed to attending Langston University as an incoming freshman in fall to 2026. Mrs. Stubbs also tragically lost her life in that accident. Held in the greatest affection and respect, their memories will live on in our hearts forever, and our thoughts and prayers go out to their families of Mrs. Dania Webb and Mrs. Diamond Stubbs. And that is from the president of the school, and that is Ruth J. Jackson. And so, Madam Speaker, I would ask that not just my colleagues in here, but the wider Bahamas keep in their prayers not only the family and friends of those who lost their life, but we have some 120 Bahamian students attending Langston 50 of whom are urban renewal, who came through urban renewal, and they're on a scholarship. And so they're all broken up and they're receiving counseling at this time. Madam Speaker, I'll be brief. My colleagues wouldn't let me be otherwise. In Psalms 127, verse 1, Madam Speaker, and it says, except the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who built it. Madam Speaker, these words remind us that every vision, every project, and every community we seek to strengthen must first be anchored in God. Hard work is essential, but lasting success comes when we seek His wisdom, His guidance, and His favor. Madam Speaker, today I would like to truly thank Her Excellency, Dame Cynthia Mother Pratt, the Governor General for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for her gracious delivery of the speech from the throne, which sets out the government's agenda for the next 5 years. I specifically did not mention Her Excellency during my debate, knowing her foundational stance in the urban renewal program, because I wanted to wait for this moment to thank her on her own, by herself, with nobody else behind, to say thank you for her tremendous contribution to the urban renewal, I call it the foundational work of urban renewal. Madam Speaker, she has paved the way for the now generation, and who is a part of urban renewal today, and so I truly would like to thank her. Madam Speaker, today, briefly, I want to focus on the work of the Ministry of Urban Renewal and Community Relations and the difference we are making in the lives of Bahamian families. At the heart of the ministry is simple but a powerful mission. Urban renewal restores communities, community relations strengthens relationships, and together we restore hope. This here, Madam Speaker, is more than a statement. It is a commitment to the Bahamian people that every initiative we undertake, every partnership we build, and every community we serve will always be guided by one purpose. That is, improving the lives of Bahamian families and ensuring that no one is left behind. Many Bahamians know about urban renewal, Madam Speaker, because they have seen work in their communities across this nation. And so today, I also want Bahamians to understand the community relations aspect of it. The community relations aspect works to strengthen the relationship that helps communities thrive. One focuses on improving the places where people live, that's urban renewal, and the other focuses on bringing people together, building trust, and creating partnerships that make communities stronger. That's community relations. But together, they reflect the true purpose of this ministry. Madam Speaker, strong communities are built by families. They are built by neighbors who care for one another. And they are built by partnerships that bring government and communities together to create lasting change. No ministry, no matter what anybody would say, no ministry succeeds because of one individual. It succeeds because of dedicated people who share a common purpose, and that is to serve. And it's on these bases, Madam Speaker, I stand to thank the co-chairs, the managing directors, the deputy directors, the staff, every staff member. Of all they do, I want to thank them. And I also recognize the officers of the Royal Bahamas Police Force who are assigned to urban renewal, who has a commitment to community policing, youth mentorship, and neighborhood engagement as they continue to strengthen the communities they serve. And I don't think enough we thank the church, because I want to thank the church, who we partner with all the time. And some may say, we only partner with the Church of God of Prophecy. That is not correct. We partner with all churches. It is a good church. I want to thank the community leaders, the volunteers, association, the community committees. And, you know, I want to thank the member for Central and South Andres. And Mangrove Key, he said. Don't miss that. And also the Crab Festival Committee. I would say that's, since the induction of this ministry, that's the first partnership. We got a letter from them where they wanted us to partner with that committee. And it was the first of a kind that I've experienced. Me being Bahamian, you would think that I went to Crab Fest before. No, that's my first time, and it was enjoyable.
Thank you, Crab.
Yes. And of course, and I really thank the crab for not biting me. What? So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, also, see, I told my colleagues I'll be quick. So, Madam Speaker, at the Ministry of Urban Renewal and Community Relations, we believe that every Bahamian deserves to live with dignity. And we know that dignity begins at home. For many of us, turning on a tap, walking safely into our homes, or having proper indoor sanitations are certainly things we may take for granted. But for some Bahamian families, those everyday necessities may still be out of reach. This is why the work of this ministry matters. Our commitment is not simply to improve homes, but our commitment is to improve lives. When family gains access to running water for the very first time, we are restoring basic services, and we are restoring dignity, Madam Speaker. When just one outside toilet is replaced with safe indoor sanitation, we are giving a family greater comfort, privacy, and a peace of mind. Madam Speaker, when essential home repairs help a family remain safe in the place they call home, that's providing dignity to that entire family. But we're doing more than just repairing houses, Madam Speaker. We are certainly restoring hope. One of the priorities of this ministry is ensuring that persons living with disabilities in urban areas can continue to live safely and independently. Sometimes something as simple as a wheelchair ramp can make the difference between dependence and independence. It can allow a person living with a disability to move freely, safely, and with dignity. Those improvements may seem so small, but to families who will receive them, they're life-changing. That is why we remain committed to expanding these efforts, not only in New Providence, but out through the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, our work extends beyond homes. It extends into the very heart of communities. Through our urban renewal centers, we continue to bring government closer to the people. That's the purpose. By listening, engaging, and responding to the needs of those specific communities. Every center serves as a place where people can find support, encouragement, and practical assistance. It is where partnerships are formed. It is where problems are discussed. And we realized, Madam Speaker, a long time ago, I'm sure it's before 2021, but it's my time in coming was 2021 coming in. I realized that government cannot do this work alone. It takes all of us working together with one shared purpose. That is why this ministry will continue building partnerships that bring people together, strengthen trust, and create opportunities for all. And we commit to latch hands with the Ministry of Education. We commit to latch hands with the Ministry of Grand Bahama. And we commit to latch hands with the Ministry of Culture. And we commit to latch hands with the Ministry of Youth. As we continue building stronger communities, Madam Speaker, we must also continue to create opportunities for people and for that opportunity I speak of, Madam Speaker, is Friday at the National Stadium at 9:30 a.m. We are having a small home repair workshop for contractors. And before we start anything, we want to start off on the right fitting. They're going to know the expectations, the do's and the don'ts, and to know some of the things where not we failed them, but some of them failed us. And because of them failing us, they failed the people whose home they were supposed to repair. And so we also will be in collaboration with the Ministry of Works. We'll have a good workshop talking about the standards of works that is expected, because we're talking about dealing with people's monies, the government's money actually, the money that belongs to the people. And so we're tired of persons being affected with bad work, and then what? You just hire somebody else? No, it can't be business as usual. They want to hold us accountable, giving them the job, we want to hold them accountable to do the work. And so the workshop is open for small home contractors to attend. Madam Speaker, the ministry is committed to ensuring, when I said that no one is left behind, that includes our seniors. That's Long Island. Long Island, you talk about seniors, right? Miles.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House continues beyond the 7 o'clock hour.
Thank you, honourable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceeds beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favour will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will now proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. Honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was indicating, that this ministry, of course, will leave no one behind. That includes seniors, persons living with disabilities, our youth searching for opportunity, single moms who find it hard to make ends meet, single fathers who are raising their child alone, and he is seeking a village to help him. Well, I want that father to know that that village is here. Urban renewal is your village. Madam Speaker, every Bahamian deserves the opportunity to contribute to the future of our country. That is why we will continue working with community organizations to strengthen communities throughout our nation. Whether a family lives in New Providence, Grand Bahama, Exuma, Andros, Eleuthera, Long Island, Cat Island, Bimini, Inagua, San Salvador, Auckland's Mayaguana, Crooked Island, Ragged Island, Rumkey, any and all of our beautiful family islands, we want you to know that the same commitment that we give to New Providence, that's the same commitment we will give to you. Those islands deserve the same compassion. They deserve the same opportunity and the same hope, Madam Speaker. Because no matter where a Bahamian family calls home, every community matters. Every family matters. Every Bahamian matters. Madam Speaker, as I close, I turn to where I begin. We sometimes quote scriptures and we just say it. But we should ponder on it. Except the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. Those words remind us that public service is not about position. Certainly it's not about recognition. As the good member for Golden Gate says, it's about the people. It is about serving with humility. It is about restoring dignity. It is about strengthening relationships, Madam Speaker. When history looks back on this ministry, Madam Speaker, I do not want it to count the number of programs we launch. I want it to tell the story of families who whose lives were changed, communities where hope was restored, and for people to say, I knew that my government stood beside me when I needed it most. That will be this ministry's legacy. And so, Madam Speaker, I now say to the people of Marathon, we have a lot of initiatives coming up. Our road pavings will start. Our parks will be repaired. I'm excited and hopeful. And so, Madam Speaker, it is on this Marathon rest. May God bless this honorable House, and may God bless the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Suppose it's circular, please? Yes, through you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamacraw. Ten minutes.
Madam Speaker. But of course, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
You sure you speak?
It would be nice, please. Madam Speaker, I rise today to give my contribution to thank the Governor General, Dame Cynthia Pratt, for having delivered the speech from the throne. And before I get into the meat of my presentation, I want to join in the chorus of voices today, of colleagues here who would have wished sincere condolences or extended sincere condolences to the families and those affected by the recent tragic loss of the young ladies over the weekend. Over the weekend, Madam Speaker, also I would like to join two of my colleagues in highlighting the successful national swim meet competitors who would have come out victorious in many events across various clubs, but in particular the 6-time champions, is it 6 or 7-time champions? 8-time champions, the Mako Aquatic Club. And this is very commendable. I want to publicly state that my son, Xander Lightborn, who is in the 13 to 14 group, would have made his father and his family extremely proud, and I commend him. And just so that I don't leave out my heartstring, my other heartstring, my daughter Zoe Lightborn at the time of the end of the event was participating in an annual dance theater at the University of the Bahamas with a dance group, and I want to give them kudos for their display that they would have done over the weekend. And there are a few other fathers who are parliamentarians who are there, particularly the member for Centerville and the member for Nassau Village, proud fathers of those young ladies who did a tremendous performance at the dance event. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank God for my place here in this honorable House, as He has granted me another opportunity to represent the wonderful people of Yamacraw, who have sent me here on their behalf. And I thank Yamacraw for always listening and supporting, and they know that in the midst of everything that goes on here, I will always stand up for what is right, what is true, what is honest, and for the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, as I reflect upon the speech from the throne, one overarching truth became abundantly clear. The commitments contained within the speech are not merely a collection of legislative proposals. They reflect a comprehensive vision for the future of our nation, a vision that recognizes that economic process, environmental stewardship, social development, public safety, and institutional reform are all interconnected. None can succeed in isolation because each depends on the strength of the others. As the minister speaking on matters concerning the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, I was particularly encouraged by the place that environmental sustainability occupies within this national vision. The speech recognizes that protecting our natural resources is not separate from building a strong economy, a safer community, and more prosperous nation. Rather, it acknowledges that the environment forms the foundation upon which every aspect of our national development ultimately depends. Early in the speech from the throne, we are reminded that the Bahamas is a sacred inheritance. Madam Speaker, I believe those 5 words capture the very essence of the work undertaken here today and every day by the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources. I therefore join my colleagues in stating that we must guard our reputation. They remind us that the extraordinary beauty of our islands, the richness of our environment, the diversity of our ecosystems, and the abundance of our natural resources are not possessions that belong exclusively to our generation. They are sacred trusts that have been passed on to us by our ancestors, and one which we are duty-bound to pass on to our next generation. That responsibility extends far beyond conservation and its traditional sense, or in its traditional sense. It encompasses the way we plan our communities, the way we regulate development, the way we protect our coastlines, the way we prepare for natural disasters, the way we manage our public lands and beaches, and the way we balance economic growth with environmental sustainability. Good environmental stewardship is therefore not simply an environmental objective. It is a national development imperative. The speech declares that climate resilience, quote, and environmental protection remain matters of national survival. Madam Speaker, those words deserve careful reflection, for they speak not only on the challenges we face today, but the legacy we intend to leave for our children and our children's children. It reminds me, Madam Speaker, of the scripture Proverbs 12:22 that states, "A good man leaves an inheritance to his children." That is exactly what we are doing, securing our nation for generations to come. Madam Speaker, climate change affects food production, energy security, insurance costs, tourism, infrastructure, and public finances. Every major storm places pressure on human resources, disrupt economic activity, and impact the lives of thousands of Bahamians. It is therefore entirely appropriate that climate resilience should occupy such a prominent place within the government's legislative program. Madam Speaker, nowhere is this relationship more evident than in our tourism industry. Millions of visitors choose the Bahamas each year because of our waters, our beaches, our coral reefs, the natural beauty, among other things. These are not merely environmental assets. These are economic assets. Likewise, our fisheries depend upon healthy marine ecosystems. Our agricultural sector depends upon productive land and reliable water sources. And our coastal communities depend upon mangrove wetlands, natural shorelines that provide protection against storm surges and coastal erosion. When we protect these resources, we are simultaneously protecting jobs, strengthening businesses, and securing the livelihoods of thousands of Bahamian families. Through the Department of Environmental Health Services, it protects public health by safeguarding sanitation standards, monitoring environmental conditions, and preserving the quality of our surroundings. Through the Bahamas National Geographic Information System Center, it provides the geospatial information that supports land administration, infrastructure planning, disaster preparedness, and informed national decision-making. Through the Forestry Unit, the ministry works to conserve and sustainably manage our forest resources and terrestrial ecosystems, while the Public Beaches and Parks Authority enhances the quality of life for residents and visitors alike by maintaining and improving public parks, recreational spaces, and beaches that are among the nation's most treasured public assets. Whether our officers are engaged in environmental planning, environmental health, geographic information systems, forestry, parks and beaches, or environmental regulations, they share a common mission to protect the natural inheritance of our nation while improving the quality of life of the Bahamian people. Their work often takes place quietly and without public attention, yet it has a profound impact upon every community throughout our Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, one of the defining characteristics of effective governance is the ability to look beyond the demands of today and prepare thoughtfully for the needs tomorrow. Nations that prosper over generations are rarely those that simply respond to immediate challenges. Rather, they are those that plan strategically, invest wisely, and ensure that development proceeds in an orderly, sustainable, and equitable manner. It is for this reason that I believe some of the most consequential commitments contained within the speech from the throne are those related to national planning, land management, and sustainable development. These initiatives provide the framework through which our economic ambitions can be realized while safeguarding the natural resources that define our national identity. The government has therefore made a significant commitment in declaring that it will continue to work on the National Development Plan, setting out a long-term vision for economic growth. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne further commits the government to introduce legislation to establish a national development framework to provide for coordinated planning across ministries, agencies, and islands. This commitment reflects an understanding that the challenges confronting modern governments cannot be addressed by individual ministries acting independently of one another. Environmental planning influences tourism, housing, affects our infrastructure, transport, impact land use. Disaster preparedness depends upon physical planning. Public health is influenced by environmental conditions. The National Development Framework, therefore, provides an essential mechanism for ensuring that government policies are coordinated, informed, and mutually reinforced. Madam Speaker, equally significant is the government's commitment to introduce comprehensive waste management and marine pollution legislation, providing for stronger penalties and enforcement mechanisms. The speech from the throne further commits the government to establish a blue economy governance framework, ensuring transparency, accountability, and national benefit sharing from blue carbon initiatives. Madam Speaker, this initiative places the Bahamas among countries that recognize the extraordinary value of their natural ecosystems. Madam Speaker, as I conclude my contribution, I return to one of the most profound statements contained in the speech from the throne. Early in the address, we are reminded that the Bahamas is a sacred inheritance. Those words have remained with me throughout this debate because they capture the very essence of our responsibility as legislators and public servants. The opposition, in my estimation, Madam Speaker, is a one-trick pony when it comes to debates. The election is over, and they are still running on politics. Their strategy seems to be stick to one script, show fake outrage at things that make people upset, and try to grab the headline story with negativity and scandal. This is why years later, they use the points of order, no matter how senior they may be in this place. The young members of this parliament should take note. This is why years later, they abuse the points of order. They speak on matters as if they are in a barroom, throwing loose gossip and innuendos, and insisting on bending and breaking the rules of the House, no matter how they are ruled on, as long as they satisfy their appetite for disruption and distraction. Madam Speaker, last time I warned a certain member of Parliament about this behavior, talking about bread basket items for almost a full term. Now, where is he? Very little to add to the debate except chaos. This got the last opposition nowhere. So far this term, I can say from the start, Madam Speaker, that what they are doing in this honorable House, they are clearly they are clearly in possession of the same leader. Don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker. His replacements seem to be going down the same path. Madam Speaker, the budget debate was executed with distinction from the government side. The people heard the plans on building on progress for the betterment of the Bahamian people and our beautiful country. All they heard from the opposition was the plan, the plan, the plan. It seemed like during the budget debate, they were being led by the little man from the TV series Fantasy Island. The plan, the plan, the plan. That's all they did. 1 week of budget debate. Unlike this side, we have a deep bench. We have talent. We have talent who is not afraid of hard work. We're not afraid of criticism. We answer constructive criticism and sometimes make adjustments. This is serious business. You can't run a country if your mind can be easily crowded by slander and attacks on people's character. I stand in support of a party, and this party and my colleagues that believe in our country. Countries that want to lecture us and criticize us, of course they have a right, but they have their own share of problems. They too face rising gas prices and inflation, security issues, immigration issues. But we are determined to continuing the work to fix our issues, move our people forward, giving them a plan that they can see hope for the future and realize their dreams by participating in building their own country. Madam Speaker, it is with a deep appreciation that I offer my wholehearted support of the government's legislative program. My sincere gratitude is extended once again to Her Excellency, the Governor General, Dame Cynthia Pratt, my mother Pratt, for so graciously delivering the speech from the throne. May God continue to bless the work of this honorable House. May God continue to bless the good people of Yamakra. And may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini.
Madam Speaker, I can't.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Gates.
You know, Madam Speaker, you can't play with people's money, so I want to make sure I bring clarity. Thank you to the member for Long Island for providing this circular, he calls it. Madam Speaker, all pensioners have been paid. This says that if you didn't verify, technically you aren't paid if you're not verified. So I don't know who, if you have a small group you're speaking to. Again, I'm just trying to get, because I'm speaking to the treasurer, speaking to the Minister of Finance, I'm speaking to the public servant accounts, and all pensions have been paid and posted. So they're posted. So I need to understand, you're saying people weren't paid. That's not what this is saying. This is talking about verification. So I don't want you to put out information that's false. I don't want you to put out, if there are a few people who haven't been paid, possibly because they didn't verify, whatever it is, we need to understand so that we could fix the issue. But nationally, pensioners' postings have been made and pensions have been paid. Okay, so I just need to understand because we want to fix the problem if there is one. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for Golden Gates. No, I can't apologize because what I said is that today pensioners were on the line of a local respected credit union, and they were told by the credit union's manager that the pensions that they were in line to receive have not yet hit their accounts. And they were frustrated, and I just mentioned to you that this circular says that they were due to be paid. Initially, notice the member for Golden Gate said that they haven't been paid yet. That was what was said earlier in the contribution in the back and forth. But now we're being told that they're posted. All I'm saying is that they were told by the branch manager that the monies are not there and they should leave. And as senior citizens who are relying on their pensions, clearly it is a great source of frustration for them. That's all.
It's like it's maybe a small group because verification again has been made. This is for Treasury document about verification. Let's start that. If they haven't verified, maybe they haven't been paid. But you're saying that that particular institution has told them that the funds haven't hit their accounts yet. All postings have been done. Some postings may have hit accounts, some may not. But this is not a matter of widespread pensioners have not been paid. I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
10 minutes.
You and I have arrived in the evening. No better place to be, Madam Speaker, next to you.
Stop that.
As the sun goes down.
Be careful now, St. Anne's and Long Island invited me to lunch, and now you tell them you want.
Well, you know.
We might have to do that and take a picture to send to the country.
I don't have to feed you to fall in love with me, Madam Speaker. No. Madam Speaker, as I rise on behalf of the great constituents of St. Anne's, I wish to give my contribution on the speech from the throne from the Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Cynthia Mother Pratt. We've heard a lot about Mother Pratt. Many of us, I think all of us, except for maybe a few of the first-time members, would have had the privilege during the last term of having lunch with her over the Christmas period. We know that Mother Pratt is the mother of Coconut Grove, of the Grove. We know that now, after serving St. Cecilia for 15 years, she is the governor of Mount Fitzwilliam. And as the first female deputy prime minister, she is and will always be a national role model. It is my great shortcoming not to have attended the opening of her Cynthia Mother Pratt Legacy Hall, the museum for her life story of humble beginnings that was opened recently in the heart of Coconut Grove. As we continue, we were greeted by the Excellency Ambassador for the United States, Herschel Walker, and Julie Walker this morning. They attended in the gallery. And we've heard some of the wonderful connections between our great nation, even before independence, with the contributions made in the United States to the development of Coconut Grove, Key West, Florida. We also participated in the development of Coral Gables, and something that wasn't mentioned was the role the United States played during the 1992 elections. That was before government in the sunshine, before the radio airwaves were opened up. And there was a key factor that contributed to the F&M victory at that time, led by Hubert Alexander Ingram, where airtime was purchased on U.S. radio stations out of South Florida, and through large antennas, those signals were able to cross the water and were picked up by Bahamians throughout the islands. This helped the F&M circumvent government censorship, Madam Speaker, and communicate their message of anti-corruption directly to the public. Imagine that, Madam Speaker, in 1992, the F&M had difficulty getting on the airwaves. They had difficulty getting out the message of anti-corruption directly to the public. That was well over, or close to 30 years now, Madam Speaker. Over 30 years. And again, it feels like there's another code of silence being imposed upon the opposition. That's how it feels to me, Madam Speaker, that again, we're dealing with a code of silence. Madam Speaker, we heard claims from the member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador. I think it would be beneficial if the opposition deals with the things they feel best about and highlight those without trying to criticize the opposition or mislead the public in some instances as to the record of the F&M in an effort to make their record or lack thereof seem more significant. But the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, claimed that we always do what we say we will do. Some of you may recall him saying that. I recall in 2024, anti-gang legislation was passed with the Anti-Gang Act of 2024. We passed legislation, but there hasn't been any arrests of individuals under the Anti-Gang Act of 2024. The Prime Minister claimed that the Family Islands have never seen any work under the FNM, or at least not how the PLP is currently treating them. Yet, when you look at the record, Madam Speaker, in 1996, the FNM delivered local government in the Family Islands. In 2008, you had the Family Island Development Encouragement Act, which is an act that we've just recently included in the last budget compendium and extended it for 1 year. That was introduced by the FNM in 2008. You hear about plans for each family island, development plans for each family island, as though the FNM never put the legislation in place since 2010 for this to be a reality. 2010, Madam Speaker, under then Minister Dr. Earl DeVoe. You also heard of Ministry of Works identifying activities with bridges being built in Andros and Eleuthero. But to claim that and not to recognize what the FNM did, Madam Speaker, you're ignoring the improvements at Standard Creek Bridge, which was opened in March of 2021. Andros. You're ignoring improvements at London Creek Bridge, which was opened in January of 2021. Andros. And you're ignoring the improvements at Roderick Newton Higgs Bridge, North Eleuthero, that opened in January 2021. Again, North Eleuthero, 2021, 2021, 2021 FNM. Madam Speaker, you also heard claims by Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador that crime is down. Crime is down, but there were back-to-back burglaries, Saturday night and Sunday night in the same house in St. Anne's. Crime is down, but gas tanks are still being stolen from residents in the evening. The gas tank theft ring is going so far right now, Madam Speaker, that they are taking dog muzzles onto persons' private properties. Should they ever be detected by a dog, the muzzle will be put over the animal's face to ensure the barking doesn't alert the homeowner. Where are the police patrols, Madam Speaker? Why isn't this being taken serious? Why, when a resident has their tank stolen and they contact the gas companies don't have any tanks to sell to them? This is a reality, Madam Speaker. We can't claim that crime is down when this is what's actually happening on the ground. And crime being down, Madam Speaker, who's actually looking at the facts of these cases? Just this morning, Madam Speaker, I took a screenshot of what was in the paper, and as it does more often than not these days, the headline on it from Our News said, "On the scene of the country's latest fatal shooting." It's always language around murder. When are these fatal shootings declared to be murders? How many of these fatal shootings that aren't declared murder at the time the body is detected eventually declared murder, and how many are not? All of those, I think, Madam Speaker, have an impact on the overall crime numbers. Madam Speaker, we hear that crime is down, but traffic fatalities are up. Over 30 deaths, Madam Speaker, this year. 5 alone on Saturday night, and another one just last night in Spring City, Abaco. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize those young persons who lost their lives by putting their name into the record. Ms. Patricia Brown, Ms. Stania Webb, Ms. Diamond Stubbs, Ms. Katharina McPhee, and then in Grand Bahama, Madam Speaker, if 4 young women losing their lives wasn't enough to trigger this administration, there was also the death of Nika Julian. And then just this morning or last night, the 30-year-old gentleman who died on Ernestine Highway in Spring City, Abaco. This morning, Madam Speaker. When will this government speak to what actions it will take to make our roads safer? If one traffic fatality is too many, surely over 30 traffic fatalities merit an immediate, coordinated response from government ministries. Road traffic. Minister, you've had an opportunity to speak today. What have you said will be done over the summer break, over this evening, over the coming week to correct the conditions of roads? Minister with portfolio for water and sewage, what have you said today during your time to give a contribution as to what will happen this evening, this summer, and over the coming week to address the condition of roads? Minister of Works, what have you said in your time today that you will do this evening, this summer, and in the coming week to address the condition of roads? Minister with responsibility for the Royal Bahamas Police Force, what have you said in your time today that you will do this evening, over the summer, and in the coming weeks to address the condition of roads? Minister with responsibility for Family Island Affairs, we have traffic fatalities in Eleuthera and in Abaco, and even Grand Bahama. What have you said in your time today that you will do over the summer, this evening, and over the coming week to address the condition of roads? And Minister of Finance, the gentleman who no one can talk about. What are you going to do with the government money to address the condition of roads? We heard nothing from you today. What are you going to do over the summer, this evening, and over the coming week to address the condition of roads? Madam Speaker, these are real issues. These are real issues, just like the issue that Carmichael raised with the need for housing. Carmichael, as Minister of Housing and Land Reform, touted the legislation the last Davis Cooper administration passed in land reform, land adjudication bill, land registration bill. But everything they did, from Fox Hill to our Family Island Keys, where they gave away title, none of that was done under the Land Adjudication Act that they passed. None of that was done under the Land Registration Act that they passed. That was done by exercising eminent domain, legal principles that were in place prior to independence, Madam Speaker. And then we look at the actual housing projects themselves. I don't want, Madam Speaker, to be a resident living in Carmichael Village to find out. I know we don't know what the situation is yet, but as the U.S. Ambassador said, wait and see. I don't want to be living in Carmichael Village, Madam Speaker, where I find out years from now that the money provided under a PPP to develop this subdivision where I've raised my children, I've lived it with my wife, I've attended church every Sunday, was monies from proceeds of illegal drug crime activity. Let's be sure we know, Madam Speaker, let's be sure we know where the money is coming from before we provide it as the cornerstone for our Bahamian families.
Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamagra.
It pains me to stand on this point of order yet again, because it's the innuendos, it's the rule that the imputations of wrongdoing and all of these other things that are being thrown out there in the form of questions sometimes and just loose statements. We are still in Parliament. This is still a nationally and to some extent internationally broadcast forum. And I think that it behooves us as members of Parliament to understand that that's the space we're in, that what we throw out, we cannot take it back. This is an age where, yes, we may say strike it from the record, but how long do we intend at the beginning of this new term? At the beginning of this new term, how long do we intend? For 5 years to allow the opposition to continue on this behavior? The Bahamian people have to see this and probably begin to publicly condemn them for this behavior because, I mean, they answered them already. I guess that's the way the Bahamian people respond to them, by the shellacking they got at the polls. But I think the member should withdraw that loose statement and just stick to, he can be impactful without being reckless. And so I would ask the member, as a learned member of parliament, to choose his words carefully, wisely, so that it's in line with proper parliamentary procedure and expectations. That's all I'm asking, Madam Speaker. I ask the member to withdraw.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marcos.
Madam Speaker, the member for Yamacraw has been in the House on a number of occasions where we've asked very specific questions, made assertions on the exact matter that was raised by the member for St. Anne's. The government to date has not given an account for the first $10 million they made available to the very project that he's referring to that involves the person that he alluded to. Secondly, the government gave another $10.2 million as a follow-up. We laid out the case that we believe it was because not sufficient homes were built, so the premiums were not paid. Therefore, when the loan was called, they had to find money to repay the first $10 million, and they supplied $10.2 million. So there's nothing that he said that this member has sought to encourage his colleagues to answer, clarify, or refute, Madam Speaker, over the last several years. And so I think it is out of bounds for him to ask that it's rephrased or it's withdrawn. I think it's on point, Madam Speaker. We're going to come back to this issue over and over and over again.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Yamacraw.
Thank you. The point that Marcos City makes is not valid based on what I said. The extent and the recklessness of the statement is what I spoke to. Because if you don't know, you're the chair, the member is the chair, and I've been last time of the Public Accounts Committee. The member knows exactly where to go and what to do and when to do it. Member isn't a rookie here. Member is far beyond veteran. And so he understands precisely what is being done, and it should not be accepted. Because I can throw out some loose statements and ask him about proceeds, or just say, hey, I hope the proceeds that you have didn't come from one drug deal on the road. That's reckless. Right? It's inappropriate for this forum. And how can he not see something wrong with it? He comes, he doubles down, and he encourages the member to proceed because it seemed okay. So if I ask you a question and I say it come from the proceeds of somebody getting murdered or getting shot or whatever else, we could do the same thing. Names have been called in different forums for different people. If we do that to the good member from Marcos, he's the first one to spring up from his chair like he's in a parachute, like he's a parachuting out of a jet. His behavior, not because he seemed to be very intentional with his words, means it's appropriate. And it's not appropriate behavior for St. Anne's to continue to go down these roads because we can do the same. We chose not to touch a lot of the stuff. Our Prime Minister does not lead in that manner. He's asked us to not bring these matters into this forum. You don't see us talking about no boat and not related to y'all. Don't come with that in here. We are asking for the member to have some professional parliamentary decorum and quit from going down this road because we're not going to stand for it. And the Bahamian people should not.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, as I was in my seat, I caught up on my WhatsApp on my phone, and one of my constituents said, the ant's biting him again. I don't know what that means, Madam Speaker. The ant's biting him again. Must be causing him to jump up out of his seat while I'm giving my contribution, Madam Speaker. Now, the good gentleman from Yamacraw actually lives in St. Anne's, so he is one of the many PLP ministers that live in F&M constituencies. But he professes the rules all the time, Madam Speaker. And really, when I have to listen to him so many times, I'll defend you to my last breath, Madam Speaker. You're a far better speaker than Yamacraw would ever be. Now, Madam Speaker, he always,
He said she's a far
You
better
voted
than you
against
would
me?
be.
Madam Speaker, I voted my conscience. Now,
So that's the same thing.
No, sir. No, sir.
playing hard to get.
No, sir. But I can't have a coffee with somebody.
You voted against me.
I was right there.
All right, my time may begin. My time may begin to run. You sent me to Central Police Station through a SWAT vehicle, Madam Speaker. Yeah, then good. Watch about how I voted after you sent me to Central Police Station. A good attorney of over 20 years' experience. I appeared as defense criminal attorney in every single station: Quaco Street, Carmichael, Central, all of the stations. Been up in Her Majesty's prison. I can tell you what the mix of urine and cigarette smoke smells like, because I've been there. But Madam Speaker, it was only you. It was only you, Madam Speaker, and the crew on the other side that saw fit to stuff me in a SWAT vehicle with heavy armed machine guns by my side and have me detained at Central Police Station. So when it comes down to you didn't vote for me, that's the reality. But Madam Speaker, I don't hold it against you right now. Ain't no excuses. I'm talking about Carmichael. Actually, I'm talking about Yamacraw. He always professes the rules, Madam Speaker. But he will sit there. You know, if you get on your WhatsApp message that someone's got a recording, and you just wanted to speed up, you press that little, you tap it once and get it to 1.5. Every contribution Yamacraw seems to give in here seems like AI has written it, and it's on 1.5 speed. And all he's doing is reading. And Rule 31.1 for the professor of rules. No, you're that boring. For the professor of rules. For the professor of rules 31.1, you're not doing your job, because members, as a general rule, shall not read their speech. And that's all this gentleman. But they're not standing up all day long like they're the only ones who know the rules. You ignore the rules more than anybody. You ignore the rules more than anybody. And like my constituent said, it seemed like you got ants in your pants. Now, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, I'm going to bring some attention to my constituency, because it seems like there's a good possibility we're going to break for the summer. And we have a lot of ministers here with a lot of money. I've already seen that some of these contracts are causing issues in my own constituency. Apparently, this is only what I heard. It may not be true, Madam Speaker. The senator that ran against me has gotten between 12 and 15 contracts, and one of his campaign workers is putting all kind of voice notes out there, Madam Speaker. All the businesses out there, Madam Speaker. And all I asked was some decency to continue in St. Anne's. And, you know, it's like when you give sound advice and people ignore it, you end up with all these voice recordings. But I know those voice recordings, Madam Speaker, they're not something you'd like to live with. Queen Bee been after me for a good while. I'll go back to my constituency needs as I wrap up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have the Montague Foreshore, which is the area between the St. Anne's Fish Market, the Montague Ramp, and Dix Point. If you look at that area, it's totally overgrown. Garbage is thrown about out of the few little bits of garbage receptacles that never get collected. Minister of Environment Yamacraw, why not collect the garbage on a daily basis from all coastal parks? Coastal parks is where constituents from all constituencies go to. Every Bahamian likes to see that beautiful water once in a while. Keep it clean for them. Keep it clean for them. All right, you say we talk doom and gloom in the House, but the reality of the parks in the country is doom and gloom for most families. So the Montague Foreshore Tribute Park, Sloop Tribute Park, which I've raised, that needs to be kept on a monthly basis, twice, 3 times a month. Garbage needs to be collected from there every day. And when you send landscaping through there from parks and beaches, don't just send to do the weed whacking of the weeds. You got sea grape trees that were hedges. You got other brushes that were meant to be hedges. They're now growing up tall, okay? Trim those down, take the coconut branches away, pick up the garbage every single day. Why not do something nice for your fellow Bahamians. It's the summertime.
Right, so the 141 million they spend.
I said 141 million, and right now we're getting good promises from Nassau Village, Madam Speaker. I noticed the executive director's been on the news recently, and he said that 5 parks, he also said this in the House of Assembly, 5 parks per quarter were going to be rehabilitated and rebuilt starting in September, starting in November. Now, Parks and Beaches this time comes out under the Ministry of Environment. So 5 parks every quarter. That means if they start September, November, they should be finished in the quarter ending December. So come January, that's 5 more parks. The executive director couldn't tell the news when asked by the reporters which parks you're going to do first. It was very confidential at the time. This is easy public knowledge. But a recommendation, Madam Speaker, a recommendation, and maybe the Minister of Finance can do this calculation. The opposition represents 1/5 of all constituencies in the Bahamas. So every time 5 parks are done, Madam Speaker, one of those parks at least should be a park of an opposition member of Parliament. I think that'll be fair. That'll be fair representation. And that, you know, that is a very good suggestion. Thank you. Thank you, South Andros, Mangrove Key, and
Central Mangrove Key and South Andros.
Everything else. Three are in Nassau.
So let's do the march for Nassau because we don't do it in the outer islands.
Why don't you do it in the outer islands? Why not send some money to the outer islands to make sure those things are done? Why are you holding the money from the outer islands? You know, you shouldn't spite the outer islands. Shouldn't spite the outer islands. Bahamians live in the outer islands too. Yeah, well, give the local government the equivalent amount of money to focus on a park, and then let them spend it.
They don't get to construct parks.
Give the local government the equivalent amount of money and let them spend it on their park. Madam Speaker, we have issues with requests from constituents for the roads to be paved. The Minister of Works can go with his crew through the roads that I'm going to mention. Now, these are roads that aren't visible probably to most of the PLP ministers that live in St. Anne's, because these are the roads where, you know, the rich don't live. So you got Angley Road, you got Peak Street, you got Brandon Road, you got Johnson Estates, Johnson Terrace, Mandingo Alley, that's off Step Street, Jim Carey Alley off Step Street, and the road immediately east is an unnamed road immediately to the east of Jim Carey Alley, which is where the basketball court is on Step Street. That also needs to be paved. These are roads, with the exception of Mandingo Alley off Step Street, and the ones I called before Mandingo, there's 3 on Step Street that haven't had tar. At least 2 of them are in need of tar for the first time. And then when you look, you have issues with roads off of Fox Hill that haven't had any paving in a long time, some no paving at all. These are roads that are on Fox Hill Road, which was recently paved in front of St. Anne's School. They come from below St. Anne's School and go all the way to Step Street. They include Rattlesnake Lane, Stratham Close, Sill Close, East Enders Close, and Curtis Close. If you don't know where they are, I'll go with you. I'll take you to see the condition that some of the Bahamians that vote F&M and vote PLP through those corners are living through. Madam Speaker, you have issues with one subdivision. Constituents finding that constituents from other neighborhoods are simply entering the roads. They didn't realize that they were living in particular neighborhoods. They would like, if it's within the ministry's power, to have a divider set up so that the overflow, which didn't exist under the development plan, is prevented from continuing by crossing flat land. That is in the areas of Ebury Close, which would like a dead-end entrance, and Gage Way. That's in the immediate vicinity of High Vista, the most southern part of High Vista, and Step Street, Madam Speaker. These are issues of constituents. So instead of doing TikToks in your office with your assistant, maybe get on the ground with the MP from the area, and I'll show you some of the country you haven't seen. Madam Speaker, you also have the area of the horse stables, which is asking for more speed bumps because the sections of the road where the horses come out of the stables onto the road, if a little bit more precautionary measures to ensure vehicles slowed down were put in place, it would be safer not only for the young ladies and the young men that ride horses there, it would be safer for the animals and the road users, Madam Speaker. A horse can do damage to a vehicle too. Madam Speaker, something I'd like done with Minister of Works, if he's got the money, some more road markings. I see that the Ministry of Works now has a road marking machine. We have a lot of residents that are pedestrian walkers in the early hours of the morning and the late hours of the evening, Madam Speaker, and they will typically walk from St. Anne's Bay, which is the eastern end of Prince Charles Drive. They'll walk as far as Treasure Cove, or Treasure Cove will walk to St. Anne's Bay, and St. Anne's Bay will walk to Winton Highway. And then on the other end of the constituency, closer to Montague, from Johnson Road to Fort Montague, if we could have marked and lit pedestrian paths along the road verges to at least remind vehicle users that persons walk along this road, be wary as you go around a corner that may be a blind corner, or as you think you have a bit of open road and you want to all of a sudden drive with an excessive speed. Madam Speaker, finally, we have the unfortunate loss of so many wonderful Bahamians on a daily basis in our country, but I'd like to take a moment to recognize one of my constituents, a lady that died at the age of 101. She's the mother of Randy, Jill, Charlotte Knowles, also the grandmother of Roscoe Thompson, and she was the wife of Sir Durward Knowles. I'd like to extend condolences to the family of Lady Holly Knowles, Madam Speaker, who died at the age of 101. She was there with our first gold medalists in the Olympics, and she obviously has been there for many instances and occasions. We all know that Sir Durward played a major role in the regattas, which we love, as have now made sloop sailing regattas love and have now made our national sport. And in closing, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank my constituents. I'd like to thank the Governor General, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Cynthia Mother Pratt. And I'd like to thank my wife, Madam Speaker, who, oddly enough, today is not our anniversary, but she's still married to me. So thank you to my wife, Milan.
And Chair recognizes the honourable member for Pine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did not want to interrupt the member when he was speaking, but he mentioned in his speech crime being down, yet giving other examples. The crime statistics have been brought to this government by the same set of people that provided those statistics to former Prime Minister Ingram and former Prime Minister Minnis. I'm sure that the member for Michael, being in that great organization for many years, would have no problem with the individuals who reported that to us. And so while any act, criminal act, is something that we should all be concerned about, I have every confidence in the people who provided those crime statistics that said that crime was down. That was not the government saying it. These are professionals who have dedicated decades of their life to providing information to governments, both PLP and FNM. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. As many, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Dal Pines.
Much, Madam Speaker. I know it's getting late, and so I don't intend to be long. But today I rise to support this resolution, to thank Her Excellency, our Governor General, for delivering this Davis-led administration progressive speech from the throne. Madam Speaker, it is the people of Tall Pines that sent me here, and I am going to commit to them that I would stay steadfast, and I will work hard to ensure that I improve their lives and improve their livelihoods. Madam Speaker, it's my belief that God has been good to all of us in this honorable place, And I also would like to join members in this honorable House in extending my deepest condolences to the families and the loved ones of the 6 young ladies who lost their lives on the streets of Nassau, Grand Bahama. And I learned this morning that we lost another life in Abaco as a result of a traffic accident. We on this side appreciate you, Madam Speaker, for firmly holding your ground, and to commend you on your diligent work as you're doing to preserve the dignity and credibility and integrity of this honorable place. I've been around for a while, and I've been through many, many turbulent storms and arguments in the House as we debate fearlessly, but I'm beginning to realize that it is going to a point that I've never seen before, and I'm becoming very concerned as someone who has been in this place for a while. Madam Speaker, as I stand to my feet to make my brief contribution in support of the resolution before us today, I extend my sincere appreciation to Her Excellency, the Governor General, who I know personally, who I've worked closely with. I know her from her religious perspective. I've visited her church. I've seen her in the community as she provided support before she was Governor General to help the individuals in St. Barnabas. The speech outlined our administration's commitment to national development, stronger public service, to provide policies that will improve governance, reduce poverty, and ultimately change the lives and the people who we're privileged to serve. The health of our people remains paramount to progress of our country. A healthy population supports stronger families, productive communities, economic growth, and national resilience. Health affects every person who in this place. It impacts our homes, our schools, our workplaces, and our communities. It remains a key element of the country's national development, and that is why our administration believes so strongly in universal health coverage. As a matter of fact, we at the Ministry of Health and Wellness are mandated to achieve this global objective of universal health coverage for all Bahamian citizens and residents by the year 2030, a journey that has been going on for over a decade. Our blueprint for progress recognizes that quality and accessibility to healthcare must remain at the center of our national development. Since assuming the responsibility as minister, me and the member for St. James have hit the ground running, and our focus has been on transforming and strengthening our facilities, improving access to services, modernizing systems, investing in the country's healthcare workforce, and advancing legislation that supports the health and wellness of our people. The priorities outlined in the speech from the throne reflects that commitment, and by a caring government led by the member for Rumkey, Cat Island, and St. Salvador. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne highlighted several important areas within the health sector, including bringing into force the new Dental Health Act 2025, strengthening the support systems for elderly Bahamians through an elderly abandonment framework by extending contributory health insurance coverage for public servants, including contract workers. Over the last month, we have been working diligently because in our blueprint for progress, we indicated that the Bahamian people, inclusive of public servants, will begin to see these insurance packages put in place in the month of July. Madam Speaker, one significant area of focus, and that is the transformation of our health infrastructure. Across New Providence, Grand Bahama, and the Family Islands, the government has continued to invest in clinics, hospitals, health facilities, and respond to the needs of our growing population. Many of our older clinics, including the Rand Memorial Hospital, the Princess Margaret Hospital, now require extensive renovation and lots of expensive preventative maintenance. The advancement of the health infrastructure and program includes the major multi-million-dollar projects, such as the Freeport Health Campus, the New Providence Hospital, including the development and upgrades of clinics throughout the country. All modern healthcare facilities must support efficient patient care, provide and improve the working condition for our healthcare workers, and to ensure that we incorporate technology, strengthen our ability to respond effectively during health care emergencies. The recent completion of the Princess Margaret Accident Emergency and now moving swiftly for the renovation of the Rand Memorial A&E will bring us closer to achieving this essential mandate. A modern healthcare system always requires modern digital systems and information technologies, which are crucial components for healthcare transformation. And very shortly, you will begin to see us roll out our digital medical records, begin to start our digital platforms in our clinic, and to ensure that the funding that has been allocated to us by way of the IDB loans and in collaboration with the new Ministry of Innovation, many new things as it relates to digital platform for the Ministry of Health will soon be unveiled. Our vision is a healthcare system where information is available when and where the patient needs it, where healthcare providers have the tool necessary to support quality care, and where patients experience greater coordination and support. Madam Speaker, the focus in the speech from the throne on chronic non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, continue to affect many Bahamians and require more preventative programs and health education across the country to reduce the incidence of diseases that continue to consume a large portion of my ministry's budget. Remembering that healthcare does not exist independently from the wider circumstances that affect people's lives. Housing is directly tied in with healthcare. Food security, employment, transportation, and other social factors all influence healthcare outcomes. A person's ability to maintain good health is connected to their daily realities and their lifestyles. If you choose inappropriate lifestyles, you pay the consequences for it. If you choose physical activity and proper nutrition, you win, and your body pays back in a big way. That is why our health agenda over the next 5 years and beyond must be connected to a wider national policy that supports families, protect workers, strengthen communities, and improve the quality of lives for Bahamians throughout the country. Madam Speaker, our healthcare workforce remains the cornerstone of our health system. Last Friday, I was fortunate enough to attend the University of the West Indies School of Clinical Medicine and Research, graduating class 2026, where 17 junior doctors finished their training and will enter our healthcare system, along with 17 additional specialists in surgery, obstetric and gynecology, pediatrics, family medicine, internal medicine, and psychiatry, who will help to expand specialty services in our public system, inclusive of the Rand Memorial Hospital and the Princess Margaret Hospital. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health continues to support training, professional development, and opportunities for Bahamians to build careers in healthcare, which is clearly reflected in the $1.8 million allocated in my ministry's budget, and we already hit the ground running. Strengthening our healthcare system is not a necessity. It is absolutely essential for our survival as a nation. Madam Speaker, the advancement of healthcare and wellness requires partnerships, and I always speak about it. Healthcare is not just about what the government can provide and what your clinician can provide. It is a partnership with the patient. It's a partnership with the government. It involves collaboration in the communities. Families must be involved. Our schools are directly tied in to the clinical outcomes of our students and our patients. And our professionals are playing a significant role in creating the essential environment. Priorities outlined in the speech from the throne align with the work already on the way in my ministry to build a stronger, more responsive, and more accessible healthcare system for all. Madam Speaker, this Davis-led administration understands the meaningful importance for health transformation and the necessary requirements for planning, investment, and collaboration with our people and our healthcare professionals. Progress being made across the healthcare sector reflects the combined efforts of our healthcare workers, ministry teams, agencies, partners, and once again, communities across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The Blueprint for Progress provides the framework for national advancement, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness will continue to deliver policies, programs, services that promote health and wellness throughout our country. Once again, I want to thank our healthcare professionals, both in the public and private sectors, for their dedication, their service, and for their gifts of love. I thank the leadership and staff of my ministry, the Department of Public Health, the Public Hospitals Authority, the National Health Insurance Authority, and all health agencies for their continuous commitment for our people. I also want to thank the people of the Bahamas for their patience as we work diligently to transform many systems that have been unintentionally neglected for years. We ask for partnership, and we trust as we continue this tedious work necessary to transform our healthcare system, we will do so in a rapid and very quick time. I promise to be short, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for the Finance for, I better take that back. Because at one point he represented me in my constituency. He was good on the ground. He was very diligent in the parks. His behavior in the House of Assembly is not very good. But he was good on the ground, and I must commend him for it. But I also would like to say, hey, I give him credit on the ground. I don't give him no credit for his behavior. Sometimes he's out of control, and he needs to grow up. You've been here for 5 years. The time has grown up. You shouldn't be on milk anymore. Finally, Madam Speaker, I join my colleagues in lending my full support to the resolution before us today, accepting the speech from the throne. And lastly, may God bless our Governor General, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker.
Lord, why? Why,
I know,
Lord
I know.
Jesus?
Yeah.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Long Island.
If you would permit me, and this is actually favorable to the member for Tall Pines, but I think it's an important thing that needs to be noted, and it's a point of clarification. But in a way, unfortunately, you sought to represent what's happening in this House or at this stage of your political career as though we on this side are responsible for any dissent in the politics of this country. I just want to say this. I think what you are referring to has nothing to do with us, but for the toxic, caustic politics that is being played on social media in relation to persons who are saying very cruel things about politicians. I think you're referring to a campaign general of yours who had some very unkind things to say about you in some releases. And what I want to say is, and this is why I wanted to say something in relation to the member for Nassau Village member. I think as a country, we have to be very careful with these contracts that are being issued. I understand there are some 2,000 plus contracts, but there are some 400,000 plus Bahamians. These contracts are causing tremendous problem, and as I alluded to in my contribution about the decline in voter participation, I think these contracts, respectfully to you, Member for Tall Pines, I think they are causing everyone on the governing side a problem, because these contracts are viewed as purely political patronage affiliated, nothing to do with merit and who should be getting it. We got a lot of poor people, like I mentioned, living under the bridge at Portersky, abused women who don't have safe spaces to stay in. And we have people getting these contracts, and they believe they are entitled to them because of how they voted in an election and who they walked with in an election. And then they come on social media, and they figure that if they destroy a particular character, a member of parliament enough and are loud enough, they will get what they want. And it may have nothing to do with something that was actually done negatively by a politician, but what was expected. And I think we need to change this policy about these roadside contracts, because it is causing great problems for everybody in this house, and going forward, we should change it. And I hope you on that side would agree with me. It's time that we changed it.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw.
Honourable Speaker, that may be a topic for another time. We are getting off topic in the debate, and if the member for Long Island would give a suggestion to solving a problem rather than identifying a problem, it may help in the debate. What I'm saying is it may help in the debate. But I found it rich that the member would talk about what people are saying on social media and through these WhatsApp groups or whatever, when the member of St. Anne's just stood up and said on his feet what someone told him in the group, referring to me on WhatsApp. So, I mean, there you go. It's a level of, listen, if you want to be real about what you're saying, your actions got to match your words. Because I could have easily rebutted what persons are saying about you now, based on your contribution, but I didn't. And so I'm saying let's not go down the road, because I could have easily read what my constituents and other persons would have said about you on their social media. And that's a conversation for a different time. Thank you, Long Island. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Nassau Village.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a point of clarification for the member for Long Island. The authority sees hundreds of Bahamians who simply walk in and apply to have their small businesses patronized by the authority. Whatever assumption or, I would say, seeding he is attempting to do is unnecessary. Madam Speaker, the application process is transparent. You simply walk in, they give you a form, you provide your legitimate business license that contributes to the caucus, and it continues on. And if the member has anything contrary to that particular point, I invite him to lay it.
Thank you. I'm very glad, member for Nassau Village and chairman of Beaches and Parks, because he has already pledged to have his department become a transparent entity, Beaches and Parks. I invite the member for Nassau Village to publicly declare every single person who has a contract in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for beaches and parks. And he said he wants to be transparent. What we need to do, because right now, listen, the former member for Southern Shore said that the PLP took his contracts away from him as member of parliament. He said that. The Leroy Major, the former member for Southern Shores, he said the PLP headquarters took away all of his contracts for beaches and parks to give to people. So here's my point. I invite the member for Nassau Village, when they issue these contracts, publish them in the newspaper and let everybody know who's getting a contract. And you know why? Because we have 2,000 contracts and 400,000 Bahamians. And we have people who have nothing, who are not working. They're not getting, Madam Speaker, my point is he raised it, and I want us to be transparent. Since he says we should be.
Honorable member.
Since he says it.
Asmini, the chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's. Oh, St. St. James, I'm sorry.
I figured you'd like to hear someone else from Long Island with some Long Island blood.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in this honorable House in support of the speech from the throne, and I also rise in support of the budget. I also rise in support of the vision being advanced by the Ministry of Health and Wellness under the leadership of the Madam Speaker, I rise in the honorable House in support of the speech from the throne, and I also rise in support of the vision being advanced by the Ministry of Health and Wellness under the leadership of the Honorable Member for Tall Pines, Dr. Michael Darby. At the outset, I give thanks to the Almighty God for His continued grace, wisdom, and guidance. I also express my sincere appreciation to the Bahamian people for the confidence they have once again placed in this administration as we continue on the path in line with our progress mandate, a mandate that sees a stronger, healthier, and more prosperous Bahamas. I acknowledge Her Excellency, the Governor General, for delivering a speech from the throne that clearly outlines the government's commitment to improving the lives of Bahamians throughout this archipelago. Madam Speaker, please permit me the opportunity to join in expressing my deepest condolences to the families of the 5 young women whose lives were so tragically taken in the devastating traffic accident over the weekend. I understand that amongst those who lost their lives were young women from Cat Island and Grand Bahama. Their loss is not confined to their families alone, but is shared by entire communities that watched them grow, celebrated their achievements, and look forward to the bright futures that lay ahead. Madam Speaker, this tragedy is personal for me. Cat Island holds a very special place in my heart. I call it my home away from home. One of the families grieving this tragedy are dear friends of mine. I wish to extend my heartfelt condolences to my dear friend, Mr. Stanley Webb, and his family on the heartbreaking loss of his beloved daughter, and to all other families who have lost a loved one in this tragic incident. I offer my sincere sympathy. May Almighty God grant eternal rest to those who have passed and comfort to all who mourn. Madam Speaker, while I have the opportunity, allow me to speak directly to the good people of St. James. Firstly, let me speak to the fathers of St. James. I know many of you have been asking me about the postponed Father's Day giveaway. Plans for the event turned into a shipping and logistics nightmare, but rest assured, we are now all set to host the event this weekend. I thank you for your patience, and I promise it will be worth the wait. Madam Speaker, while I am addressing St. James, I wish to announce that our summer swim program begins today. I encourage every parent whose child is registered to ensure that they take full advantage of this wonderful opportunity. And I wish all the young participants every success as they begin the program. Many adults, Madam Speaker, also never had the opportunity to learn this essential skill. And so we will also be launching our adult swim program later this summer. I fundamentally believe we should all be able to enjoy our beautiful waters safely. More details will be announced in the coming weeks. St. James is on the move, and I encourage every resident of St. James to follow our constituency social media pages, where registration information, event dates, and further details for these initiatives will be announced. Madam Speaker, a few weeks ago, during the budget debate, I had the opportunity to outline several of the structural reforms being pursued within the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Today, I wish to place those initiatives within the broader policy direction and legislative program that this government has now set before the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, healthcare remains one of the greatest responsibilities entrusted to any government. It is more than hospitals and clinics. It is about protecting lives, strengthening families, and ensuring that every Bahamian has access to quality care, regardless of where they live. It is exactly that promise of equality and quality that drives the work of the ministry I am so privileged to serve. Madam Speaker, today I will focus on 4 key initiatives under my remit that are designed to strengthen the system supporting healthcare delivery. These include the establishment of a dedicated legal unit within the ministry, continued legislative reform, the creation of a public operations task force, and the continued digitalization of our healthcare system through electronic medical records and enhanced information sharing. Madam Speaker, while these initiatives may not always attract headlines, They are fundamental to building a modern, accountable, and efficient healthcare system. Madam Speaker, I previously advised this Honorable House of our intention to establish a dedicated legal unit within the ministry. Today, I wish to speak less about that announcement itself and more about why this reform is essential to strengthening governance, accountability, and public confidence in our healthcare system. For many years, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has relied upon legal support provided through the public health authorities and the Office of the Attorney General. While those arrangements have served us well, the continued growth of the ministry now requires dedicated in-house legal expertise. It cannot be overstated that strong legal governance ultimately protects patients, healthcare professionals, and the public interest. Accordingly, during this year, the Ministry of Health and Wellness will establish its own legal unit, the purpose of which is to provide legal advice on policy development, legislative implementation, contractual matters, regulatory compliance, and governance while strengthening the existing relationship with the Office of the Attorney General and our various health authorities and agencies. We are now at the stage where we are receiving resumes and are looking for talented Bahamian legal minds to build out this legal unit. Madam Speaker, healthcare administration has become increasingly complex. Decisions made within the healthcare sector involve questions related to patients' rights, professional regulations, privacy protections, licensing requirements, contractual obligations, compliance standards, investigations, and emerging medical technology. Over the past several years, this administration has advanced landmark legislation related to mental health, nursing and midwife, medicinal cannabis, pharmacy regulations, dental professionals, longevity, medicine, and the national health insurance. If there is one principle that ties all of these reforms together, it is this: healthcare must remain centered on the patient. During this term, we will continue that important work with our focus on patients' rights. This priority is something that is nestled in the heart of healthcare. When individuals seek medical care, they are often at their most vulnerable, and they deserve dignity, compassion, and respect. They also deserve clear information about their treatment, protection of their privacy, and opportunity to participate in decisions affecting the care that they receive. Madam Speaker, the proposed legislation will strengthen confidence in our healthcare system while reinforcing the rights and responsibilities of both patients and healthcare providers. Madam Speaker, another priority flowing naturally from the patient's rights is the protection of older persons. The Prime Minister, the member of Cat Island and Rumkey in San Salvador, has spoken earlier about this in his contribution. As our population continues to age, our laws and policies must also evolve. The 2022 census confirmed that Bahamians are living longer. While this is certainly something to celebrate, it requires that our elders are protected. Many Bahamian families who provide daily care for elderly patients and loved ones are faced with navigating complex healthcare decisions and long-term care arrangements. It is against this backdrop that the ministry is focused on addressing the health rights for older persons, including stronger protections against negligence, abandonment, and abuse. There are many negative stories surrounding the lack of care for our elderly. We intend to change that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the regulatory reform for the funeral services industry remains a significant priority for this administration. While I introduced this initiative during the budget debate, today in support of the speech from the throne, I intend to demonstrate that this government intends to see that commitment is translated into legislation. The funeral service industry is an area that reflects real challenges for Bahamians in already challenging times. The ministry intends to establish a modern framework governing funeral services, including licensing standards, professional requirements, consumer protection, and accountability measures. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that the draft of the bill is being commenced. It is currently under my review, and this demonstrates that our commitment extends beyond policy announcements to careful preparation of legislation that will soon be brought before this honorable House. Madam Speaker, legislation alone cannot improve healthcare. Strong operational management must also accompany sound laws. Healthcare is not a collection of isolated institutions. Healthcare delivery involves a wide network of facilities, programs, agencies, and professionals working together to serve the public. Patients experience healthcare as one system. For that reason, coordination across the public health sector must remain essential. To improve collaboration and operational efficiency, the Ministry of Health and Wellness will establish a public health operations task force to examine how the various components of the healthcare system function together and identify opportunities for improvement. The task force will improve operational relationships among the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Department of Public Health, the Princess Margaret Hospital, the Rand Memorial Hospital, the Sanders Rehabilitation Center, and the supplies management agencies and other relevant agencies. It will assess workflows, identify bottlenecks and duplications of work, and recommend practical solutions with the goal of creating a better, improved, more coordinated public health care system across all levels of care. Madam Speaker, the future of healthcare is digital. For decades, our healthcare providers relied on paper records. While those systems served well in years past, they now create unnecessary delays, repeated patient interviews, and limited access to information. The Minister of Health and Wellness spoke earlier about the continued rollout of electronic medical records that we call EMR. And I wish to build upon that important initiative. During this budget cycle, implementation will continue throughout the Department of Public Health facilities with major public health care institution advances. The goal is simple, Madam Speaker. Patient information must follow the patient. Through the EMR, healthcare providers will also have timely access to accurate information. Clinical decisions will be supported by reliable dates, and a seamless approach to the delivery of care will be a norm. Madam Speaker, the initiatives I have outlined today involve governance structures, legislation, operational reviews, and information systems. These topics may appear administrative in nature, but their purpose is people-centered and intended to protect patients, support families, assist healthcare workers, and strengthen public confidence in our healthcare system. Madam Speaker, we have been entrusted with the responsibility of serving wisely, managing public resources, and building systems that improve the lives of all Bahamians. I wish to thank the Minister of Health and Wellness for his leadership, and I extend my sincere thanks and to the dedicated professionals through the Ministry, the Department of Public Health, the Public Health Authority, the National Health Insurance Authority, and every healthcare worker across our country for their service and commitment. Together, we will continue building a healthier, stronger Bahamas for this generation and those yet to come. May God continue to bless this honorable House, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Madam Speaker, our hearts are heavy as we mourn the tragic deaths of 6 young people. And one of them being two from Grand Bahama, the gentleman in particular from Marktown, would have died this morning in Abaco. I would like to extend deepest condolences to the family of all during this difficult time, and may God surround them with his comfort, strength, and peace in the days ahead. And may the souls of those we have lost rest in eternal peace, and may our nation stand together in compassion, faith, and prayer. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Central Grand Bahama, I thank Her Excellency, Dame Cynthia Pratt, for the speech from the throne.
Her Excellency has contributed so much to our national life as a teacher and as a participant in politics and government. Her years of community and national service served as an example for Bahamians in general and Bahamian women in particular. May God continue to bless and sustain in her duties in this nation. Madam Speaker, the government speaks once again of fundamental transformation in Grand Bahama. The people of Grand Bahama has heard these promises for years, while continuing to face economic uncertainty, slow recovery, and stalled developments. Transformation should not be a slogan and endless PR campaign. Transformation should be measurable in jobs created, businesses sustained, and families who remain on the island with confidence in their future. Many families have left in search of hope and opportunity. Investment and development projects are vital for Grand Bahama. However, large-scale projects should not be presented as guaranteed solutions before they are fully realized. Grand Bahama has too often been the subject of ambitious announcements that do not fully materialize or that benefit a narrow set of interests while ordinary residents wait on the margins. Most notably, no new high-value investment projects for East and West Grand Bahama were foreshadowed. We note the government's ideas for major developments such as logistics hubs, cruise infrastructure, and tourism projects. Still, while diversification is necessary, we urge the government to ensure that Bahamians, particularly Grand Bahamians, are not merely spectators to foreign-led investment, but primary beneficiaries through meaningful employment, ownership opportunities, and local business participation. With regards to the national insurance system, we support modernization, improved digital systems, and stronger protection against fraud. However, we are concerned with how these reforms were being implemented and whether they will place additional burdens on contributors without first addressing inefficiencies and service delays within the current system. Inclusion of informal workers is a worthy goal, but it must be accompanied by clear mechanisms that do not overregulate or penalize those already operating on the margins of the economy. Madam Speaker, the government's housing agenda, including a national rental property registration system and a residential tenancy authority, raises both promise and concern. Every Bahamian deserves safe and dignified housing. Still, we must ensure that new regulatory bodies do not become overly or punitive in ways that discourage private sector participation in the rental market. The reality is that housing shortages and affordability challenges are not driven not only by regulatory concerns. They are also driven by supply constraints, land availability, and economic pressures facing ordinary Bahamian families. In September of 2023, the then Minister of Grand Bahama and Housing gave commitments of constructing homes in Garden Villas and Heritage Community. To date, not a single house was built. Any policy must therefore focus on increasing housing, reducing construction delays, and enabling first-time homeowners, and not only regulating landlords. We support efforts to expand affordable housing and rent-to-own schemes. We will, however, closely examine whether these initiatives are adequately funded, fairly distributed, and accessible to the people who need them the most, rather than being limited to a select few. Madam Speaker, the opposition supports efforts to expand affordable housing and rent-to-own schemes. We will, however, closely examine whether these initiatives are adequately funded. Equally troubling are recent reports from Grand Bahama that several families allegedly paid as much as $5,000 to individuals who claim they could secure government housing for them. It has since been reported that these individuals were not authorized to do so. If these reports are accurate, this represents a cruel exploitation of hard-working Bahamian families who simply wanted a place to call home. Those responsible must be fully investigated and held accountable under the law. Every effort must be made to assist the affected families in recovering their funds. Public housing should never become an avenue for deception or the exploitation of vulnerable citizens. The Bahamian people deserve transparency, integrity, and accountability. Madam Speaker, one of the greatest failures of the last PLP government was health care. The deplorable state of the Princess Margaret Hospital and the RAN is a national disgrace and shame. The indifference visited on the Bahamian people is an assault on their dignity and right to have decent health care. The state of the RAND Memorial Hospital strikes fear in the heart of many Grand Bahamians. Notwithstanding the yeoman's work performed by healthcare workers and support staff at the RAND every day, we have inadequate bed space, under-resourced departments, and staff forced to work in unacceptably challenging conditions, frightened residents who are scared of going to the hospital. Patients at this island's specialty and outpatient clinics often endured painfully long wait. While construction on yet an unfinished health campus for Freeport began last term, a critically needed redevelopment of the RAN to provide additional bed space and emergency resources was not budgeted for, despite the hundreds of millions government said that it would secure from Freeport's regulators. We note of the continued listing of major capital projects: the health campus in Freeport, the new hospital in New Providence, and clinics across the Family Islands. These projects have been announced repeatedly over successive periods. The Bahamian people are entitled to ask for updated timelines, verified completion schedules, and clear evidence of delivery, not renewed commitments of the same projects year after year. Madam Speaker, hospitals and clinics are successful by their existence on paper or in speeches. Success is measured by waiting times, availability of specialists, diagnostic capacity, medicine supply, and whether Bahamians can access care without delay or hardship. On these measures, significant gaps remain. From one term to the next, the RAND Memorial Hospital is still without a morgue, still without sufficient medication, personnel, ambulance, and the list goes on. The government has proposed upgrading national hospital systems and expanding healthcare services, including clinical and infrastructural upgrades for Grand Bahama. What is the time frame for this? The government speaks of strengthening access to quality health care.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Madam Speaker, the member for Central Grand Bahama is on her wicket, which is okay, and that's her job. But I'd like to just clarify something she said in this House, which misled this House the last time I wasn't here. And that's the reason why I stayed, to make sure when you spoke, I would stand to my feet. She indicated that someone put a kitchen napkin around her neck when she went to the hospital. Absolutely disingenuous. Let me finish. You put an apron. I released a press. No, I released a press conference that clarified it to set the record straight. Because, no, she did. She put it on. No, she put it on to try to say there's no personal protective equipment in the hospital. Between me and you, it is a form of protection that is used in hospitals. If you don't know, then you need to ask. Yes, so I clarified that. Now she stands to her feet again today. I'm sorry, the member for Central Grand Bahama, I know her quite well, forgive me. The member for Central Grand Bahama stand to her feet again and said we're not giving any timeline for the Freeport Health campus. In my budget debate, I made it very clear by April, phase 1A and 1B would be completed, and it will be a turnkey process. And between now and December of this year, we will go to tender for the multi-story tower. I said that on my feet. And I say it again for the Bahamian people and the residents of Grand Bahama to know that the Freeport Health Campus is a real project. I'm a transparent individual. I spoke about some of the financial delays we faced, and I indicated via the CIBC loan, $75 million loan, the project is back on swing. We will be there. Me and the Minister of State will be there next week after we go to Cat Island on Wednesday to check the progress, and we'll invite you to come so you could understand the complex nature of the project.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, just for the record, no one put any napkin or kitchen napkin on me. I was given a kitchen apron, which should not, which should not be given when you're going into a critical unit of any facility. And that's what it is.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Tall Pines.
A healthcare expert, and you know everything. We released the statement by the Rand Memorial Hospital indicating the purpose. It was not supposed to be a PEP, a protective gown. It was supposed to be an apron that has been used at the Rand Memorial Hospital from COVID-19, and it is a medical piece of equipment and not a kitchen piece of equipment like you tried to indicate to the people of this country and to mislead the members of this House. Sad situation. Sad.
That is corrected what you had met in place from COVID-19. And I'm finished with that. Can I continue, Madam Speaker? Yeah, I'm finished with that. I'm finished with that.
Order. The member was out of order. The member did something in this House that was inappropriate, and it had no scientific basis. I'm here to correct you, and I stand to my feet to do so.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, as I continue with the people's business, and I'll
could
get
be
some
just
more,
like
so
you,
please
you.
stay so you can stand some more. The opposition agrees that our healthcare system requires urgent strengthening. However, what is required is not more announcements, but measurably delivery, proper staffing, and sustainable funding for the facilities that already exist. The proposed elder abandonment framework is also noted. The protection of elderly Bahamians is a moral and social responsibility. However, the opposition cautions the new frameworks and intervention mechanism must not become substitutes for adequately resourced family services, community care systems, and properly staffed social support units. Laws alone do not care for the elderly. Trained personnel, funding, and consistent enforcements do. Madam Speaker, as we debate important legislation reforms, and as the speech from this throne spoke about the dental profession bill, I urge this House to remember that laws alone cannot improve health care. Reform without investment is simply an empty promise. Today, I appeal to this government that the public dentistry, one second, and go slow with this one, fam. This, yes, him, this, is in crisis. And I'll repeat that. I appeal to this government that public dentistry is in crisis. Grand Bahama has only one general dentist serving the entire island who works for the Public Hospital Authority. There's no dedicated dental hygienist for children. Clinics have closed. Essential equipment have remained broken for years, and communities are being denied access to basic oral health care.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Tall Pines.
In my budget debate, I made it very clear about the government's strategy, and it's clearly outlined in our blueprint for progress. We have launched a new dental internship program, and we are recruiting dentists, mainly graduates from the University of the West Indies Dental School at St. Augustine's. They go through their one-year program. No, I'm about to explain to her what is happening, all right? No, I'm confirming what she said, but I'm trying to explain to her exactly what's happening. The reality is, when we came to office, we found a completely defunct program that we have been trying to build for the last 4 years. Absolutely. Absolutely. You didn't have nothing. You have nothing. We have doctors. Yes. And you know why? Yes, you know why? You know why? It's simply because the salaries that are allocated under the public service is not robust enough in order for us to attract Bahamian-trained dentists. Please, give me 1 second, Central Grand Bahama. That is being corrected. And we have been training dentists at the University of the West Indies who returned to the Bahamas and were not able to practice. We had to amend the Dental Act in order for us to be able to do what we're doing now and to be able to ensure that dentists who rightfully leave or finish universities from the University of the West Indies and abroad will be able to matriculate into the system and begin to be utilized in our service. So I had to bring the Dental Act. I had to repeal and replace it. We had to repeal and replace it. The Dental Health Act, we had to draft the Dental Health Act. We had to draft the Dental Health Bill. We had to bring it to Parliament. We had to debate it. We had to put it in practice and bring it into force in stages, which we are doing now. Between me and you, that is about to change.
Between me and you, you don't know all us. Between me and you.
This is his 6th time presenting, and still we only have 1 dentist on the island of Grand Bahama. I would like to commend Dr. Catherine Adderley for her extraordinary dedication despite these overwhelming challenges.
And she's what, eh? Tell them that's Paul Adley's daughter.
Yes.
That's Paul Adley's daughter.
Her commitment reflects the very best of the public service. Our dentists continue to be undervalued.
Why not? I can't.
Government dentists have gone more than 2 decades without meaningful. I'll wait till he's finished. Yeah, but I want you to be quiet though. Because I was quiet when you spoke, sir. No, but we should have respect for each other. Okay, so when you speak, then we will start doing that to you. That's not nice. Yeah, that's not nice. Have some respect. Thank you. This inequity has driven talented Bahamian dentists away from the public service, leaving vacancies unfulfilled and patients without proper care. Oral health is not a luxury. It affects children's education, adults' ability to work, and the overall health of our nation. I call on the government to provide fair compensation for government dentists, to invest in modern equipment, to recruit additional dentists and dental hygienists, to restore dental services across Grand Bahama, and commit sustainable funding to public oral health care. This is about more than dentistry. It's about fairness. It is about dignity. It is about ensuring that every Bahamian, regardless of income or where they live, has access to comprehensive quality health care. Madam Speaker, the redevelopment of the government-owned Grand Bahama International Airport remains a promise in waiting.
Unfulfilled.
How many more announcements?
It's the government of promises. Public relations. No, it's public relations. You're public relations. You're public relations.
How many more announcements must we endure before a new airport is fully realized in the next 5 years? Madam Speaker, I wish to address a number of infrastructural concerns on Grand Bahama. I note that no state-of-the-art upgrades to seawalls and other climate resources outside of the port area were foreshadowed. Critical, large-scale roadworks for East and West Grand Bahama received no budget priority. Some have praised the government for lower power bills, while others have shown where they weren't as fortunate. Nevertheless,
You got to take a loss for 5 years.
I bring it for you. I bring it for you. I can give it to you. Yes, I'll give it to you.
For 5 years.
Nevertheless, go fix the health care. Do that. You do that.
We want you all to bring it, man.
You gonna do that.
You all got to do what you say you can do.
You should be the last one to speak in here, the worst we have ever seen. Nevertheless, Grand Bahamian still await the acquisition of the Grand Bahama Power Company to be tabled in this Parliament.
Secrecy. Non-transparency.
Forecasters indicate that we could see a strong El Nino weather pattern this year. This could cause parts of our region to experience both hotter and drier weather, a recipe for bushfires. So we cannot afford to wait years for the equipment our islands need to protect lives and property. Grand Bahama, like other islands, have suffered the risk and damage from dangerous bushfires over the years, together with structural fires for which there has often been inadequate fire response. Where are the additional fire trucks? And then you should go check my record. You should check it. I did more than you in your time in office, and you shouldn't even be there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the opposition remains committed to policies that deliver real, measurable improvements in the lives of Bahamians. We support initiatives that are transparent, practical, and focused on results, not rhetoric.
Public relations.
Where we see gaps and risk, we will speak clearly in defense of the public interest. Madam Speaker, many Bahamians in this country are facing tremendous financial, social, and in some cases, mental health challenges. Tens of thousands of Bahamians do not earn enough to comfortably meet their essential needs or to give their children the kind of future all good parents dream of. Our middle class is falling further behind. It is the middle class that not only keeps this country economy running, but it is the group of Bahamians that is consistently forced to bear the brunt of the tax burdens brought about by administrations more focused on fanfare and financing government waste than on strengthening and incentivizing this sector of our society. Public relations do not save lives. They don't field families, create safety or security, or inspire Bahamians to trust their government and to have hope in their prospects, in their future. The Bahamas needs much more than a government devoted to looking good. This country needs a government that, through its actions, both seen and unseen, demonstrates a devotion to leading for the common and public good. As for Grand Bahama, Madam Speaker, I reiterate that our island is not a political football or trophy to be won. Residents do not need or do not wish to see a repeat of the battles that occurred last term. Grand Bahamians have suffered enough at the devastating hand of nature through repeated major storms, and we have also languished at the feet of bureaucracies, self-interest, and political gamemanship. Grand Bahama needs an economy that empowers many of us who are willing to become the champions of our own future, the masters of our individual and collective destinies. Genuine collaboration, true consultation with the island's stakeholders and a proper thank you, Madam Speaker. And a proper understanding of what Freeport is and what it can become with the right ingredients for success. For my part, I reconfirm my commitment through the grace of God to give my constituents the best representation I can provide. Madam Speaker, the duty of the opposition is not simply to impose or oppose. Further, the opposition also has the duty to challenge where necessary, to support what serves the national interests, and to ensure that promises made to the Bahamian people is matched by action, accountability, and results. The people of Grand Bahama have heard ambitious speeches before. What they seek now is not another vision. They seek visible progress. I speak when you spoke. I speak when you spoke.
They want to see it on the ground. They want to see it on the ground.
Madam Speaker,
Hey.
Members, honorable members.
Madam Speaker, it's most unfortunate that some members would speak about those who speak out of turn, and they intend to do the same, which is very disrespectful. At least I never paid for any vote.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
The member for Central Grand Bahama accused me for paying for votes. You better be careful. No. She pointed at me. 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 Her statement, she needed to withdraw that because no one on this side paid for any vote. No one on this side paid for any vote. But I know who split the contract so it couldn't come to the minister so that she could get approved in local government. Listen to me. She pointed at me. She pointed at me. Either withdraw it or stand up and say, Dr. Davil, you're not speaking to me. She pointed at me. She pointed at me. Yeah. No. She pointed at me. And I'm not going to let that go. Ain't no one going to accuse me of something that is criminal. I take that personal. Central Grand Bahama need to remove that statement because she pointed over here. That ain't going. That ain't going, Long Island. That ain't going. That is wrong. It is criminal. And I don't want no one over there accuse me of no criminal activity, because I can do the same thing over there. Withdraw it. Withdraw it. Because no one over here has paid for any vote. No. I want to get into it. You stand to your feet and let's get into it then, if you want to get into it.
Oh, Lord. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that the member for Tall Pines wishes to invite debate on this particular subject. As a matter of fact, no. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
Members.
Okay? Madam Speaker.
What started out with what is supposed to be, debating the speech from the throne has come to one of the nastiest debates
I think you all need
I've
to
ever
let her
seen.
continue. Don't go there.
This is the worst of the worst. Honorable members, I am going to withdraw that statement. Okay. I have expunged it. I will expunge that from the record. And I will also expunge the fact of what Dr. Davil said back.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay? I said I expunge what both members would have said at each other.
Oh. The people, again, of Grand Bahama have heard ambitious speeches before. What they seek now is not another vision. They seek visible progress. They seek jobs that pay a living wage, homes they can afford, hospitals they can trust, schools that prepare their children for tomorrow, roads that are safe, and communities where opportunity is not reserved for the connected, but available to every working Bahamian. My voice gone. Grand Bahama has carried this nation through periods of prosperity and has endured unimaginable hardship through hurricanes, economic decline, and years of uncertainty. Yet, despite every setback, our people have never lost their resilience. They have never lost their determination to rebuild, to innovate, and to hope. Government cannot build a stronger Bahamas through speeches alone. It must build it through transparency, competence, fairness, and genuine partnership with the Bahamian people. Consultation must replace confrontation. Yes. Delivery I see you outside. Madam Speaker, delivery must replace delay.
Amen. Say that again.
Madam Speaker, delivery, when they finish. They have to wait. Delivery must replace delay. Results must replace rhetoric.
Oh, yes.
We on this side stand ready to support every initiative that genuinely improves the lives of our people. But we will never be silent when promises go unfulfilled, when taxpayers' dollars are not spent wisely, when ordinary Bahamians are left behind while others move ahead. The people deserve a government that measures success not by press conferences or public relations, but by whether families can afford groceries, whether young people choose to stand and build their future here, whether seniors receive dignified care, and whether every child believes that hard work, not political connection, is the pathway to success. Bahama is not asking for special treatment. Grand Bahama is asking for fairness. It is asking for leadership that understands potential and possess the courage and discipline to unlock it. To the people of Central Grand Bahama, I renew my solemn commitment. I will speak to you, for you, I will fight for you, and to hold every administration accountable, each and every one, without fear or favor. Your struggles are my struggles. Your hopes are my hopes. Your future is worth every effort this office demands. May we never lose sight of the truth that governments comes and they go. Both our responsibility to the Bahamian people endures. May God continue to bless Grand Bahama, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini? Oh, okay. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Nassau Village.
So, Madam Speaker, I rise in this honorable house on behalf of the great constituents of Nassau Village. And Madam Speaker, if you would notice, I have a special piece of equipment, and I must speak about it. Madam Speaker, this was smelted by a constituent of mine, Miss Carrie McIntosh. Miss Carrie McIntosh is the only female that works in copper, Madam Speaker. This is copper inlaid with silver, Madam Speaker. And the reason I refer to Miss McIntosh is because she is born and raised in Nassau Village, Madam Speaker. Her talent is one where you can brag about it, you can see it, and she's worked on products for Life Key. She's worked on products in Eleuthera, and I felt so honored that on my second term that she would make me a one-of-a-kind podium to hold my speeches, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, she was considered and is considered the Copper Queen right after Mr. Nick Austin, who is considered the Copper King of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. These are talented Bahamians who work in copper and in the precious metal and really showcase the capability of Bahamians. Madam Speaker, I rise today in full support of the speech from the throne by Her Excellency, Dame Cynthia Mother Pratt, our Governor General, Madam Speaker, a Bahamian athlete, a former Bahamian athlete, one who showed that she was able to make it happen, Madam Speaker, a female who really set the pace for females, not only in athletics, but also in politics, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the address laid out a bold and thoughtful legislative agenda. And throughout the entire day, it was criticized by the side opposite, Madam Speaker. It was touted as something too lofty, couldn't happen. Madam Speaker, you remember that 2021? That's what they said about VAT being lowered. That's what they said about minimum wage being increased, Madam Speaker. That's what they said about innovating on the public service to ensure that we didn't have to send people home, Madam Speaker. That's the same side in disbelief of everything put forward by the government, Madam Speaker. So what would you really expect again for anything put forward for the Bahamian people? Madam Speaker, doom and gloom, Madam Speaker, doom and gloom. And I heard most recently, Madam Speaker, And I commend the member for Central Grand Bahama on her contribution. It was very nice, Madam Speaker. I commend her. Rhetoric, results over rhetoric. Right, Madam Speaker? Results over rhetoric.
Results over rhetoric.
Madam Speaker, I remember a time the government challenged the authority in Grand Bahama. You remember that? The GBPA, the government took the fight to Grand Bahama for Bahamians, Madam Speaker, but it was rhetoric instead of results from the side opposite, Madam Speaker. See, we can't be contradictory in our application. Her predecessor stood up, and you saw what he got. Madam Speaker, results over rhetoric. Madam Speaker, I heard the member, again, all day today, from Long Island, openly admitted that his side should be like the PLP. Yes, he did.
That's what you said. No. The member for Nassau Village has entirely misrepresented what I said. I have nothing else. I have nothing else to say on it. Entirely misrepresented.
Madam Speaker, to quote what he said, we should do more. So you can stand up on a point of order if I'm wrong.
Yes, we should do more.
The F&M should do more.
Madam Speaker, have a seat, sir, please. Respectfully. Yes, yes. I stand by saying that we should do more. That is what all of us are in this house to do. To do more and to do better.
No, Madam Speaker. The member was clear in what he said. He specified and identified that the F&M should do more. He didn't say we. That wasn't an omnibus statement. He highlighted the fact that his party, that his colleagues should do more, Madam Speaker. And I thank him for recognizing the deficiencies in his side.
I want to say one last thing, Madam Speaker. I want you to know, because I will not be hypocritical. Yes, we must do more. Yes, we will do more, because after the next general election, the FNM will be the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I tell you that. I tell you that.
Madam Speaker, it is in the record. It's on the hand side. And you know, I think in their own caucus they need to have a stern dialogue about team, Madam Speaker. But you see, Madam Speaker, central to the aim, Madam Speaker, our economic opportunity, our technological progress, fair energy, decent housing, Madam Speaker, all captured in the speech from the throne. A stronger justice system, Madam Speaker. Each of these priorities connected by a single aim to improve the daily lives of all Bahamians, Madam Speaker. Central to that aim, there are three interlocking pillars: personal security, economic security, and national security, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we strengthen one and you strengthen the others, strengthening all three, and you give our Bahamian people stability, you build their lives, you raise their families, and invest in their actual future, Madam Speaker, those were the components of the speech from the throne. Madam Speaker, when we take energy reform, for example, by introducing the Electricity Consumer Protection Code and enhancing ERCA's powers, Madam Speaker, the government moves to ensure transparency and reliability. That work naturally leads to equity. It measures protecting family island households from unfair rates. Madam Speaker, it will ensure that geography is not a barrier to affordable power. You see, Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne interweaves all of these important components for Bahamians. And that's what the essence of this debate is about today, Madam Speaker. From energy, it is only logical to address the movement of people and labor. Immigration reform through an Employer Immigration Compliance Act, Madam Speaker, a secure work eligibility portal, biometric upgrades and stiffer penalties for abuse, Madam Speaker, that seek to protect both our workforce and our borders. Those steps will undoubtedly help create a fair labor market in which employers and employees alike will know the rule of law and their rights. Madam Speaker, fair labor, regulated markets, in turn depend on clear competition and investment rules. Our government is one that created competition legislation and national investment policy that will ensure that the protection of consumers, Madam Speaker, from predatory practices. Madam Speaker, as we dissected the speech from the throne, it was a beautiful speech. It really outlined what our government has in store for the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. And I was proud to hear it, and I was proud to see the components of it. Madam Speaker, completing the Land Adjudication and Registration Land Act, it adds another level of certainty. It secures property rights that encourage responsible development. In my constituency, Madam Speaker, we have had some instances of the duplication of selling of properties and improper land titles, Madam Speaker. Nassau Village welcomed this legislation. And to hear our government moving forward, there's a reason why Nassau Village overwhelmingly chose progress. Madam Speaker, secure property and fair markets go hand in hand with housing stability. Expanding our rent-to-own program, creating a national rental registration system with enforceable living standard, and strengthening tenants' protections will undoubtedly help families, Madam Speaker, and keep decent homes for Bahamians. Madam Speaker, foundations for education, employment, and community life. Madam Speaker, housing and stable livelihoods also means supporting local production, tourism, agriculture incentives that encourage hotels to buy Bahamian, encourage tour operators to promote Bahamian. These are the components that you want to push in a national agenda, Madam Speaker. As we foster our economic resilience, we must also prepare for a technological future. The proposed AI Governance Act and a National AI Commission will guardrail for innovation. It will protect our technological sector and that particular space, requiring assessments, data safeguards, and human oversights where needed, Madam Speaker, so technology serves our people without undermining their rights. All of these reforms rely on strong public services, Madam Speaker. That is why commitments in education, commitments in healthcare, and public safety are so important. A new unit to review hiring will help Bahamians across the job market create diversification, ensure inclusion. Madam Speaker, the Family Island Airport Renaissance, a project that the side opposite said would not happen. In fact, there were commentary on Cat Island saying nothing has happened. Madam Speaker, have you been to Cat Island lately? Brand new roads, brand new clinics, brand new airports. I mean, come on, Madam Speaker, that is progress. That is progress. Madam Speaker, that's why I found it, so entertaining, because you see the rhetoric, you see where the talks are going, but the proof is in the pudding. You can walk out of this building and the proof is in the pudding. Madam Speaker, you see, in healthcare, moving to phase two of the National Health Insurance with catastrophic coverage, Madam Speaker, for public servants, something never heard of. Madam Speaker, these are big things for a big deal like yourself. Visionary. Madam Speaker. Visionary. See, Madam Speaker, we're building on the promises that we have made. We're building on the promises that we have made, and we're enhancing everything that's already there. Madam Speaker, from New Providence all the way to Maywater, we coming. From Nassau Village all the way to Grand Bahamas, we coming. We will expand access, Madam Speaker, and strengthen the outcomes for families everywhere. Madam Speaker, these initiatives are not isolated items on a checklist. They are parts of a coherent plan to make our nation fairer, to make our nation more resilient and more prosperous, Madam Speaker, when energy is affordable, when jobs are transparent and accessible, when homes are secure, when markets are fairer, when technology is governed responsibly, Bahamians can thrive, Madam Speaker. Finally, as we reaffirm our responsibilities at home, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to the United States on 250 years of independence, Madam Speaker. We value our close ties with them commercially, culturally, politically, and I hope that this milestone renews our shared commitment to democracy, cooperation, and regional partnerships. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the industrious people of Nassau Village, I support the speech from the throne, and I rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Good night, Madam Speaker. Before I turn to the resolution before us, I'd like to indulge this House to pause. So over the weekend, our nation lost young lives in a tragic traffic fatality, and also a young male who is a resident of Fort Charlotte to violence last evening. They were all teenagers with a whole future ahead of them. And on my own behalf, and on behalf of the Fort Charlotte community, I extend my deepest and most sincere condolences to the families, to the friends, and to the communities that is now carrying that grief no parent should ever have to bear. This is the moment to mourn together as one Bahamian family. And also, as I ask that we hold these young people and those who love them in our thoughts and in our prayers. Madam Speaker, it's also a moment to resolve on every island and every community. We must be willing to go the extra mile for the safety of our people, and especially our young people. As leaders in this place, we commit to doing more to strengthen public safety across the full Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And that is the duty we owe not only to who we have lost today, but also to every Bahamian that is still in our care. Madam Speaker, on a brighter note, I wish every Bahamian a special happy independence as we begin our celebration across the country, and also a happy independence to our neighbor, the United States, who is celebrating their 250-year independence as well. And Madam Speaker, before I now turn to the resolution before us, I rise to join my colleagues in thanking Her Excellency, the Governor General, for a gracious delivery of her speech from the throne and for her many years of service to our country. She is truly, truly a national hero. And I lend my full support to this resolution of thanks. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people have spoken. They have entrusted this government with a renewed mandate. A mandate of this kind comes with a great deal of responsibility. It also comes with a great deal of opportunity. Opportunity to fix what is broken, opportunity to build what is needed, and an opportunity to prepare for what comes next. So the question we must put before this House is not whether we can manage the country as it is, but whether we have the audacity to build what this country can become. That is the question this renewed mandate places before us. Madam Speaker, I've come to believe that progress is perpetual. It is never finished. It is never perfect, but is always necessary. Despite what Long Island may think and others may think, we were sent here to carry progress forward, and that is exactly what we will do. Yes.
I want to anchor my remarks in the work that falls under my ministry, because much of what carries the progress forward depends on how we modernize the machinery of the state. The speech commits us to modernizing government and simplify how citizens interact with it, so that Bahamians no longer are sent from office to office or asked to prove the same thing twice. Beneath this work sits the National Digital Identity System that will make every service simple, secure, and trusted. The speech also commits us to strengthening our digital communications infrastructure, the connectivity that links every island into one modern economy. And it also commits us to do the sensible framework for artificial intelligence, guided by clear ethical safeguards so that technology serves the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, this work is measured in the lives it touches. It is an easy process for the grandmother collecting her social benefits. It is faster and seamless process for a Bahamian started a business. It is a stronger economy so that every Bahamian, no matter what, the government runs smoothly, efficiently, and so that our nation can grow. The World Bank has found that digitizing government drives economic growth by cutting the time it takes to do business and reducing opportunities for corruption. Madam Speaker, all of this will drive our national competitiveness. In this century, nations do not win on size. They win on innovation. They win on how quickly they can adapt, connect, and deliver. A small nation that moves fast can outperform a large nation that stands still. These are the tools we need to win, and these are the tools we will use to win. The speech also commits us to a national development plan and a national development framework so that our growth is coordinated, deliberate, and measured across every ministry, across every island. So progress that is planned, it is progress that will last. And Madam Speaker, let me close on this, because we got to go. The progress don't have to take long.
No, that's right. Just efficient.
Yeah, you're right. We're getting higher. Like I said, the people have spoken, and regardless of our differences, every Bahamian now has an interest in this government succeeding this term. And that is not a partisan statement. That is a simple truth. When this administration delivers, it is the Bahamian people that will win.
Yes.
So I say this in good faith. Long Island, East Grand Bahama, Michael, and my good friend from Central Grand Bahama, I say this in good faith. It is all of our responsibility. When we disagree, we must do so respectfully and responsibly without losing sight of why we are here and who sent us here and who we are serving. The world is watching, certainly my children watching, and we must give them something that is worth watching. So, Madam Speaker, once again, I want to thank Her Excellency once again for her gracious address, her service to this country. My ministry accepts the challenge and the responsibility of executing the mandate of progress, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Fort Charlotte. Rise, falls, and go higher.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. All right, Mike, I'll bring it home in 7.
Good Michael evening. Madam Speaker, I rise on the behalf of the great people of Michael, and I'll be remiss if I don't mention that these tragic events of these fatalities that occurred started in Central Andros. Mr. Burdett Cartwright, a descendant of Inagua. So as I give condolences to the rest of the families, I would like to give condolences to the Cartwright family. May his soul rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I thank Her Excellency, the Governor General, for delivering a speech from the throne, which was powerfully delivered with grace. Because what persons don't know, the Most Honorable Cynthia Pratt has been a part of my life for almost 3/4 of my life. I remember as a young man heading into COB, 16 years old, she used to encourage me to take advantage of member for Yamakro on the basketball court. But the thing I want to mention most is that I want to thank the government for laying out their vision plan, where they, and I quote, stated, focused on building a stronger and modern, more resilient Bahamian economy, creating opportunity for all. Because one thing I know, coming from a 30-year policeman, being a 30-year policeman, we thrive on results. And when you lay out your plan, you gave me a barometer to actually grade you on what you do. So if you do poorly, I could say you failed. You do well, Yamakrai could say you did well. Because vision is defined as a planned outlook of expectation of future events. And as read by Her Excellency, the prospectus of this present Progressive Liberal Party for the upcoming term, Bahamians should remain hopeful and positive that these goals are realized. I'm an optimist. Every dark cloud has a silver lining. But we have a responsibility to be accountable to the people of the Bahamas, to be responsible, to be integral, transparent, and practice good governance. See, the people of Michael, the speech from the throne is not just bills and acts. It's a commitment made by today's government. It's a promise of what can change our settlements, on our docks, in our classrooms, and in our clinics. So dreams and hopes depend on these commitments. The difference between poverty and middle class depends on these initiatives. The future of our people and our island lies in the stroke of a pen. I actually spoke of a litany of programs, but let me, for a moment, apply these initiatives to Michael, because you all know every time I get up, I speak for Michael. I want you to know that. Family Island development plans, which should include, but not limited to, training opportunities for young people and foundation and creation of entrepreneurs. Airport renaissance programs, inclusive of Crooked Island, Nagua, and Aucklands. Continued infrastructure upgrades, Crooked Island, Meguana roads, and docks. Clinic upgrades, Aucklands and Meguana with the capabilities of addressing mental health issues and special needs. Education reform. Member for Exum and Ragged Island, we don't need a complete overhaul. All we need to do is build a system by the means of addition, having an intentional mandate of adequate teacher placement, integration of an online platform, maximizing the virtual program, management of the local government system, whereas never. Management of the local government, whereas mismanagement is dealt with promptly, with transparency, accountability is paramount. Michael is the future of the Bahamas. We are just a few, but with great potential. We are fishermen, farmers, teachers, pastors, and young people who want to build a home. So today I will speak directly for how the speech applies to Michael. Build on economic progress, economic opportunity at home, Madam Speaker. Our young people should not have to leave our islands to seek a future. Madam Speaker, I speak to agriculture, fisheries, small business development. For Michael, a fisheries infrastructure includes ice cold storage and a functional government dock on each island and an electricity grid that is both reliable and cost effective. When our newly created entrepreneurs can store and export without loss, income stays on the family island. National investment policies, Family Island Development Act, which the member for Central and South Lucha spoke about. which is being the development to address critical needs in the family islands. Crooked Island, Maguana, and Auckland have land and rain. Farmers should be supported with grants, land reform, and equipment that speaks directly to food security, not just for the region, but for the entire Bahamas. Support for the soil production in Inagua, as Lusco Group of Companies has started a transition into ownership. The people should be regarded as the greatest commodity of that plant. Livestock and ground provision, processing turns subsistence into enterprise. The issuance of crown land process, where the land can be identified by the local government, handed over to Ministry of Housing, and then granted to the people. As it stands now, you put in an application, you get a number, and you wait, and you wait. And low-cost houses not highlight for the Southern Bahamas, so this may be a more feasible plan. Digital securities, a transformation of the islands, a full implementation of a digital platform accessible to all, expansive into the schools for dual use as computer labs and research facilities, with a partnership with reliable internet that gives our youth access to remote jobs without leaving home. Climate resilience and environment protections. That means create a resilient infrastructure. Every hurricane season, Michael feels it, and we feel it first. The speech's commitment to infrastructure must prioritize airstrips, roads, seawalls, and government docks, because a cracked runway at Spring Point or compromised dock in Maguana is not an inconvenience, it's a lifeline cut. We also need consistent water and power. Prioritize communities like Lovely Bay and Chester's and Auckland's who are in desperate need of potable water. Solar diesel hybrid systems and rainwater catchment at schools and clinics will keep services running when the boats cannot come. Healthcare and wellness. Dr. Dowell, step out. Madam Speaker, a nurse cannot do the work of a doctor. A clinic cannot do the work of a hospital. The speech's health agenda must deliver regular specialists to visit Michael, pediatric, maternal, and chronic care. There's urgent need for clinical testing of our young children, whereas parents are stressed to travel to New Providence seeking help for our special kids. Telemedicine kiosk. Telemedicine kiosks can provide relief in this regard on each island, so residents are not forced to fly to Nassau for consultation. Housing initiatives for teachers and nurses, because right now in the Michael constituency, we cannot retain staff because surroundings are not ideal, promoting growth and well-being. But you can put your mic down. Education and youth. Our schools are small, but our expectations must be big. The speech's focus on technology fits Michael perfectly. Let us expand programs in the marine mechanics, carpentry, hospitality, and aquaculture right here, right in Michael. Partner with the University of Bahamas, BTBI, deliver certification on island, and let us invest in our schools and our community, adult learning, disaster prep and training, and after-schools programs. Community safety and security. The speech addresses national security and rehabilitation. For Michael, that means well-equipped officers, adequate resources and manpower, training of volunteers and community members to assist where necessary, a functional judiciary system with penalties tailored to suit communities, satellite communication and phone systems that work, the reinstatement of port of entry statuses on the islands such as Maguana, Crooked Island, and Auckland, a vision that has to be intentional and be deliberate and be followed through. Madam Speaker, in closing, the greatest sign of respect for a community is not a speech, it's accountability. It is doing what our forefathers did. They showed up, they shared, and they built together. As I stand here, Madam Speaker, I stand on the side of the opposition. Let me say it again. I stand on the side of the opposition. 8 members strong.
That's right.
8 members strong. Sometime in 1971, there was another 8, a dissident 8. But I can tell you all this right now. We can change that name to the formidable 8. He had to serve the Bahamian people, represent them and ensure that they are not neglected, not forgotten, not ignored. Michael ain't special to some people, but it's special to me. We ask for equal investment, fair access, and policies that fit island life. If the plans from the speech of the throne are applied with that understanding, then McWarner, Inagua, Crooked Island, Auckland, and Long Key will not just survive, we'll thrive. Yes, sir. I thank Her Excellency, the Governor General. I thank the government. And I look forward to working along with you. But just know, when you mess up, this is the age you'll have to see. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Stock's gone up. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mount Moriah. You going home?
Madam Speaker, it is an honor to once again rise on behalf of the incredible residents of Mount Moriah. But today it is with a heavy heart that I express condolences to my family in Kidd Island, to Stanley Webb. We on this side are praying for you and the rest of the family. We also express our condolences to all the families who are mourning this great loss of all the young women that lost their lives in the recent car crash, and also the young man. Madam Speaker, today we congratulate an extraordinary woman, an extraordinary human being, an extraordinary Bahamian. This occasion highlights that fundamental principle that we must not merely pay lip service to respect, but we must demonstrate it openly. And we are doing just that, Madam Speaker. We are collectively presenting the Governor General, Dame Cynthia Mother Pratt, with her well-deserved flowers. We are doing this without haste. This is a gesture of gratitude, appreciation, and respect. That is important, Madam Speaker, very important. Earlier, His Excellency, the Ambassador Herschel Walker, graced us with his presence in the gallery. I do not think he would mind if I borrow and abide by the words attributed to the former United States President Franklin D. Roosevelt: be sincere, be brief, and be seated. In that vein, Madam Speaker, I won't be long. Thank you. I could read you the body language. You ready for us to wrap it up? I could read the room, Madam Speaker. I could read the room. But Madam Speaker, in every political era, season, and administration lies a fundamental common thread that runs through the arc of our rich Bahamian history. That common thread has been the call to resist, to rest on our laurels, to resist the urge to sit back, to resist the urge to take it easy or to kick our feet up, but instead to pursue with eyes wide open and minds firmly affixed our collective pursuit, the pursuit of continued progress. Madam Speaker, the question that naturally arises in the context of my contribution is what exactly is progress? And secondly, how do we continue that progress? Madam Speaker, the definition of progress is multifarious, but within it, many meanings lies a simple yet powerful truth, that it is simply a mechanism of change. Continued progress is sparked by forward movement of a nation self-improvement of a people, and growth over time, consistency eventually bears fruit. The epitome of that forward movement and self-improvement and gradual growth over time is evidenced in the life and times of the Governor General, Dame Cynthia Pratt. She shattered glass ceilings without force or violence, but did so with the power of unyielding dedication, love, and service. She became the first female Deputy Prime Minister, glass ceilings shattered. The first female Minister of National Security, glass ceiling shattered, and served as a 3-time member of Parliament for St. Cecilia in 1997, 2002, and 2007, consecutive electoral victories that speak for themselves. And each glass ceiling removed has made space for countless women to simply aspire, to awake their dreams, to pursue a path that has already been cleared. That is important, Madam Speaker, very important. And when the annals of histories are reviewed, her legacy will not be left blank or undefined. Quite the contrary. I don't need to manufacture words or speak off the cuff, because in her own words lies the clearest reflection of her life and service. She stated upon accepting her nomination as the Governor General that she wanted what she wanted people to remember. There once was a woman from the inner city whose God has lifted her up from the pit to the palace. There once was a woman from the inner city who God has lifted her up from the pit to the palace. Madam Speaker, from the pit to the palace, these are powerful words. Our history is replete with Bahamians who were born or found themselves in difficult circumstances, symbolic of a pit, but they refuse to be defined by their limitations. I used the word extraordinary earlier because it is rare that when someone leaves the pit, that their first instinct is to not run away and never return, but rather to remain in proximity, to show others how they can navigate from obscurity to security, from the pit to their very own palace. We can wrap this up soon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the most important part of the journey is not simply the pit or the palace, but the valley in between. It is in the valley that the perseverance is tested, purpose is refined, and character is forged. Mother Pratt's life reminds us that greatness is not found in avoiding life's valleys, but in walking through them with faith, humility, and unwavering resolve. Madam Speaker, the continued progress we speak about is not merely contained on the sheets of paper, but contained in the hearts and minds of those who, through our actions in this place, truly believe that they can aspire to be all that they can be. We're coming to a closing soon, Madam Speaker. Right now, I can wrap this up like a Baptist preacher. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Disaster Risk Management was established with a clear statutory mandate to lead, coordinate, and strengthen the Bahamas' approach to disaster risk reduction, preparedness, response, recovery, and resilience. Our responsibility extends beyond responding to emergencies. It is to help safeguard lives, protect communities, and ensure that our nation is better prepared for the challenges of tomorrow. As Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis has reminded us, our islands are vulnerable. That reality compels us to strengthen our systems, improve coordination among agencies, invest in resilient infrastructure, and empower every community to prepare for and recover for disasters. The Prime Minister has also emphasized that hurricanes are becoming more powerful and that climate change possesses an enormous threat to our country. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a present reality shaping our national experience. It is increasing the intensity of hurricanes, driving stronger storm surges, accelerating coastal erosion, and contributing to rising sea levels that threaten our low-lying islands. These changes place continuous pressure on housing infrastructure, livelihoods, and public services, and they demand sustained national response built on resilience and adaptation. The experience of Hurricane Dorian remains one of the most devastating chapters in our national history. The storm claimed lives, with many others still unaccounted for. and caused catastrophic destruction across Grand Bahama and Abaco. Communities were flattened, infrastructure was severely damaged, and families were displaced. In the years since, areas such as Freeport and Grand Bahama communities across Abaco have faced significant recovery challenges. However, important progress is now clearly underway. So, Madam Speaker, for our nation such as the Bahamas, preparedness also means recognizing the unique challenges faced by our family of islands. Evacuation planning is a critical component of disaster risk management strategy. Whereas forecasts indicate that lives are at risk, timely, well-coordinated evacuations from our far-flung islands can mean the difference between life and death. At the same time, every island must have access to safe, resilient hurricane shelters. These shelters are more than emergency buildings. These are places of refuge that protect families, the elderly persons with disabilities, and those who have nowhere else to seek safety during a storm. Madam Speaker, today, this evening, marks a pivotal day in our history when we recognize Mother Pratt. I want to say from all of the residents of Mount Moriah that we appreciate the work that she is doing, the work that she has done in our country, and Mount Moriah supports the resolution.
You did well. Thank you, Honorable Member. East Grand Bahama, I'm depending on you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a privilege to be able to stand in this honorable place and to represent the good and the special people of the East Grand Bahama constituency. It is also a privilege to be able to be, and I'm sure that Madam Speaker would agree, or all of the members would agree, that it is a privilege to be the last speaker on the opposition side tonight. And I want to, first of all, commend every speaker on our side for such a tremendous contribution that was made this evening. They all, Madam Speaker, performed wonderfully tonight. They all gave a tremendous presentation. Madam Speaker, also, Madam Speaker, I wish to join with all of the members tonight and to offer my most sincere condolences to all of the unfortunate souls that were lost in the traffic accidents in New Providence, the traffic accident in Grand Bahama, and unfortunately the traffic accident in Abaco. We pray for their families. We pray for God's strength. The loss of anyone is a tremendous situation on any family, but it is even more so when it is done under such tragic circumstances, Madam Speaker. And the age of the persons also, Madam Speaker, is a tragedy. Madam Speaker, I also wish to congratulate our country on a happy independence, and also the U.S., the United States of America, in celebrating their 250th anniversary. Madam Speaker, I also wish, as I proceed, to thank Governor General Mother Cynthia Pratt. I did serve with her in this honorable place. I believe it was between 2007 and 2012. Madam Speaker, as was said, and I echo all of the wonderful words that were said by all of the members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, this speech from the throne is unlike the last one. 4 years ago, the government asked Bahamians to believe in what it would do. Today, Bahamians are entitled to ask a different question. What has been done? And has
what has been done, has it actually made a difference in your life? Has it made your life better?
Yes.
Bahamians, Madam Speaker, I believe, are less interested in words in a speech. They are interested in results. And that, Madam Speaker, is the only test that truly matters to them. Madam Speaker, governments do not exist just to pass legislation and implement policy. President Abraham Lincoln reminded us that the legitimate object of government is to do for a community of people whatever they need to have done, but cannot do or cannot so well do for themselves. Does it make life better for the people it serves? Does it meet the needs of the people? Does the speech contain worthy aspirations? Yes, it does. But will it change the lived reality of the Bahamian people? Will the young mother in Nassau standing at the grocery checkout be able to afford all her groceries that she needs? That's the question. Will the young couple in Abaco who dream of owning their first home finally believe that the dream is within reach? Will the small business owner in Eleuthera who is struggling with power outages, who is risking everything to create jobs, find a government that removes barriers and bring relief? Constituents in East Grand Bahama, they don't ask how many bills were passed or what the government policy was. They ask one simple question: am I living better than I was before? Madam Speaker, let us begin by applying the Bahamian people's test to one of the most exciting opportunities contained in the speech from the throne: the government's proposal for the creative economy and digital innovation. I actually welcome the government's recognition that the future economy will be shaped by creativity, technology, and innovation. The Bahamian people's test asks, though, a different question. Will Bahamians actually live better because of it? Around the world, a quiet economic revolution is taking place. Globally, people are building businesses from laptops. They are exporting ideas instead of raw materials. They are creating software, digital content, artificial intelligence that is sold to the entire world. Madam Speaker, I believe the next great Bahamian economic revolution will be built in the minds of our people. For generations, our prosperity has rested upon tourism and financial services. Those industries must continue to grow. But the time has come to build a third pillar of the Bahamian economy, one founded on knowledge and human ingenuity, and founded on what Bahamians can create for the world. Madam Speaker, this is not a challenge that government can solve alone. It requires leadership. It requires the government to sit down with the world's largest digital platforms like Google, YouTube, Meta, Amazon, Apple, and others to ensure that Bahamians have full and seamless access to global markets, monetization programs, and international payment systems. It requires the government to identify and remove every unnecessary barrier that prevents Bahamian entrepreneurs from earning foreign exchange through the digital economy. Madam Speaker, I had a couple of young people who came to see me just before the election. And their interest was not on finding them a job, but their interest was on being able to access the monetary programs through YouTube with their digital content. Madam Speaker, engagement, though, alone is not enough. We also need a national strategy for digital entrepreneurship, a strategy that teaches our young people how to build online businesses, provides training in artificial intelligence, software development, digital marketing, and content creation, improves access to international payment platforms, expands high-speed digital infrastructure, connects entrepreneurs to venture capital and financing. Because, Madam Speaker, young people are interested in being able to access the world. We cannot just limit them on accessing our local markets. Madam Speaker, imagine if every young Bahamian understood that they did not have to wait for someone to offer them a job. Imagine if they were equipped instead to create their own economy, employ others, export their talents, and earn foreign exchange from every corner of the world. That is not simply entrepreneurship. That is economic empowerment. That is nation building. So, Madam Speaker, I challenge the government to convene the first Bahamian Digital Economy Summit, bringing together Google, Meta, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, PayPal, YouTube, and the world's leading technology companies with Bahamian entrepreneurs, universities, banks, and investors to develop a national digital economy strategy. Let us become the first country in the Caribbean that deliberately builds an economy where our greatest export is the talent of our people. Madam Speaker, let us also apply the Bahamian People's Test to small business development. The speech from the throne rightly acknowledges that too many small businesses continue to face barriers to growth. And I agree. The Bahamian People's Test asks a simple question. Will it become easier for ordinary Bahamians to start a business, renew a business license, grow a business, build wealth because of what is contained in this speech? For too many Bahamians, the greatest obstacle is not a lack of talent. It is a lack of access. Access to capital, access to markets, and access to opportunity. It should also embrace the entrepreneur of the future, the software developer, the digital creator, the engineer, the farmer, the fisherman, the young Bahamian building an online business from his laptop in Long Island, in Grand Bahama, and in New Providence.
This could be long.
That is why I believe the future of the Bahamas will not be secured by creating more dependents. It will be secured by creating more owners, more innovators, and more exporters, and more employers. Madam Speaker, I welcome the government's commitment to modernize our investment framework, establish a national investment policy, and introduce mandatory timelines for development approvals. Those are sensible proposals. They recognize an important truth. Investment delayed is often jobs denied. But I believe we must go even further. For years, we have spoken about improving the ease of doing business. Madam Speaker, approvals do not employ Bahamians. Construction employs Bahamians. Our objective must therefore be to move approvals to shovel in the ground in the shortest possible time. This truly makes a difference in the lives of every Bahamian. That is why I strongly support mandatory timelines for development approvals. Investors deserve certainty. Communities waiting for jobs deserve certainty. Governments should be held to the same standard of efficiency that it expects from the private sector. However, mandatory timelines will only succeed if we fundamentally change the way government works. We cannot continue to ask investors to move from ministry to ministry and department to department. This is where digital government must move from inspiration to implementation. Applications should be submitted once. Agencies should communicate with one another electronically. Approvals should be tracked in real time. Investors should know exactly where an application stands, who is responsible for the next decision, and when that decision must be made. And Madam Speaker, this should also apply to applications for Crown land. It shouldn't matter which party is in government when an application is made. It should be made electronically, tracked with timelines and clear answers, never used as political candy to give out. Madam Speaker, every unnecessary form, every duplicate process, every month of delay is more than administrative inefficiency. It is a job that has not been created, a business that has not been opened, and an opportunity that has not been realized. Madam Speaker, as I close,
Keep going. You're talking plenty sense. Keep going. Keep going.
Madam Speaker, throughout this debate, I've sought to apply the Bahamian people's tests. Not the government's tests, not the opposition's tests, but the test that every Bahamian family will apply when they wake up tomorrow morning and continue striving for a better life, because that is why we are doing what we're doing, to serve the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, I believe, as all of us on this side do, and I disagree with the member for Fox Hill, I believe in the future of our country. I believe that there is no challenge too great for a nation whose greatest resource is within the character, the ingenuity, and determination of its people. The Bahamas has never lacked talent. It has never lacked ambition. It has never lacked courage. What every Bahamian asks for, every Bahamian from Michael all the way to Grand Bahama, every Bahamian asks for opportunity, fair opportunity, equal opportunity, the opportunity to build a business, the opportunity to own a home, to raise a family, to educate their children. And Madam Speaker, the opportunity to leave the next generation better off than the last. That is ultimately the purpose of government. Because in the end, Madam Speaker, there is one thing that matters. Whether because we are here, that is, the government's here, because we on this side is here, every individual member of Parliament, because we are here, the lives of the Bahamian people have become better. That is ultimately why we are here, to make sure that the lives of the people who we serve become better. That is, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people's test. So, Madam Speaker, those of us on this side, we wish to thank the Governor General for her eloquent presentation of the speech. We agree, Madam Speaker, with the member for Long Island. It was a wonderful public relations document. But, Madam Speaker, we also agree that we must take the speech even further and even higher. We must make sure that those promises that were made, are actually the reality, and that Bahamian people feel, see, and touch what those promises represent. So, Madam Speaker, that is the Bahamian people's test. May it always be the test by which we serve. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Well said. said.
Thank you, honorable member. As many, wrap it up. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much.
You don't need no podium, eh?
No, ma'am.
Father God, I thank you.
And much has been said.
Yes.
And the last speaker spoke about applying the Bahamian people's test to the speech from the throne. And it's very appropriate because we have just come out of that exam season, both for high schools and for the Bahamian people. But, Madam President, in a very brief wrap-up, Madam Speaker, in a very brief wrap-up, in applying the Bahamian people's test to the speech from the throne, I'll quote from the speech from the throne. Just 8 days ago, the Bahamian people chose progress. They did so in a manner not seen in a generation. In an historic vote for the first time since 1997, the Bahamian people returned an administration to office for a consecutive term. This outcome carries a greater significance beyond the political achievement. It reflects public support that the country should continue in the direction started. It reflects public desire to continue to bring about profound changes in our country. And most of all, it reflects the considered judgment of a people who, after weighing the challenges before the nation and recognizing the progress achieved over the past term, chose continuity, stability, and steady leadership for the future of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. It goes on to say, my government accepts this renewed mandate with humility, gratitude, and a profound sense of responsibility to the Bahamian people. And so, Madam Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I move for the adoption of the following resolution. Resolved that a humble address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor General, thanking her for her most gracious speech at the opening of Parliament. I so move.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Resolved that a humble address be presented to Her Excellency, the Governor General, thanking her for her most gracious speech at the opening of Parliament. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. We will now revert back to the order of business. Member statements? Man, what? Appointment? Oh my God. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Absolutely. Madam Speaker. In speaking to concerns in the constituency not meant to be controversial, the reality is that the BTC office in Deadman's Key, Long Island has been closed, not open for service to the general public for in excess of a month now. And the people of Long Island who need to interface with BTC are unable to do so. And it is a cause of great concern. We're hoping that the government, that is a 49% owner in BTC, can speak to why Long Island does not have this service at this time and for so long. Secondly, we have to deal with major water shortages on Long Island. Every evening, practically, the water is being turned off. It is adversely impacting the residents of Long Island and the visitors of Long Island. I said water shortages across the island, right? And the issue is that when we talk about trying to improve infrastructure, I mean, we have to have telecommunications. We have to have the access to potable water. So please, members of the governing side, if those two items in particular can be addressed swiftly, the people of Long Island would be greatly appreciative. And finally, mailboat service.
The mailboat service to southern Long Island has not been operational, and it is very unreliable for a number of reasons. And so we'd like for the government to address that particular matter, please, because it's adversely impacting businesses. And so we'd like for that to be addressed. And I thank you, member, for Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros for acknowledging. Oh. Okay.
You want to stand on your feet?
You want to say it? People would love to hear it. You want to say it? You want to say it? So if we have the confirmation from the minister that it is being addressed, we look forward to that resolution. Thank you, member. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we leave, I'd like to name one final committee. It is the Budget and Management Committee, and it's as follows. The Honourable Member for St. Barnabas, the Honourable Member for Fox Hill, the Honourable Member for Pine Ridge, the Honourable Member for Freetown, and the Honourable Member for St. Anne's. Now, appointment of select committees, instruction to select committee, discharge of select committees, notices for future meetings.
Notices in the government.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Renew all notices in the name of the opposition, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
And if this is the last occasion before the summer, I hope you have an enjoyable summer.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Adjournment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the House, the rising do adjourn to Wednesday, September 16th at 10 a.m.
Music.
Did you get that second?
16.
Big time. Thank you, honorable members. It is my pleasure to say it has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 16th of September, 2026 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment.
Move that the House do adjourn to Wednesday, the 16th of September at 10 a.m.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now stand adjourned to Wednesday, 16th of September, 2026 at 10 a.m. Honorable members, everybody be safe and have an enjoyable summer. You too.